welcome to Tales in the Dark. I know many of you enjoy relaxing with these videos, so I recommend turning down the volume until my voice is barely audible. It'll make the experience even more soothing. Before you close your eyes, let me know in the comments where you're listening from. Leave a like and subscribe to the channel. Over 99% of viewers aren't subscribed. It costs you nothing, but it's an enormous support for us to keep creating these relaxing stories. Thank you and enjoy listening. Story 1. The gentle murmur of the wind caressed the ancient trees, carrying with it the earthy perfume of pine and damp soil as I wandered along the meandering forest path. Dusk descended softly, painting the sky in hues of lavender and deep blue. A wooden lantern clasped in my hand cast a flickering warmth that danced playfully across the mossy ground, conjuring shadows that seemed to stir with each step I took. Lost in the embrace of nature's whispers, I roamed for hours, seeking solace within the bosom of the woods. The forest had always been my haven, but tonight a subtle shift lingered in the air. A peculiar hush enveloped the surroundings, as if the very forest held its breath in anticipation. Even the usual nocturnal symphony of crickets appeared hushed, their melodies mere whispers in the gathering dusk. Venturing deeper into the heart of the woodland, my gaze was drawn to an unusual cluster of trees ahead. Their branches intertwined over centuries, weaving a complex canopy that fashioned what resembled a natural sanctuary. The sight halted my steps. In all my years of traversing these woods, I had never chanced upon this particular grove. Drawing nearer, I marveled at how the branches twisted and melded in defiance of natural growth patterns, crafting arches and passageways akin to the corridors of a forgotten woodland palace sculpted by nature's hand. The bark, in places smooth where it should have been rough, bore the marks of time and touch, as if caressed by countless hands over countless years. My lantern's glow unveiled intricate designs etched into the wood, spirals and curves that could have been the handiwork of wind and time, or perhaps something beyond mortal ken. Within the shelter, the air held a subtle warmth, carrying a faint, sweet fragrance that eluded my senses. It whispered of honey and aged tomes, with an exotic undertone that tantalized without revealing its origin. Stepping beneath the woven canopy, the cadence of my footfalls shifted, resonating hollow and deep, as though treading upon wooden floorboards rather than the forest's earthen bed. Curious objects caught my eye as I explored, glimmering glass shards nestled in branch crevices, reflecting my lantern's light like captured starlight. Fragments of what seemed to be parchment were delicately interwoven into the smaller twigs, their edges softened by time and weather, merging seamlessly with their arboreal hosts. Deeper within the shelter, subtle transformations in the atmosphere unfolded. The temperature ascended gradually, and the quality of light shifted. My lantern's radiance acquired a verdant hue, as if filtered through layers of living leaves, although the dense canopy thwarted the sun's direct rays. A faint sound reached my ears, a melodic hum, barely perceptible yet persistent. It seemed to emanate from the very fibers of the wood, rising and falling like a gentle breath. Placing my hand against a sizable branch, I sensed a faint vibration, as if the tree conducted a subterranean symphony. In a secluded alcove formed by 3 trees aligned in perfect triangulation, I discovered a natural seat, complete with a small platform resembling a table. Adorning this platform were peculiar items, patterned stones, exotic dried blooms, and ancient coins etched with enigmatic symbols. As night cloaked the world beyond, the shelter stirred with subtle movements. Shadows danced in defiance of my lantern's sway, and intermittent glimmers reminiscent of fireflies flitted between branches with purposeful grace. The enigmatic grove unfurled its mysteries, challenging my perception of the natural and the crafted. Some of the smaller branches bore intricate knots and symbols, resembling a script unknown to human eyes, yet woven organically as if the trees themselves chose this intricate language. A gentle zephyr swept through the sanctuary, carrying the distant chime of unseen bells, their ethereal melody resonating through the grove. The harmonious sounds seemed to emanate from the very air, enveloping me in a tranquil symphony that beckoned slumber. The natural seat I had chanced upon enticed me, cradling me in its unexpected comfort. As I reclined, the wood's melodic hum intensified, lulling rather than alarming. The luminous patterns I had observed earlier danced with deliberate grace, akin to celestial constellations in motion. My lantern dimmed imperceptibly, time slipping away within this otherworldly haven. The forest beyond blurred, replaced by a serene isolation both alien and intimately familiar. Navigating the threshold between wakefulness and dreams, I discerned further metamorphoses within the grove. Branches seemed to shift and sway at the edge of my vision, frozen in stillness when observed directly. The shards of colored glass embedded in the wood emanated a soft radiance, casting an aurora that waltzed across the verdant canopy above. The fragrance in the air deepened, sweet yet tinged with age and sagacity, akin to ancient libraries mingled with the rebirth of spring. Distant voices whispered on the breeze, their alien tongues a riddle to my ears, yet resonating with a familiarity that defied logic. Consciousness ebbed, and a presence, ancient and observant, permeated the very essence of the grove, as if the intertwined boughs were but the visible manifestation of a slumbering wisdom. The wood's hum adopted a conversational cadence, its enigmatic patterns weaving tales beyond comprehension. Upon awakening fully, I beheld the morning light filtering through the leafy canopy, illuminating the ground with ephemeral shapes that teased recognition. My lantern had extinguished, unnoticed in the night's enchantment. In daylight, the sanctuary appeared altered, still enigmatic, yet distanced, as if receding into the realm of the ordinary forest. Rising to depart, I espied a single leaf upon the natural table beside me, twisted into an impossible form reminiscent of the cryptic inscriptions adorning the branches. As I touched it, the leaf unfurled in my palm, a transient metamorphosis that left me questioning reality. Retracing my steps through the forest, I endeavored to etch the path to the grove in my memory, marking landmarks and distinctive trees. Yet the woodland seemed to shift around me, the trail subtly altering with each stride, until the direction of my origin blurred in uncertainty. To this day, I am drawn back to the forest in search of that elusive sanctuary. At times, glimpses of woven branches flicker in the distance, or a familiar hum caresses the breeze. The shelter, however, remains a phantasm, appearing solely in dreams and memories that eclipse reality. Perhaps it reveals itself solely to those in dire need, proffering sanctuary and enigma to weary wanderers seeking solace. The sole tangible relic of my encounter is a heightened sensitivity to the arboreal whispers, and the conviction that deep within the forest, beneath the interlaced branches, the sanctuary maintains its ancient vigil, awaiting the next seeker of its arcane enchantment. Story 2. The twilight air was heavy with the fragrance of water lilies and wild mint as I wandered along the winding forest trail. My steps were softened by the cushion of pine needles, creating a gentle cadence that harmonized with the soft rustle of leaves above. The setting sun peeked through the canopy, casting shimmering golden rays that painted intricate patterns on the mossy forest floor. Whispers had reached my ears of a hidden lake nestled deep within these woods, a place shrouded in mystery and spoken of in reverent whispers by the locals. They spoke of secrets held by the water, of a haunting melody that echoed across the moonlit nights, yet no one could quite capture the elusive tune when pressed for details. The path twisted further into the heart of the forest, and the quality of light shifted subtly. The air grew cooler, carrying with it a hint of the unmistakable crispness that hinted at the presence of deep waters nearby. Through breaks in the trees, I caught glimpses of ethereal mist rising in delicate wisps, akin to smoke from an unseen flame. The first sight of the lake unfolded before me gradually, like a photograph developing in slow motion. The water stretched out like a sheet of polished obsidian, its surface reflecting the late evening light in a mystical sheen that hovered between silver and purple. Ancient willows arched over the water's edge, their branches dipping into the liquid mirror and causing gentle ripples that danced in mesmerizing patterns. The lake, a perfect circle, seemed almost divinely crafted with its precise symmetry. The juxtaposition of this geometric marvel against the untamed wilderness of the forest felt both uncanny and harmonious, as if the natural world had organically grown around this enigmatic body of water. At the heart of the lake, a small island emerged from the depths, crowned by a solitary ancient oak tree whose sprawling branches extended like protective arms in all directions. As I settled onto a fallen log near the shore, I was struck by the unusual stillness that enveloped the surroundings. It was not an eerie silence, but rather a tranquil absence of the usual forest noises, as if the space around the lake existed in a serene bubble of its own. The only sound was the gentle lap of water against the shore, a soothing murmur that seemed to whisper secrets just beyond the grasp of comprehension. With the descent of darkness, the mist thickened, forming shifting shapes above the water's surface. At times, these forms resembled human figures, while at others they morphed into flowing scripts of an unknown language. The longer I gazed, the more intricate patterns I discerned, in the undulating water, in the swirling mist, in the dance of the willow branches caressed by the breeze. A soft luminescence emanated from the depths of the lake, pulsating slowly like the breath of a benevolent giant. The light shifted hues as it moved, transitioning through shades of blue and green that defied earthly labels. As night draped its cloak around me, the whispers grew clearer, weaving a tapestry of sound that evoked a sense of profound peace. They were not ominous, but rather reminiscent of a distant crowd murmuring or the rustle of numerous pages being turned in a boundless library. The whispered words, if indeed they were words, melded and intertwined, creating a symphony of tranquility that settled deep within my soul. The oak tree on the island cast dual shadows, though no discernible source of light could account for this phenomenon. Its reflection on the water's surface appeared slightly disjointed from its physical form, the mirrored branches at times moving independently as if swayed by an unseen current. Faint lights materialized along the shoreline, resembling miniature stars that flickered in and out of existence. Some hovered just above the ground, while others seemed to emerge from the very depths of the water. Their choreographed movements hinted at a hidden significance, a dance orchestrated to a melody beyond my perception. The mist continued its dance of thickening and thinning, unveiling and veiling different facets of the lake's enigma. In a fleeting moment of clarity, I fancied glimpsing ethereal structures beneath the water's surface, graceful spires and archways crafted from light rather than tangible substance. Yet, these apparitions dissolved when I tried to focus directly upon them, akin to the evanescent remnants of a dream fading upon waking. Time lost its grasp, flowing like the water before me. Minutes blurred into hours, while hours condensed into mere minutes. The moon rose and set repeatedly, though my watch insisted only a brief span had elapsed. Each lunar ascent heralded a subtle alteration in the quality of light, as if I were witnessing the same scene refracted through diverse prisms of color. The whispers grew more insistent as the night deepened, revealing discernible patterns and rhythms. They spoke of ancient truths, of starlight caressing tranquil waters, of roots delving into shadowed soil, of the eternal ebb and flow of seasons, and the cyclical dance of growth and repose. With the approach of dawn, the luminance beneath the water waned, and the whispers softened to a mere murmur. The mist began to dissipate, leaving behind lingering imprints of its intricate designs in the ambient air, akin to after images etched upon my retinas. The lake's surface turned mirror-like, reflecting the burgeoning light of the dawn sky with flawless precision. As I rose to depart, a sensation of renewal and subtle transformation coursed through my being, as though I had been gently reshaped during my nocturnal communion with the lake. The familiar path leading me back bore a newfound significance, every leaf and pebble resonating with a profound meaning just beyond my grasp yet deeply felt. Even now, in the passage of years, the whispers linger in my quietest moments. They visit me in dreams or in the liminal realm between slumber and wakefulness. Occasionally, I catch the echo of that ethereal light in mundane pools of water or discern familiar patterns in the morning mist. The mystery of the lake endures in these fleeting recollections, akin to ripples perpetuating endlessly from a solitary droplet. The lake has eluded my subsequent searches, despite my return to those woods on numerous occasions. Perhaps it manifests itself solely at its discretion, or perhaps it exists in an interstice between realms, accessible only during fleeting junctures when the boundary between the ordinary and the extraordinary thins. Yet, the whispers persist as a gentle reminder that certain enigmas are not meant to be unraveled, but rather embraced and carried within us like half-remembered melodies from childhood. Story 3. The soft murmur of the wind as it weaved through the autumn leaves serenaded my evening stroll along the forest path. A gentle breeze carried the earthy fragrance of nature's cycle, fallen leaves transforming into fertile soil, mushrooms emerging in hidden nooks, and the final delicate scent of summer blooms yielding to the embrace of fall. The setting sun cast elongated shadows among the trees, their branches stretching like delicate tendrils over my path. These twilight walks had always been a solace for me, a respite after long hours confined indoors. The forest whispered a unique silence. Distinct from the artificial hush of man-made structures, it resonated with subtle sounds, a symphony of rustling leaves and distant whispers. However, on this particular evening, a shift in the air hinted at something unusual. The usual chorus of crickets seemed subdued, as though they too awaited a mysterious presence in the deepening dusk. The initial call of an owl pierced through the waning sunlight, a sound familiar from my nocturnal explorations, a melodic sequence of hoots that reverberated through the woods. Yet, it wasn't the call itself that arrested my attention, but the response that followed. Another owl joined in, its voice carrying an unfamiliar tune, weaving an enchanting duet with its counterpart. More voices joined the nocturnal ensemble, 3, then 4, and eventually an uncountable multitude, each with a distinct timbre yet harmonizing in a way that defied rational explanation. The ethereal chorus seemed to emanate from all directions at once, enveloping the forest in a mystical symphony. The temperature plummeted, and a wispy mist rose from the forest floor like spectral tendrils. Through the veiling fog, I discerned an intriguing peculiarity in the way shadows danced among the trees. They undulated and shifted independently of the fading light, as if the darkness itself pulsed with an unseen vitality. My timepiece had ceased to tick, the hands frozen in a moment lost to me. Time here felt fluid, marked only by the steady cadence of the owl's song. The mist thickened, revealing elusive shapes, not quite tangible, yet more defined than mere shadows. They moved with a grace reminiscent of celestial dancers in a slow, mesmerizing ballet. These forms seemed to respond to the owl chorus, swaying and shifting in perfect synchrony with each haunting note. As my eyes adjusted to the deepening twilight, I glimpsed hints of features within the mist, suggestions of wings, of ancient gazes, of shapes flickering between avian and something beyond comprehension. I found myself swaying gently to the rhythm, my breath melding with the forest's melodic pulse. The chill mist enveloped me like a comforting shroud, and despite the surreal ambiance, fear eluded me. Instead, a profound tranquility settled within, as if I had stumbled upon an age-old ritual, sacred and timeless. Slowly, I realized the owl's song was evolving. The harmony grew intricate, layers of sound interweaving in patterns hinting at profound meanings just beyond grasp. The misty forms drew nearer, their dance intensifying in complexity. Amidst their movements, glimpses of other realms flickered, moonlit clearings unknown to me, ancient trees foreign to these woods, stars aglow with hues unnameable. Time continued its enigmatic passage, and I found myself walking once more, though the decision to move eluded my memory. The path beneath my feet felt both familiar and foreign, existing in dual realms simultaneously. Guided by the owl's melody, escorted by the ethereal dancers, I traversed through the twilight realm. Familiar landmarks came into view, the gnarled oak denoting the boundary of my regular route, the moss-draped boulder resembling a slumbering bear. Yet they appeared altered, imbued with the night's enchantment down to their very essence. The mist began to dissipate as I neared the forest's edge, and with it the supernatural chorus faded. One by one, the owl voices receded, until only a lone call lingered, the same gentle hoot that had initiated the nocturnal symphony. Then, even that dissolved into the night, leaving behind a silence heavy with enigma. Emerging from the trees, my watch sprang back to life, indicating merely an hour had passed since my woodland entry, contradicting my profound experience. The misty dancers had vanished, leaving behind the ordinary shadows of twilight's onset. In the ensuing days, I resumed my evening perambulations, yet the mysterious chorus and its spectral audience eluded me. Occasionally, on particularly tranquil nights, a distant echo of that unearthly harmony reached my ears, or a fleeting movement at the edge of perception caught my gaze. However, the full symphony remained elusive, a dreamlike memory more vivid than reality itself. The forest guarded its secrets closely, unveiling them solely in moments of perfect twilight, where the boundary between reality and possibility blurred. Still, I tread the forest paths as night descends, pausing to listen when an owl's call pierces the gathering gloom. And on rare occasions I sense the commencement of an answer, carrying the promise of another dance between shadow and light, guided by the solitary owl's melodic hymn. Story 4. The gentle patter of autumn rain against weathered stone created a soothing melody, like nature's own lullaby in the deepening twilight. Standing before the ancient church, its spire reaching towards clouds veiled in evening mist, I found myself surrounded by fallen leaves, swirling in slow, graceful spirals around my feet. The air was filled with the rich scents of damp earth and aged wood, intertwined with something older, something that spoke of forgotten prayers and silent bells. Unintentionally, my evening stroll had taken a mysterious turn as the rain began to fall, leading me down a winding path to this sacred sanctuary that seemed to exist in a realm outside of time. The church's weathered exterior bore the gentle marks of countless seasons, its stone walls draped in a soft blanket of luminous moss that seemed to emit a faint, ethereal glow in the encroaching dusk. With surprising ease, the heavy wooden door yielded to my touch, releasing a low, melodic sigh as I stepped into the empty nave. The sound of rain outside transformed into a distant lullaby, enhancing the profound silence within. Stained glass windows, their hues softened by the fading light, cast gentle pools of amber and violet upon the worn stone floors. As I ventured further into the church, my footsteps whispered against ancient flagstones that held a peculiar stillness. Not of musty weight, but rather a crystalline serenity, as if the very essence of the air had been preserved in amber. Rows of polished wooden pews stretched before me, each bearing the touch of countless hands and silent prayers, a testament to generations of devotion. The scent of old wood and stone mingled with echoes of long-extinguished candles, creating an atmosphere of quiet reverence. In the deepening shadows, intricate carvings adorned the walls and columns, faces and figures that seemed to shift and transform with each passing glance, their expressions oscillating between tranquility and enigmatic mystery. Near the altar, a lone candle flickered in a brass holder, its dancing flame casting purposeful shadows across the ancient stones. Though I had not seen another soul within the church, the flickering light drew my gaze towards a small wooden door nestled discreetly in the wall. It was unassuming, yet its gentle insistence beckoned me forward. The door creaked open to reveal a spiral staircase ascending into darkness, worn steps bearing the impressions of countless pilgrims before me. With each upward stride, the sound of rain grew stronger, now resembling a rhythmic melody, almost musical in its cadence. The air grew cooler, carrying hints of evening dew and an elusive sweetness that evaded identification. Emerging into a small chamber within the bell tower, moonlight filtered through narrow windows, casting silver pathways upon the floor despite the lingering rain clouds outside. In one corner stood an aged wooden desk, adorned with leather-bound books and yellowed papers. Pages filled with fading ink script lay open, their words just beyond the edge of decipherability, teasing with elusive meanings. As I approached the desk, the air filled with the delicate chime of silver bells, not a resounding toll, but a gentle tinkling as if stirred by a phantom breeze. The massive bell above remained motionless, its bronze surface reflecting the enigmatic moonlight. The ethereal sound seemed to emanate from all directions at once, enveloping me in a profound tranquility. In the timeless chamber, I found myself seated in an ancient wooden chair, observing the slow ballet of shadows and moonbeams across the floor. The phantom bells intertwined with the rain's rhythm, crafting a melody that whispered of ancient enigmas and forgotten reveries. At times, fleeting movements caught the corner of my eye, the flutter of spectral robes, the passage of shadows that seemed to possess substance beyond the tangible. Occasionally, the papers on the desk rustled without a breath of wind, revealing fragments of sentences that spoke of time flowing like a river, of moments existing beyond the confines of ordinary hours, of prayers echoing ceaselessly through the tapestries of reality. Yet as I endeavored to decipher the words, they shifted and eluded comprehension, leaving only lingering impressions in their wake. I noticed that my watch had ceased its march, its hands frozen at midnight, though the hour could not be so late. Outside the narrow windows, the darkness held steadfast, neither deepening nor dissipating. The rain continued its gentle symphony, each droplet falling in intricate patterns that lingered in the air before dissolving into the silence. The chamber exuded a profound peace, vibrant with a quiet vitality. Every shadow harbored potential, every hushed moment pregnant with unspoken truths. The boundaries between wakefulness and dreams blurred, not in confusion, but in a gentle fusion that allowed for profound insight. The very essence of the air pulsated with timeless wisdom, eager to impart its secrets to those who listened with patience. When moonlight caressed the walls at certain angles, elegant script would materialize upon the stone, flowing like liquid across the surface before vanishing once more. Though the words remained elusive, they left imprints of narratives in my mind. Tales of wanderers past who had chanced upon this sanctuary through the ages, each adding their chapter to the enigma of its lore. Lost in the timeless embrace of the chamber, where rain and phantom bells intertwined in a symphony of mystery, I watched as light and shadow wove their intricate dance upon ancient stones. Time unfurled like honey, sweet and languid, as the tranquility of the chamber seeped into my very essence, replacing haste with serene acceptance. Descending the spiral staircase, the lone candle by the altar burned steadfast, its flame unwavering. The nave was bathed in a soft, pre-dawn glow that seemed to emanate from all directions at once. My footsteps resonated differently, as if the stones themselves recognized me from my vigil above. Stepping out into the morning veiled in mist, the rain had ceased, its gentle song lingering in the air. Glancing back at the ancient church, I caught a fleeting glimpse of kind, ageless faces within the windows, their smiles suffused with knowing wisdom before dissipating like dew in the morning sun. Since that ethereal encounter, I have sought to return to the sanctuary of the church, yet the path forever eludes me. On quiet evenings shrouded in rain, the distant chime of silver bells on the breeze beckons, reminding me that somewhere, in its own sanctuary of time, the forgotten church endures. Its mysteries endure, patiently awaiting the next wanderer, guided by the gentle rhythm of falling rain and the whispered secrets of ancient stones. Story 5. The gentle patter of rain against my window filled the room with a soothing lullaby as I settled into my grandmother's beloved rocking chair, the leather-bound journal resting heavy in my lap. It was a tome steeped in mystery, a discovery unearthed from her attic after she departed this world. Within its weathered pages lay the tale of an extraordinary autumn she had once known, penned in her graceful script. The rain outside harmonized with her whispered words, enveloping me in a hazy recollection as I delved into her narrative. My dearest journal, her elegant handwriting unfolded a tale of a village cloaked in an unusual enchantment. The morning fog clung to the earth like a cozy blanket, the air tingling with the essence of autumn, a blend of fallen leaves and wood smoke. Yet, a peculiar absence caught my eye as I strolled down the cobblestone street. There were no shadows. The sun's golden rays bathed the quaint buildings, but where darkness should linger, there was naught but emptiness. The villagers moved about, their actions fluid and dreamlike, as if dancing on air. I had arrived to spend the winter with my aunt, a dear family friend known as Aunt Margaret, in her charming Victorian home on the village's edge. The interior exuded a warm aura of cinnamon and aged books, yet even within this cozy haven, shadows refused to cast their usual presence. Aunt Margaret, with her gentle demeanor, acknowledged my observation over a cup of steaming tea, revealing the village's shadowless history, lost 3 generations ago to mystery and speculation. In the days that followed, I uncovered more wonders of this peculiar realm. Birds sang unearthly melodies, flowers bloomed with an inner glow, and time itself meandered like molten honey. The villagers, adapting seamlessly to their shadowless existence, crafted art that defied logic, playing with light in mesmerizing ways. Children frolicked in a world where shadows held no sway, their games infused with luminous joy. As winter descended, the village retained its luminous charm, each snowflake a tiny mirror reflecting the light. Aunt Margaret imparted wisdom about shadows as memories of light, prompting me to contemplate our perception of the past. The village's ethereal peace transcended the absence of shadows, offering a glimpse into a realm where rules bent with gentle grace. On my final night, Aunt Margaret and I shared tea under the starlit sky, her question lingering in the crisp air. Would I write of this extraordinary place? I assured her, though disbelief might shadow my words. But some stories, she mused, are not for belief but for feeling, like a memory of light on a cloudy day. As I closed the journal, the rain's serenade continued outside, casting a soft glow over my reflection. A fleeting moment passed, my shadow wavering as if contemplating departure. I embraced my grandmother's tale, feeling its weightless essence settle like autumn leaves, wondering if somewhere, in a village without shadows, her story whispered on in beams of light. Story 6. The soft patter of rain against leaves wove a gentle lullaby as I strolled along the weathered forest path, my boots leaving barely a whisper on the moist earth. The evening exhaled the earthy perfume of damp soil and pine, while veils of mist entwined around the gnarled tree trunks like ethereal tendrils. My flashlight cast a warm, gentle glow that drifted in the encroaching dusk, barely piercing the dense canopy above. These twilight walks always cradled me in tranquility, even as the shadows elongated and the woods metamorphosed into a realm of enigma. But tonight, the familiar trail bore an unfamiliar aura. Perhaps it was the way the mist moved against the natural drift of the breeze, or how the usual forest symphony hushed, as if nature held its breath in anticipation. The initial whisper brushed past me so faintly it could have been mistaken for a leaf's rustle. Devoid of words, it carried a melodic essence akin to distant wind chimes in a secret garden. I halted, pivoting slowly to trace its origin, yet the sound seemed to emanate from all directions and none at once. Continuing forward at a leisurely pace, I observed subtle alterations in my surroundings. The moss cloaking the trees shimmered with a delicate silvery luminescence, an unearthly glow I'd never witnessed before. Water droplets clinging to branches caught my flashlight's beam, refracting it in peculiar patterns, crafting miniature rainbows that lingered beyond their nature. The second whisper manifested clearer than its predecessor. It almost resembled my name, uttered in a voice woven from rustling foliage and creaking limbs. This sound carried a wave of tranquil reminiscence, akin to recalling a childhood lullaby. I yearned to hear it once more, to unravel its veiled mysteries. The trail curved around an ancient oak, its branches outstretched like protective embrace over the path. Approaching, I discerned an anomaly in the tree's trunk. Symbols etched into the bark, not the crude markings of passing hikers, but intricate flowing glyphs reminiscent of calligraphy in an unknown script. They seemed to shift and morph when viewed from varying angles, akin to ripples on a pond. The rain persisted in its soothing rhythm, now orchestrating a purposeful melody. Each droplet harmonized into a grander symphony that filled the woods. The mist thickened, transmuting my flashlight's beam into a golden haze that illuminated dancing specks of light, resembling suspended fireflies. More whispers mingled with the initial pair, forming a soft chorus that reverberated through the trees. They conversed in tones that rose and fell in patterns hinting at familiarity. Sometimes laughter echoed from afar, other times soft melodies wafted by, forever just beyond grasp. A small clearing unveiled itself, where the canopy parted slightly to reveal fragments of the night sky. The rain had gentled into a fine mist, allowing glimpses of stars twinkling with an unmatched radiance. They pulsed in sync with the whispers, as if the entire forest were part of an arcane symphony I merely began to discern. At the clearing's heart, a ring of mushrooms glowed with a faint, bluish luminescence. The grass within the circle appeared different, more vibrant, swaying in patterns untouched by the breeze. I beheld in awe as water droplets defied gravity, rolling upward along the grass blades in a mesmerizing defiance of nature. The whispers crescendoed in intensity here, beckoning me to step into the circle, promising revelations to questions unformed in my mind. The air within the mushroom ring shimmered like heat waves on a summer's pavement, despite the evening's chill deepening. Swaying slightly, I found myself entranced by the forest's mysterious melody. The boundaries between sound and sight blurred, the whispers almost tangible as they wove through the atmosphere, leaving trails of soft light akin to shooting stars. The woods pulsated with life beyond the mundane, as if I stood amidst an ancient, vast consciousness. Time unfurled differently in the clearing. The stars raced overhead at an implausible pace, while mist droplets hung suspended in midair, caught in moments stretched like molasses. The glowing mushrooms throbbed in sync with my heartbeat, or perhaps my pulse synchronized with theirs. Unsure of how long I lingered there, witnessing the spectacle of light and shadow, eavesdropping on the forest's whispered dialogues. Could have been minutes, could have been hours. The encounter felt dreamlike, yet the damp soil beneath my boots and the cool mist caressing my skin tethered me to reality. Gradually, the whispers ebbed, akin to a radio's gradual descent into silence. The mushroom's glow waned, reverting to mundane fungi. The rain resumed its natural serenade, relinquishing its enigmatic melody. Yet a shift occurred, not in the forest, but in my perception of it. Retracing my steps along the path, the symbols on the ancient oak briefly caught my flashlight's beam one last time. Fleetingly, I almost deciphered them. nearly comprehending the message they sought to convey. Then the moment slipped away, leaving behind enigmatic carvings on aged bark once more. Since that night, the forest has never quite been the same. On certain evenings, under the perfect conditions, when rain whispers softly through twilight and mist dances among the trees, I swear I catch echoes of those whispers, beckoning me back to that enigmatic glade. Yet it eludes me, despite my search. Perhaps it wishes to remain hidden, or perhaps it only reveals itself to those who cease seeking. But on quiet nights, as I wander through the woods and daylight fades, I find myself listening for those murmurs, longing to relive that peculiar symphony of rain and starlight, of ancient enigmas and forgotten melodies. And on occasion, just perhaps, I sense the forest listening for me in return. Story 7. The rain cascaded in gentle waves against the weathered wooden house, its rhythmic patter creating a tranquil melody that seeped into the very bones of the structure. Nestled in my cherished armchair, I observed shadows pirouette across the walls, choreographed by the whimsical autumn breeze that stirred the trees outside my window. The soft halo of my reading lamp enveloped me in a cozy embrace, while the room remained shrouded in comforting darkness. It was amidst one of these serene twilight moments that I first encountered it, a whisper so faint it could have been mistaken for a mere figment of the house settling. The sound seemed to emanate from beneath the floorboards, a gentle murmur akin to the rustle of leaves or the ethereal sigh of wind seeping through the cracks. Setting my book aside, I allowed my eyelids to drift shut, focusing on the elusive sound. It carried a melodic quality, akin to a distant lullaby hummed by unseen lips. The longer I listened, the more pronounced it became, though its message, if there was one, remained veiled in mystery. The ancient house had always possessed its own language of creaks and groans, a symphony of timber and nail that had become familiar over the years. Yet this whisper was different, imbued with a warmth and consciousness that sent a shiver of wonder down my spine, not of fear, but of awe. Days melted into nights, and I found myself drawn more frequently to that armchair, captivated by the enigmatic voice. At times, it would remain silent for hours, leaving me with only the soft cadence of rain and the rustle of pages turning. Other moments, it would slink into the room like a wisp of smoke, intertwining with the usual nocturnal sounds until it became indistinguishable from the house's natural chorus. Subtle changes began to manifest in my abode. Books shifted ever so slightly on their shelves overnight, not as if disturbed by a hand, but as if compelled to lean against one another in new formations. The antique grandfather clock in the hallway occasionally paused for a heartbeat before resuming its steady tick, as if pausing to listen to an unseen melody. On a particularly hushed evening, with the dying embers of the sunset painting the walls in hues of amber and gold, I noticed a hairline crack in one of the floorboards, a fault line I was convinced hadn't existed before. It ran as thin as a strand of silk, tracing the grain of the wood like an inked stroke. As I knelt to inspect it, the whisper resurfaced, clearer and more poignant than ever. The voice seemed to convey emotions rather than words, sensations of warmth, of invitation, of kinship. It evoked memories of my grandmother's gentle hums while knitting, creating an atmosphere not just of sound, but of solace and security. The crack in the floorboard would appear and vanish with the shifting light, occasionally seeming to shift its position when my gaze wandered elsewhere. I began leaving small trinkets near the crevice, a marble, a silver button, a smooth river stone. Sometimes I would discover them arranged in intricate patterns I had not crafted, forming delicate spirals or precise lines. Once I left a diminutive bell, and in the stillness of night I could swear I heard it chime so softly it might have been a fragment of a dream. The voice evolved into a constant presence, its companionship as natural as the creak of stairs or the rustle of branches against window panes. It seemed attuned to my emotions, soothing and tender when I was troubled, playful and light-hearted when joy danced in my heart, mirroring the sunlight on a tranquil pond. More transformations unfolded within my dwelling. The room's temperature would subtly fluctuate, creating pockets of warmth that seemed to shadow my movements. The light from my lamps flickered at times in sync with the whispered serenade, casting patterns that mirrored the rhythm of the enigmatic song. Even the dust motes in the air appeared to pirouette with purpose, swirling in deliberate formations when caught in slivers of sunlight. Not once did fear grip me, despite the escalating presence of the mysterious voice. Instead, I felt as though I was being initiated into a clandestine world, becoming a part of something ancient and serene. The voice beneath the floorboards harbored no intent of causing alarm or distress. It sought to share, to edify me on the art of listening in a manner I had never known. On restless nights, I would recline on the floor beside the crack, pressing my ear to the smooth, weathered wood. The voice would rise to meet me, its murmurs now laced with fragments of tales that teased comprehension. Stories of other listeners, perchance, of nights spent in silent communion with the enigma lurking beneath the time-worn floorboards. Weeks melded into months, and I discerned that visitors to the house sensed it too, albeit unspoken. They would pause at certain spots, inclining their heads as if attuned to an elusive melody, their countenances softening with an inexplicable tranquility. The crack in the floorboard did not widen, nor did it pose a threat to the house's structural integrity. Instead, it seemed to act as a portal between realms, the tangible domain of wood and stone, and a hidden realm of whispers and half-formed harmonies. Occasionally, I caught glimpses of movement from the corner of my eye, the flutter of drapes in a breezeless room, yet it bore no sense of intrusion or disquiet. Winter descended, ushering in prolonged nights and new symphonies, the snap of frost, the gentle descent of snowflakes, the lament of icy winds through barren boughs. The voice adapted, its whispers now echoing the crystalline clarity of frost and the hushed peace of snow-blanketed earth. The house pulsated with vitality, as though the chill had stirred something primal within its ancient walls. I abstained from attempting to capture the voice on recorders or document the shifting objects with cameras. Such endeavors felt sacrilegious, a breach of the delicate trust forged between the house, its concealed denizen, and myself. Instead, I maintained a journal chronicling my emotions and insights, noting how the voice metamorphosed with the seasons, with the weather, with the moon's phases. As I pen these words, the voice persists in its tender melody beneath my feet. The crack in the floorboard catches the lamplight in impossible ways, casting shadows that undulate like living entities across my parchment. I have come to acknowledge that certain enigmas are not meant to be unraveled, only experienced. The voice beneath the floorboards has intertwined with my home's heartbeat, a poignant reminder that amidst the known and the felt, there exist spaces where magic lingers in the tranquil interstices of our lives. Sometimes, in the profound depths of night, when the boundary between wakefulness and slumber wanes thin, I fancy I can almost decipher phrases in the whispered canticle. They speak of patience, of the unhurried sagacity of ancient abodes, of the narratives ensconced within weathered wood and seasoned stone. Yet perhaps it is preferable that I never fully comprehend them. Some melodies are meant to elude our grasp, their allure residing in their inscrutability. Hence, I persist in listening, in observing the ephemeral designs that emerge and dissipate, in sensing the presence that dwells beneath the floorboards. The crack endures as a memento that in our world, reality ebbs soft at the edges, where whispers can reshape our perception of what home truly signifies. Ultimately, perhaps that is all we truly need to grasp, that sometimes in the quiet interludes between heartbeats, if we attune our senses acutely enough, We might discern something singing back to us from the familiar spaces we thought we comprehended so well. Story 8. The wind whispered gently through the autumn leaves, carrying a fragrance of rain-soaked earth and aging flowers. Nestled in my grandmother's old rocking chair, cocooned in a warm wool blanket, I gazed out at the mist that drifted across the backyard, turning familiar shapes into enigmatic silhouettes. The rhythmic creaking of the chair on the wooden porch boards matched my breath, lulling me into a tranquil state. My gaze wandered to the ancient hedge that bordered my property, a barrier of thorny branches reaching high above, concealing its secrets behind a curtain of dense foliage. It was a fixture of my childhood, a living wall that my grandmother claimed was as ancient as time itself, guarding something precious on the other side. As a child, I dismissed it as just another fantastical tale from her repertoire, alongside stories of moonlit fairies and whispering shadows. The air grew heavy with the scent of roses, a puzzling aroma considering my garden bore none. With the onset of darkness, the fragrance intensified, a sweet perfume reminiscent of the dried petals stored in my grandmother's jewelry box. My eyelids grew heavy as I listened to the melodic drip of water from the leaves, each droplet creating ripples in the puddles forming below. A soft glow caught my eye, emanating from beyond the hedge. Unlike the harsh beams of a neighbor's security light or the cold blue hue of modern LEDs, this light was warm and golden, akin to honey basking in sunlight. It pulsed gently, almost breathing, and danced among the thorns with a mesmerizing allure. Spellbound, I rose from the rocking chair, the blanket slipping off to the porch floor. With bare feet, I traversed the damp grass, each step sinking into the yielding earth. As I drew closer to the hedge, intricate details emerged from the shadows. Dewdrops adorned the thorns like glistening jewels, each one capturing and reflecting the enigmatic golden light. The previously unseen midnight blue roses came into view, their petals an impossible hue, nestled amidst the thorny branches. Standing before the hedge, I discerned a sight never before witnessed, a slender gap between the branches, just wide enough for a person to pass through. The thorns seemed to part, forming a natural archway that beckoned me forward. Through the opening, the golden light spilled, casting elongated shadows across the ground. Beyond the hedge, I glimpsed what appeared to be another garden, defying the norms of nature. Flowers that should have wilted in the autumn thrived with vitality. Vines with leaves resembling stained glass wound around ancient stone pillars, seemingly out of place in a residential setting. New scents wafted through the gap, night-blooming jasmine, rain on stone, and an elusive fragrance, ancient and mysterious, akin to forgotten tales or the dust of distant memories. My heart beat steadily, not with fear but with a profound sense of wonder reminiscent of my childhood belief in my grandmother's stories. Reaching out to touch a midnight blue rose, I anticipated the cool dampness of mist-kissed petals. Instead, they radiated warmth, as if basking in the summer sun. Upon contact, a soft melody drifted through the hedge gap, not quite music, but a hint of a song, akin to recalling a tune from a dream. The golden light pulsed once more, stronger this time, revealing shadows moving in the distant garden. These were not menacing forms, but gentle movements, reminiscent of dancers swaying to a distant melody. Each shadow left trails of soft light in its wake, akin to fireflies tracing patterns in the darkness. Swaying slightly, my body responded to the half-heard melody, the thorny archway seeming to widen imperceptibly, inviting me to step through. While my rational mind protested the impossibility of hedges parting like curtains and gardens glowing with ethereal light, my grandmother's voice echoed in my mind, reminding me that beauty often lurks behind the facade of impossibility. Water continued to drip from the leaves above, each drop harmonizing with the phantom melody from beyond the hedge. Time seemed to stretch, thickening like honey, as the mist encircled my feet, guiding me forward with a gentle touch. A warm breeze carried the scent of roses, now intensified with hints of vanilla and cedar. Shadows in the mysterious garden continued their graceful dance, and familiar shapes seemed to materialize among them. The swirl of my grandmother's favorite dress, the tilt of her head as she shared her tales, the tender wave of her hand pointing out magic hidden in the mundane. The golden light pulsed once more, causing the entire hedge to shimmer like morning dewdrops. The gap remained, patient and unassuming, neither urging nor deterring my next move. The enigma of what lay beyond lingered in the air, like a held breath. Standing amidst the wet grass, the world of streetlights and neighborhood sounds faded, leaving only the symphony of falling water, the warm glow beckoning from beyond the hedge, and the eternal dance of shadows in that fantastical garden. My hand extended, fingertips grazing the warm petals of the midnight blue rose. The decision whether to venture through the gap remained unanswered, suspended in the mist swirling around my feet. Perhaps the true enchantment lay not in crossing the threshold, but in acknowledging the existence of such thresholds, places where the ordinary converges with the ancient and arcane, where childhood stories blend with reality like watercolors melding on wet paper. With a smile, I comprehended what my grandmother had endeavored to convey all those years ago. Some gardens are meant to be glimpsed, but never fully explored, their mysteries preserved like pressed flowers within the pages of memory. The hedge would retain its secrets, as it had for generations, yet now I understood that they awaited beyond the thorns, dancing in golden light to the melody of falling rain. Story 9. The soft patter of rain against my car window created a calming melody as I journeyed through the autumn night. The old wipers swayed back and forth in a hypnotic rhythm, clearing the tiny droplets that gathered like shimmering pearls. My headlights cut through the deepening darkness, their glow muted by the light drizzle that accompanied me for hours. Despite having traversed this road countless times, tonight felt different. The familiar path homeward had taken on an eerie quality, with wisps of mist beginning to rise from the earth, winding through the ancient trees that flanked the narrow road. The fog crept in slowly, like ghostly tendrils stretching towards the darkening sky. Ahead loomed the weathered wooden bridge, a landmark marking the midpoint of my journey, barely visible through the thickening mist. It stood simple and sturdy, worn by the passage of many seasons, its planks smoothed by the touch of countless vehicles. As I drew nearer, the mist seemed to coalesce more densely around it, as if drawn to its weathered beams. The sound of my tires changed upon meeting the wooden planks, creating a soft, hollow drumming that reverberated through the tranquil evening. My headlights illuminated the swirling fog, which pirouetted and swirled in mesmerizing patterns. Through the passenger window, glimpses of the dark, mirror-like surface of the creek below caught my eye in the fading light. Something compelled me to slow down midway across the bridge. Perhaps it was the unnatural movement of the mist, more akin to breath than wind. Or maybe it was the peculiar quality of the light, bending and refracting off the fog in inexplicable ways. The drumming of my tires grew softer, slower, until I came to a halt in the heart of the bridge. With the engine purring softly, I became aware of other sounds. The gentle murmur of water below, the soft tapping of rain on metal and wood, and something else, a whisper at the edge of hearing. It could have been the wind weaving through the old wooden railings, or perhaps whispers carrying fragments of words too distinct to be ignored, too vague to comprehend. Crackling the window open slightly, the cool, damp air seeped into the car, carrying with it a medley of scents, damp wood, fallen leaves, and an ancient aroma reminiscent of dusty attics and forgotten chambers. The mist slithered through the crack like inquisitive tendrils, bearing that almost audible, nearly audible voice. The rearview mirror reflected only a white wall of fog behind me, while ahead, the bridge seemed to stretch endlessly into the mist. The familiar length of the crossing had become uncertain somehow. Through the passenger window, I observed how the fog above the creek moved against the wind, swirling in deliberate, languid spirals. A form materialized in the mist to my right, visible through the passenger window. It could have been a figure standing at the bridge's railing, or perhaps merely a denser patch of fog caught in an eddy. Yet, for a fleeting moment, I could swear I saw a hand extend toward my car, its outline soft and blurred, akin to a watercolor painting left out in the rain. The radio, previously playing soft melodies at a low volume, began to shift channels of its own accord. Amidst the static, snippets of songs and voices flitted by, none lingering for more than a breath. The digital display flickered between seemingly random numbers until I recognized a recurring pattern in the sequence. Time became fluid, akin to the mist outside. I couldn't discern how long I lingered there, observing the mist twirl and listening to the whispered almost speech. My watch ticked steadily, yet each glance revealed times that eluded comprehension. The glowing numbers on the dashboard pulsated softly, marking seconds that felt elongated or truncated. A light tap on my driver's side window jolted me from my reverie. The sound, gentle like raindrops, yet purposeful. Upon turning to investigate, the fog pressed against the glass appeared to form a face. Or perhaps it was merely the arrangement of droplets catching the light in an odd manner. It dissipated as I attempted to focus, leaving me uncertain of what I had truly seen. The whispering intensified momentarily, almost coalescing into intelligible words. Resembling conversations overheard through walls, familiar yet muffled, with an elusive quality hinting at meaning just beyond reach, akin to a fading dream upon awakening. Gradually, I resumed driving forward. The bridge's wooden planks resumed their quiet chant beneath my tires. Upon reaching the opposite side, the mist began to dissipate, reluctantly releasing its grip on my vehicle. In the rearview mirror, I watched the bridge fade into the mist, which now pulsed gently, akin to slow breaths. The remainder of my journey home passed without incident, though the radio continued its peculiar behavior, playing snatches of songs that felt almost recognizable. Upon finally parking in my driveway, I noticed something peculiar on the passenger seat, a small, perfectly round puddle of water, devoid of any visible source. That night, while lying in bed, listening to the ceaseless rain, my thoughts drifted to the bridge and its enigmatic fog. In my dreams, the whispered words returned, and this time I felt on the verge of deciphering them. Almost, but not quite, and perhaps that's how it should be. Even now, whenever I traverse that bridge in the mist, I sense a gentle pull, an invitation to stop and listen to those nearly discernible words once more. At times I heed the call, and at times I do not. Yet I've observed that the puddle reappears on my passenger seat more often than not, a small circular reminder that some riddles prefer to remain unsolved, lingering in the air like mist above dark waters. Story 10. The aroma of aged leather and ancient paper wrapped around me like a warm embrace as I pushed open the massive oak door. Dust motes pirouetted in the soft beams of light streaming through the tall arched windows, their graceful movements painting ephemeral patterns in the tranquil air. The library stood in hushed anticipation, its shelves reaching up into shadowy heights untouched by the afternoon sun's gentle touch. This place had been passed down to me by my great-aunt, a scholarly recluse who had devoted her life to collecting rare and peculiar books. The key had arrived in a box lined with velvet, accompanied by a letter penned in her elegant, spider-like script. She spoke of the library's peculiar essence, of how certain volumes seemed to murmur in the stillness of night, and how others would rearrange themselves without a soul watching. Underneath my feet, the wooden floorboards whispered softly as I ventured further into the expansive room. Each step released a faint trace of sandalwood mingled with an elusive scent. perhaps a ghostly trace of incense burnt in a time long gone. The towering shelves surrounded me like ancient redwoods, their dark wood polished to a gentle gleam by the careful hands of generations past. My gaze was drawn to a particular tome bound in rich burgundy leather. As I approached, a soft humming seemed to emanate from its pages, akin to a distant lullaby. The book bore no title on its spine, only an intricate design of intertwining vines and faded gold leaf. When I delicately lifted the book from its resting place, the air around it seemed to shimmer, as if the very atmosphere responded to its presence. The cover felt warm to the touch, a stark contrast to the library's cool embrace. Its pages appeared to be crafted from a material thinner than paper, almost translucent, yet impossibly sturdy. The elegant script within seemed to shift and flow as I attempted to decipher it, the words at times appearing in English and at others in unknown tongues. The ink changed hues as I turned the pages: midnight blue, deep purple, burnished gold, each shade harmonizing with the tale being woven. As I meandered through the library, I began to notice more peculiarities. Some books seemed to lean towards me as I passed, while others retreated into their shelves. Occasionally, movements flickered at the edge of my vision, as if the books were shuffling themselves when my gaze wandered elsewhere. The sunlight filtering through the windows took on an otherworldly quality, casting shadows that danced independently from their sources. In a quiet corner, I stumbled upon a cozy reading nook with an inviting armchair that exuded warmth. A dainty table beside it held a tea set, its porcelain so delicate it seemed almost ethereal. Nestling into the chair, the library seemed to shift around me, the shelves rearranging into more intimate formations. The air grew softer, and the scent of aged books deepened, evoking memories of rainy afternoons spent lost in tales by the flickering flames of a hearth. From the depths of the library, the sound of pages turning drifted towards me, a rhythmic whisper akin to waves caressing a distant shore. The sound drew nearer, then faded, like the breathing of a grand literary entity. It was not alarming, but rather soothing, as if the library itself was narrating a bedtime story just for me. Gradually, books began to glow softly on their shelves, each emitting a different hue. The soft pulsing light created patterns that seemed to hum a silent melody. Some books glowed in harmony with their neighbors, their lights intertwining like fireflies on a tranquil summer night. The mesmerizing effect was akin to a silent symphony of illuminated wisdom. I found myself wandering through sections where the books appeared older, their bindings more ornate. Some were secured with intricate clasps that shimmered like moonlight. Others had covers that undulated like water in a gentle stream as I passed by. One shelf held volumes that hummed in perfect unison, creating a chord that sent a pleasant shiver down my spine. Time seemed to lose its grip within the library's embrace. The quality of light remained constant, though my timepiece insisted hours had slipped away. In a hidden alcove, I discovered books inscribed in starlight, their pages adorned with celestial constellations that danced and shifted with a life of their own. In a dusty recess, I encountered a collection of books that appeared to be immersed in slumber. Their covers would flutter occasionally, akin to the gentle blink of a dozing child, releasing soft sighs between their pages. The dreams seemed infectious. Nearby volumes would stir and murmur in response. As evening descended, the library stirred with increased activity. The whisper of pages turning grew more pronounced, yet never intrusive. Books would occasionally float from their shelves, drifting through the air like autumn leaves before finding new resting spots. The effect was strangely calming, akin to observing snowfall in serene silence. The burgundy book that had caught my eye earlier found its way back to me, nudging against my hand as I settled in the reading chair. Upon reopening it, the text had shifted. Now, it seemed to recount my own tale, albeit with subtle variations that cast doubt upon my recollections. The words flowed like a gentle stream, each sentence leading to the next without reaching a definitive conclusion. With the night fully enveloping the library, a transformation unfolded. The darkness between the shelves turned velvety soft and inviting. Tiny lights, akin to miniature stars, began to twinkle among the books, forming constellations of literary connections. Some volumes now cast shadows of gold and silver, while others seemed to absorb the darkness itself. I stumbled upon a realization that certain combinations of books, when brought together, created luminous doorways amidst the shelves. Through these portals, I glimpsed other libraries, other collections of enigmatic books stretching endlessly into the infinite unknown. This sight filled me with a profound tranquility, an awareness that all knowledge was linked in ways transcending ordinary understanding. Even today, years later, the library continues to unveil new mysteries. Books appear and vanish, their contents ever shifting yet strangely familiar. The whispers have become a constant presence, a gentle reminder of the living essence of stories and knowledge. Some nights, under the full moon's watchful gaze, I can hear the books serenading one another in languages existing solely in dreams. My great-aunt's letter gains fresh significance with each passing day. The library is not cursed in a malevolent sense. Rather, it is blessed with a magic that elevates the act of reading into a profound experience. The books are not bound by the confines of reality, and I have discovered neither am I when surrounded by them. Perhaps the true curse lies in the inability to fully convey this wonder to others. The library presents a unique facade to each visitor, revealing only what they are prepared to perceive. Yet for those of us who have glimpsed its deeper enigmas, who have eavesdropped on the midnight dialogues of ancient tomes and witnessed the celestial ballet of literary starlight, the curse transforms into a blessing, a clandestine garden of boundless stories, where reality and imagination entwine like the golden vines adorning that initial burgundy book spine. Story 11. The gentle flicker of candlelight danced across the ancient wooden floors of the antique shop, casting soft shadows that swayed in a mesmerizing rhythm. Rain tapped against the Victorian windows, creating a soothing melody that filled the tranquil evening air. Seeking refuge from the autumn storm, I found myself drawn into this peculiar establishment, where the warm ambiance and the fragrance of aged books and polished wood beckoned me to stay. Amidst the carefully curated collection of oddities, my gaze settled on a portrait hanging in a dim alcove. The painting portrayed a young woman in a deep blue gown, her features intricately captured with remarkable precision. Her skin possessed a porcelain-like sheen, reflecting the flickering candlelight, while her dark hair melded into the shadowy backdrop. Yet, it was her eyes that held me captive. Deep pools of amber that seemed to hold a mysterious depth, as if crafted with a forgotten technique that lent them an almost liquid quality. The shop's keeper, an elderly gentleman with silver hair and wire-rimmed spectacles, noticed my fascination. His voice, soft and deliberate, carried a tone of one accustomed to spinning bedtime tales. "That portrait carries a storied past," he murmured, adjusting his sleeve with care. "Painted by an artist who vanished soon after its completion. Some say he devoted years to perfecting a special blend of pigments to achieve the lifelike essence in those eyes." Intrigued, I found myself returning to the shop day after day, inexplicably drawn to the enigmatic portrait. Each visit unveiled new intricacies, the subtle folds of her dress, the intricate detail of her clasped fingers, the elusive smile that seemed to shift with the viewer's perspective. The shopkeeper would often share morsels of the painting's history, each tale more captivating than the last. One quiet evening, the rain tracing patterns down the shop's windows, I noticed a peculiar phenomenon. The woman's eyes seemed to track my movements through the room, not in the typical manner of portraits, but with a subtle shift in the depths of amber themselves, akin to ripples in a tranquil pond. The candlelight caught these minute movements, creating fleeting glints that vanished when I attempted to focus on them directly. The shopkeeper appeared beside me, his voice barely audible. They speak of the artist's fixation on capturing true life in his creations. He delved into ancient methods, experimented with unusual mediums. Some speculate he stumbled upon something extraordinary, or perhaps something he was never meant to discover. As weeks drifted by, subtle changes began to manifest in the portrait. At times, her expression appeared softer, more contemplative. Other instances hinted at a touch of sorrow in the curve of her lips. The alterations were so delicate that I questioned their reality, wondering if they were mere figments of my imagination, heightened by the shopkeeper's anecdotes and the dreamlike aura of the candlelit store. One evening, upon entering the shop shrouded in an unusual darkness, with unlit candles and only the dim twilight filtering through rain-streaked panes, the shopkeeper was absent. Standing before the portrait, a flash of lightning briefly illuminated the room, and in that fleeting moment, I witnessed the woman's eyes blink. A sense of wonder, rather than fear, quickened my heart. The rain continued its gentle symphony against the windows as I approached the painting. The eyes had undeniably changed, exuding a warmth and awareness that defied the limitations of mere pigments on canvas. In the dimness, I could almost swear I discerned her gentle breath, her chest rising and falling. The shopkeeper's voice floated from behind me, as soft as snowfall. "She reveals herself only to those who truly appreciate her beauty," he whispered. The artist did not merely capture her likeness. He found a way to encapsulate something more profound, something that dwells in the space between art and reality. Though I never purchased the portrait, I frequented it, often sitting for hours in the cozy armchair near the alcove, engrossed in reading by candlelight while the woman in the painting observed with her living eyes. The shopkeeper would bring tea, and we would share serene silence, punctuated solely by the rustle of pages and the patter of rain. Time flowed onward, and I often pondered if it had all been a figment of my imagination. The subtle shifts in her expression, the fluidity in her eyes, the sensation of being in the presence of something simultaneously exquisite and inconceivable. Yet on tranquil nights when rain tapped against my window, memories of the candlelit shop and the portrait that seemed to breathe would resurface. In that ephemeral space between wakefulness and slumber, I could still feel her gentle gaze trailing me through the darkness. They speak of the portrait lingering in that shop, awaiting visitors who might discern the exceptional in those amber eyes. Some claim to have witnessed her smile transform or caught a glimpse of movement within the canvas. Perhaps the true enchantment lies not in whether the portrait truly lives, but in those quiet moments when we permit ourselves to believe in the implausible, suspended in that ethereal realm where art and reality meld like watercolors in the rain. Story 12. The gentle flicker of candlelight waltzed across the aged walls of my grandmother's study, weaving shadows that danced silently in a forgotten ballroom of time. This room, adorned with mahogany shelves cradling ancient leather-bound books, held a familiar embrace of comfort, where the scent of aged paper intertwined with the sweet whispers of beeswax candles. Outside, the rain painted a soft melody against the window panes, a natural lullaby serenading secrets from bygone days. Nestled in the worn velvet armchair by the crackling fireplace, my fingers caressed the intricate carvings etched into its wooden arms. The responsibility of caring for the house had fallen upon me after my grandmother's passing, and countless evenings were spent in this very spot, sorting through her collection of antiquarian treasures. Yet this night carried an unusual weight, a sense of anticipation lingering in the air, akin to the calm before a storm. Reaching for a volume from the stack beside me, my hand brushed against a cold, smooth object. A small brass key, aged and adorned with intertwining vines, caught my eye. Holding it up to the flickering candlelight, the shadows of its design danced upon my palm. In all my visits to this room, the key had remained hidden, a silent guardian waiting to be discovered. As I delved deeper into the mystery, a peculiar hush enveloped the room, as if it too awaited the unfolding of secrets. Rising from the chair, my eyes scanned the walls, tracing the faded burgundy and gold wallpaper. A subtle irregularity beneath my touch revealed a hidden indentation, a secret whispering to be unveiled. With a gentle push, a concealed passage revealed itself, bathed in a soft blue glow that beckoned me forward. Stepping through the threshold, the passage enveloped me in a silence so profound, my cautious footsteps made no sound. The smooth stone walls absorbed the candlelight, casting a serene luminescence that guided my path. The passage meandered, defying the laws of space within the house I thought I knew so well, leading me into a circular chamber bathed in a pulsating blue light. In the heart of the room, a wooden desk awaited, bearing a single book shrouded in midnight blue leather. Beside it, a chair mirrored the one from my grandmother's study, a juxtaposition of the ordinary within the extraordinary. Intricate patterns adorned the floor, shifting and flowing like whispers of forgotten tales, mirroring the design of the key that had unlocked this enigma. Opening the book, my grandmother's script danced across the pages, words morphing and shifting like water, elusive yet mesmerizing. A passage spoke of the room's purpose, of finding rather than leaving, of a sanctuary beyond comprehension. The hum of the room, a melody of the unseen, resonated through the patterns on the floor and walls, intertwining with the pulsing blue light. Time ebbed and flowed, a fluid dance within the room's embrace, as I delved deeper into my grandmother's cryptic writings. Mysteries unfurled, truths veiled in layers of perception, guiding me through a realm where boundaries blurred and understanding transcended logic. Emerging from the book's embrace, the room had transformed. The mist encroached, merging walls and air in a surreal ballet of existence. The patterns on the floor whispered of shifting realities, a symphony of change imperceptible yet profound. In that moment, I grasped the room's essence, a place that found those in need at the appointed hour, a sanctuary beyond time. Returning to the study, the key nestled in my palm, its warmth a silent reassurance of the room's presence. The hidden passage remained concealed, a secret shared between my grandmother and me. As rain painted melodies on the window panes and candles flickered in silent vigil, the room's elusive luminescence lingered in the periphery, a reminder of mysteries embraced and destinies intertwined. The key, untouched by time, awaited its next seeker, a beacon in the quietude of the study. I had learned that some doors were best left unopened, some rooms left to find us when the moment was ripe. The enigma that had woven itself into my soul became a balm, a testament to the beauty of unanswered questions and uncharted paths. And so on nights when rain whispered and candlelight danced, I awaited the room's gentle call, knowing that in its impossible space, solace awaited those who sought its embrace. Story 13. The wooden steps whispered beneath my feet as I made my way up the spiral staircase of the ancient lighthouse keeper's dwelling. Each creak and groan of the time-worn stairs carried echoes of bygone days, weaving a tapestry of nostalgia in the air. Outside, the autumn breeze caressed the weather-beaten walls, serenading the structure with a gentle melodic hum that seemed to harmonize with the very essence of the place. It was my grandmother's letter that beckoned me here, to this realm where time flowed like a meandering stream, blurring the line between reality and reverie. The scent of aged books and sea salt mingled in the breeze, intertwining with the earthy perfume of rain-soaked wood. Tracing my fingers along the intricate carvings on the mahogany banister as I reached the third-floor landing, I could sense the history etched into every curve and smoothed imperfection by the touch of countless souls before me. The soft glow of evening sunlight filtered through tall, arched windows, casting elongated shadows that danced gracefully across the faded wallpaper, a silent ballet unfolding before my eyes. Nestled within my coat pocket was my grandmother's final missive, its well-worn edges a testament to the many times I had revisited its words. "The tower holds secrets," her elegant script had whispered on the page. "But they are secrets that beckon softly rather than startle. When the time is right, my dear, follow the path of the leaning shadow. It will reveal truths forgotten by others." The topmost floor unveiled a circular chamber bathed in perpetual twilight. Dust motes pirouetted lazily in the amber light streaming through the windows, casting halos around the carefully arranged furniture. A regal reading chair, a dainty table bearing a brass lamp, and walls adorned with enigmatic instruments whose purposes remained veiled in mystery. Yet my gaze was drawn to the tower itself, its distinct slant defying logic against the darkening sky as seen through the eastern window. Nestling into the welcoming embrace of the reading chair, the supple leather seemed to mold itself to my shape, as if anticipating this very moment. The soft, warm glow of the brass lamp bathed the room in a gentle light that barely reached the room's edges, shrouding them in a comforting embrace of shadow. From below, the murmurs of settling wood and gentle creaks wove a soothing melody, as if the building itself was exhaling in a tranquil rhythm. My grandmother had tended to this place for 4 decades, serving as both lighthouse keeper and guardian of the tower's enigmatic enigmas. The locals spoke of her with reverence and wonder, recounting tales of ethereal lights glimpsed within the tower at odd hours, of melodies that seemed to emanate from nowhere and everywhere, of visitors who departed with serene smiles but kept their newfound wisdom hidden. As the sun dipped toward the horizon, a wondrous spectacle unfolded. The tower's shadow, cast by the setting sun, began to move across the floor in defiance of natural laws. Rather than gliding steadily, it traced a peculiar path, akin to the hand of a cosmic timepiece marking the unseen dimensions of existence. The shadow reached out to specific objects in the room, first caressing a small silver box on the mantel, then stretching toward an ancient compass mounted on the wall, before settling on an unassuming section of the wooden paneling. Adhering to my grandmother's guidance, I waited until the shadow aligned perfectly with a faint seam in the paneling. With a gentle push, the section swung inward, unveiling a narrow passageway spiraling upward into the heart of the tower. A waft of warm air, tinged with a hint of lavender, my grandmother's beloved scent, drifted down from above. The passage was lined with smooth stones emitting a soft luminescence, casting a gentle glow to illuminate the ascent. The walls bore inscriptions that seemed to shift and morph whenever I tried to focus on them directly. The tower's lean became more pronounced as I climbed, yet I maintained a perfect equilibrium, as if the peculiar angle was the most natural course of action. At last, I emerged into the upper chamber of the tower, a space that defied logic with its expansive interior contrasting the tower's modest exterior. The circular room boasted windows offering divergent vistas, some overlooking a tranquil sea at dusk, others revealing a canopy of starlit skies, and yet others showcasing landscapes beyond recognition. At the room's center stood a peculiar contraption, resembling a fusion of an astronomical device and a music box. Its gleaming brass and copper components moved with fluid grace, devoid of any discernible mechanism propelling them. Adjacent to the instrument lay a soft leather-bound notebook filled with my grandmother's elegant script. The first page greeted me with, "My dearest, you have arrived at the nexus of it all. The tower has awaited your presence, as it awaited mine and those who came before us. What you behold is not merely an instrument, but a key. a key to unraveling the delicate mysteries that dwell in the spaces between seconds, in the pause between breaths, in the silence between heartbeats. The subsequent pages contained instructions unlike any I had encountered before. Rather than rigid directives, they read like lyrical suggestions, poetry crafted in the language of physics and dreams. They spoke of attuning the instrument not through sight or touch, but by sensing its inherent movements, by harmonizing with the subtle cadences it shared with the tower's lean. As night enveloped the tower in its embrace, comprehension began to dawn upon me. The tower's slant was not a flaw but a design. It stood at the precise angle to intercept elusive streams of time and possibility that flowed unseen through the world. The instrument at the room's core gave form to these currents, not as quantifiable entities, but as experiences meant to be felt and cherished. Hours slipped by unnoticed as I communed with the instrument, learning its melodies, discerning the way it responded to the gentlest caress. Occasionally, glimpses of other moments flickered in the windows. A youthful figure resembling my grandmother in her prime, gazing out with wonder, children from a bygone era frolicking in a vanished garden, vessels long returned to port sailing beneath unborn stars. With the deepening night came a profound tranquility. I grasped the essence of my grandmother's words, understanding that the tower's secrets were not meant to be deciphered, but embraced, experienced in their entirety. As dawn approached, I retraced my steps down the winding passage, re-emerging in the circular chamber, just as the first light of day painted the sky in tender hues. The tower's shadow now extended westward, heralding a fresh beginning, yet I knew it would resume its enigmatic trajectory come nightfall. Nestling back into the reading chair, I felt the weight of the night's revelations envelop me like a cozy shawl. The brass lamp continued its soft radiance, blending with the pale dawn seeping through the windows. In the distance, the calls of seabirds greeted the morning, their voices carried on the whispering breeze that encircled the tower. The letter in my pocket felt transformed. No longer a directive, but an invitation to a legacy unfolding gradually before me. The tower would persist in its celestial lean, capturing moments and mysteries in its graceful tilt, while I stood witness, a custodian of its ethereal tales. The morning light strengthened, yet I remained seated, attuned to the edifice's gentle exhalations, feeling time ebb both forward and askance through the tower's angled chambers. There was more to uncover, more to fathom, but for now, being present in this realm where reality blurred to admit wonder sufficed. For, as my grandmother had inscribed, certain secrets were meant to murmur rather than clamor, and the tower would maintain its serene vigil, inclining eternally toward the heavens, gathering narratives like stardust, imparting them to those receptive to listen, not solely with ears, but with hearts. Story 14. The soft patter of rain against the windows of my cozy cottage set a tranquil rhythm, like a gentle lullaby orchestrated by nature itself. Nestled in my favorite armchair, enveloped in the comforting embrace of a knitted blanket, I gazed out at the droplets meandering down the glass in lazy, if intricate paths. The evening had descended prematurely, a common occurrence in the autumn months, bringing with it an unusual hush that seemed to extend beyond the usual serenity of my forested abode. My cup of tea sat forgotten, its once warm contents now cooled on the neglected side table, as my attention was captivated by the ethereal sight of the rain-swept forest beyond the window. The ancient trees, stoic sentinels that had long stood vigil before my time, swayed ever so subtly in an imperceptible breeze, their synchronized movements akin to a harmonious ballet. The golden glow of my reading lamp cast soft shadows that danced upon the wooden walls, creating pools of amber light that seemed to come alive. Outside, the darkness deepened with each passing moment, yet tonight held a difference. The obscurity held a richness, a depth that pulsed with its own gentle heartbeat. Setting aside my book, an inexplicable urge drew me to the window, where my hand met the cool surface, and for an instant I felt a faint vibration, like the distant echo of a heartbeat resonating through the earth. The rain continued its melodic descent, yet now I discerned a pattern within its fall, almost like a musical composition etched in water. The droplets ebbed and flowed in a cadence reminiscent of breathing, slow, deep, serene breaths. Moving to the front door, I ventured onto the sheltered porch, allowing the symphony of rainfall to envelop me completely. The air carried the fragrant essence of damp earth and pine, mingled with a sweeter, more ancient aroma, reminiscent of old tomes and morning mist intermingled. Each inhalation felt weightier, as though the act of breathing forged a profound connection to something grander, something that had always been present but had eluded notice until now. Amidst the increasing darkness, the silhouettes of the nearest trees emerged. Their graceful boughs swayed in a mesmerizing dance, casting intricate patterns against the cloudy sky, reminiscent of ripples on a tranquil pond. The wind chimes suspended from the porch remained eerily still, despite the arboreal movements. A curious detail that registered in my mind, sparking intrigue rather than alarm, a gentle enigma beckoning contemplation. Standing there, ensconced in the cool night air, a subtle sound, barely perceptible, teased my senses. It resembled the whisper of pages turning in an ancient tome, or the delicate rustle of silk upon silk. Originating from all directions and none simultaneously, rising and falling in harmony with the rain's rhythm, it wove a mysterious melody. My bare feet felt the resonance of the wooden porch beneath them, vibrating in synchrony with the forest's gentle pulse. The sensation ascended through my being, prompting an involuntary sway that mirrored the forest's rhythmic breath. Time lost its hold as I lingered. The darkness intensified, yet instead of growing impenetrable, it acquired depth and texture. Within it, shapes stirred, perhaps branches, perhaps shadows, perhaps something beyond comprehension. Yet, no fear accompanied their observation. They moved in tranquil accord, partaking in the forest's unhurried waltz. Occasionally, glimpses of soft light flickered between the trees. Not the harsh glare of artificial illumination, but an organic radiance akin to starlight filtered through foliage or the gentle phosphorescence of ancient wood. These ephemeral lights materialized and faded in tandem with the forest's respiration, subtle reminders of camaraderie in my nocturnal contemplation. I began to perceive how my breath had synchronized effortlessly with the forest's rhythm, each inhalation ushering in new layers of sensation, the metallic tang of rain-drenched stone, the earthy richness of clandestine fungi, the sweet decay of autumnal leaves returning to their origin in the soil. The rain gradually abated, yet the gentle percussion of droplets persisted. Amidst the comparative silence, other sounds emerged, the soft creak of timber in flux, the whisper of leaves caressing one another, and beneath it all, that constant, nearly imperceptible rhythm, akin to my heartbeat, akin to the forest's pulse, perhaps both intertwined. A cool breeze finally stirred the wind chimes, eliciting a melodic response that harmonized seamlessly with the forest's symphony. The metallic tubes sang with an unexpected warmth, their tune hinting at narratives just beyond my grasp, tales of roots delving deep into the earth, of seasons revolving in eternal repetition, of myriad creatures leading their unseen lives in the shadows between the trees. As the night deepened, I found myself content to merely exist in this singular moment. The boundary delineating observer from observed blurred, as if I too melded into the forest's respiration. The trees continued their unhurried ballet, and a realization dawned. Their movement interconnected with everything else, the rain's rhythm, the earth's pulse, the sap's flow beneath bark, the beat of my own heart. When I eventually retreated indoors, a shift in my perception of this abode became apparent. The forest had always pulsed with life, but now I comprehended it on a profound level surpassing mere cognizance. I had sensed its breath, discerned its heartbeat, become a fragment of its expansive, deliberate choreography. Reclining in my armchair, I left the curtains open. My tepid tea had transmuted into fresh rainwater within the cup, a transformation I could not recall orchestrating. Sipping the elixir, the flavors of minerals from the depths, sweetness from decaying leaves, and an indefinable essence reminiscent of moonlight on damp bark tantalized my palate. The forest's cadence lingered as I drifted towards slumber, my breath harmonizing with its age-old tempo. In the liminal space between wakefulness and dreams, I comprehended that the forest had always respired, always swayed in its gradual, elegant minuet. The sole alteration lay in my newfound ability to perceive it. Even now, transcribing these words bathed in lamplight, I feel the forest's breath. At times of profound stillness, I detect myself swaying gently in synchrony with its rhythm. And in those fleeting instants between breaths, I swear I discern the forest whispering tales meant solely for me. Stories inscribed in raindrops and rustling leaves, in creaking branches and settling earth, in the subtle pulse that courses through every fiber here, uniting all in ways I am only starting to fathom. The forest breathes, and I breathe alongside it, a symbiosis that feels as natural as the universe itself. Story 15. The autumn breeze whispered through the ancient maple trees, carrying a soft rustling of fallen leaves along the neglected garden path. Before me stood the forsaken Victorian mansion, its aged exterior bearing the quiet scars of years spent in solitude. The setting sun stretched long shadows across the elegant windows, each pane reflecting the warm golden light like sleepy eyes observing my approach. With each step on the porch, the wood murmured beneath me, a gentle harmony to accompany my journey towards the entrance. The door's handle, cool and polished against my hand, turned effortlessly, as if the house itself had anticipated my arrival. A delicate draft brushed past me as the heavy oak door swung open, ushering in a blend of scents, old books, dried flowers, and something deeper, more enigmatic, like the faint echo of forgotten memories. Inside, dust particles danced lazily in the waning sunlight that filtered through the delicate lace curtains, weaving patterns that seemed to hold veiled messages. The foyer led into a grand living room where antique furnishings draped in white cloths hinted at the ghosts of bygone conversations. Though the wallpaper had faded, its intricate designs of climbing roses and delicate vines whispered tales of days long past. Progressing further into the mansion, my footsteps hushed on the polished hardwood floors. I noticed a curious sensation. The air moved in a rhythmic pattern, akin to a gentle breath, a subtle expansion and contraction that caused the curtains to sway ever so slightly. Initially attributing it to drafts from aged windows, there was a peculiar regularity to this movement, something almost purposeful. As the late afternoon light dimmed, enveloping everything in a soft, muted glow, I explored the ground floor. In the dining room, a grand chandelier hung motionless, its crystals coated in dust, yet still capturing and dispersing the remaining light. The dining table, set meticulously for a dinner that was never served, bore years of dust over the fine china like a muted shroud. Ascending the grand staircase, my hand trailing along the smooth banister, the house's breath seemed to intensify. The air swelled in slow, tranquil waves, reminiscent of a slumbering giant. The second floor unveiled a lengthy hallway flanked by closed doors, each one a mystery waiting to unfold. Family portraits gazed down from the walls, their eyes tracking my passage with benign curiosity. In one of the bedrooms, a child's rocking horse, its wood worn by years of play, began to sway ever so gently in sync with the house's breath. The motion, tender and soothing, felt more comforting than eerie. Nearby, a dusty music box on a dresser played a soft lullaby that harmonized with the mansion's rhythm. The master bedroom, adorned with a four-poster bed and flowing drapes, exuded the same peaceful cadence. A glance in the vanity mirror revealed a fleeting impression of someone seated at the bed's edge. Not a menacing specter, but akin to the lingering warmth in a recently vacated seat. Yet, as I turned to investigate, only the indentation in the dusty bedspread remained, as though someone had just departed. Venturing into the attic via a narrow staircase that spiraled like a ribbon, the rhythmic breathing of the house became most apparent. Here, the air circulated through the space like gentle waves on a tranquil sea. Trunks and boxes filled the attic, each housing fragments of lives once lived. Old letters bound with faded ribbons, photographs encased in silver frames, garments that retained the shape of their owners. A rocking chair beside a small circular window swayed in time with the house's rhythm, emitting a soft creak as if singing a lullaby. As evening descended, the house's breath grew more pronounced. The hushed sounds of settling wood and gentle creaks melded into a melodic lull that beckoned rest and reflection. A desire to linger, to nestle into one of the well-worn armchairs and meld with this tranquil rhythm, overcame me. The mansion ceased to feel abandoned. It pulsated with life, not in a menacing manner, but akin to a watchful guardian, safeguarding the memories it harbored. Upon preparing to depart, a peculiar realization struck me. My own breathing had synchronized with the house's rhythm unbeknownst to me. The sensation was profoundly calming, akin to being cradled to sleep. Pausing at the front door, I cast a final glance backwards. In the deepening dusk, a flickering glow emanated from some of the upstairs windows, not harsh or glaring, but soft and warm, resembling candlelight glimpsed through gossamer. Standing once more on the porch, I absorbed the house's breath, mingling with the evening breeze. The windows no longer seemed drowsy but alert, tenderly overseeing the estate. As I treaded away, the sound of my footsteps on the gravel path intermingled with the whisper of wind through the trees and the distant call of a night bird. Since that encounter, I have explored numerous abandoned abodes, yet none have exhaled quite like that one. Sometimes, during tranquil evenings, I find myself aligning my breath with the remembered rhythm of that mansion and am filled with a profound serenity. I often ponder if the house still stands, still breathes, still safeguards its trove of memories and forgotten moments. Perhaps one day I shall revisit, but a part of me comprehends that such houses exist in a realm between reality and dreams, surfacing only when they choose to be discovered. The enigma of the breathing mansion lingers within me, not as a haunting, but as a gentle nudge that some places transcend mere structures. They are custodians of time, sentinels of memories, and maybe in their essence, they are alive. In my quietest hours, I can sense that peaceful rhythm, akin to a lullaby carried on the evening zephyr, beckoning me back to that realm where the line between the ordinary and the extraordinary dissolves like mist under the morning sun. Story 16. The gentle moonlight seeped through wisps of mist, painting delicate shadows across the ancient garden that was now mine to cherish. A fragrance of night-blooming jasmine danced in the air, mingling harmoniously with the earthy scent of moss-covered stone. From my bedroom window, I watched as the weathered statues, like silent guardians frozen in time, adorned the overgrown landscape. It was my grandmother's garden, a realm she had sculpted and nurtured with her artistic soul. Following her recent departure, I found myself the sole inhabitant of her Victorian mansion, surrounded by the legacy of her stony companions. Each statue seemed to hold a tale of its own, secrets waiting to be unveiled in the hushed moments between twilight and dawn. On that particular night, the garden appeared different, a subtle shift in its essence. The fog embraced the bases of the statues like ghostly tendrils, while the air itself seemed to pulse with an unseen rhythm. The figure closest to my window, a woman draped in flowing robes, seemed to have turned slightly from the night before, inviting my curiosity. Drawn to the tranquil solitude of the night, I wrapped myself in a warm shawl and descended the creaking wooden stairs, each step a whispered dialogue between aged wood and passing time. The grandfather clock in the hallway tolled midnight with gentle chimes that resonated through the stillness like ripples on a pond. The French doors opened soundlessly, releasing the scent of rain-kissed earth and ancient stone into the night. Barefoot, I stepped onto the cool, smooth flagstones of the garden path, carrying the lingering warmth of the day. As I wandered deeper into the garden, the moonlight danced with shadows, causing the statues to appear to shift subtly in my peripheral vision. Among them, certain figures captivated my attention more than others, each one telling a silent story through its sculpted form. That night, a peculiar pattern emerged in the positioning of the statues, almost like celestial coordinates on an ancient star chart. The fog thickened, swirling around the bases of the statues in deliberate eddies. The garden held its breath, shrouded in a mystical stillness that whispered of hidden truths waiting to be unraveled. As I ventured further, I noticed intricate symbols carved into the bases of some statues, spirals, crescents, and geometric shapes gleaming like liquid silver in the moonlight. These markings had eluded my grandmother's mention, adding a layer of enigma to her artistic creations. At the heart of the garden stood a dry fountain, its life-sized figures frozen in an eternal dance. Mist curled around their feet, giving the illusion of life in their stone forms. Approaching the fountain, a faint strain of music teased my senses, carried on a breeze from afar. When I reached out to touch the cool stone of a dancer's hand, a gentle, electrifying sensation tingled through my fingertips, as if the very essence of the garden responded to my presence. The fog embraced me, its touch tender and familiar, as if guiding me through a realm of forgotten whispers. In that moment, my grandmother's words echoed in my mind. Art is never truly static. It lives and breathes through the eyes that truly see. The night air grew cooler, and I felt a sense of wonder bloom within me. Observing the statue of the woman in flowing robes, I noticed a definite change in her orientation, a subtle shift that stirred my heart with anticipation rather than fear. Throughout the night, I delved into the garden's mysteries, unveiling hidden details and uncovering the untold stories within each statue. The garden transformed into a living tapestry, its secrets slowly unfurling under the gentle caress of moonlight and mist. As dawn approached, I retraced my steps, feeling the gaze of the statues upon me, their silent presence a comforting reassurance. The following morning, as sunlight bathed the garden in its golden glow, the statues stood unchanged, yet my perception had shifted. In my hands, I held my grandmother's notebook, filled with sketches and cryptic notes that hinted at a deeper connection between the statues and the cosmos. Her final message urged me to embrace the silent language of the stone guardians, to learn from their timeless wisdom. Each evening, as twilight descended, I found myself drawn to the window, captivated by the dance of shadows and moonlight in the garden below. Sometimes I ventured among the statues, while other times I observed from afar, keenly noting any subtle changes in their eternal vigil. The garden had transcended its physical form, evolving into a living enigma that whispered of ancient truths waiting to be deciphered. In the quiet of the night, when the moon reigned supreme and the fog enveloped the garden in its soft embrace, I sensed a subtle shift in the air, a hint of movement among the stone figures. The soft sound of stone feet treading ancient paths, the whispered conversations of timeless sentinels. These mysteries wove a tapestry of tranquility and wonder that enveloped me in its gentle embrace. Whether a dream woven by an artist's granddaughter or a reality beyond comprehension, I embraced the mystery that enveloped me, finding solace in the uncertainty that mingled with the moonlight and shadows. The statues stood as silent witnesses to the passage of time, their stories etched in stone, inviting me to listen, to watch, and to learn the silent language of the enchanted garden that had become my sanctuary. Story 17. The gentle hum of my car's engine blended harmoniously with the soft patter of rain on the windshield, creating a tranquil cadence that synchronized with the steady pulse of my heart. The night enveloped my vehicle like a velvety cloak, pierced only by the warm glow of my headlights slicing through the darkness. It felt like I had been driving for an eternity, yet my watch stubbornly insisted that only 45 minutes had elapsed since I departed the quaint diner where I had paused for a cup of coffee. The road ahead unfurled endlessly, a dark ribbon of asphalt vanishing into the mist-shrouded obscurity. Towering pine trees flanked both sides, their branches swaying ever so gently in the autumn breeze, casting ethereal shadows that danced across my path. The breeze carried the earthy aroma of rain-soaked soil and pine needles, a familiar scent that, on this night, held an inexplicable intensity, a hint of something otherworldly. A peculiar realization dawned upon me. The mile markers seemed to be caught in a loop. Initially brushing it off as a trick of exhaustion, the repetition grew undeniable with each passing marker. 47, 48, 49, 50, then, inexplicably, 47 again. My logical mind attempted to rationalize multiple road sections with identical markers, or perhaps my wariness was playing tricks. The soft jazz playing on the radio faded into static, faint whispers lurking within the white noise, too indistinct to decipher, yet enough to send shivers down my spine. Turning off the radio, I embraced the soothing sounds of rain and the rhythmic swish of wipers. With the night deepening, I noticed the presence of other vehicles on the road, or rather, the same vintage car, reappearing in my rearview mirror at precise intervals. An antique model, circa the 1950s, its chrome glinting dimly in my taillights. It would trail at a consistent distance for exactly 3 minutes before vanishing around a bend, only to reappear in the mirror, maintaining that exact separation. The clock on the dashboard seized my attention, frozen at 11:47 p.m., the same time noted when the mile markers began their eerie repetition. Pulling over at a rest stop in hopes of clarity or directions, I found myself in a deserted parking lot, bathed in the warm glow of a lone streetlight. Stepping out, the air clung heavy, time itself seeming to thicken. The rain reduced to a mist hanging suspended in the light. An aged wooden information board caught my eye, displaying a map of impossible roads, twisting and looping in defiance of logic. A handwritten message in a corner whispered, "Time is a circle here. The journey never ends, it just changes you." Returning to my car, the vintage vehicle from my mirror stood nearby, immaculate under the rain, its interior emitting the faint scent of aged leather and pipe tobacco. The road ahead began to transform subtly. Trees elongated, their branches forming natural arches over the road, fog morphing into spectral shapes that fleetingly resembled faces and figures. Each subsequent rest area mirrored the last, with the vintage car consistently parked nearby, a silent specter exuding a strange vitality. Days seemed to pass as I traversed this enigmatic road, yet my watch remained stuck at 11:47 p.m., the gas gauge unmoving and the coffee perpetually warm. Other travelers graced this endless path, their serene faces hinting at a shared journey through this timeless realm. In this realm where time lost its meaning, a newfound sense of solace enveloped me. The whispers and the static became a soothing melody, the fog's forms akin to old acquaintances. Mile marker 47 became a symbol of evolving perception, each pass revealing hidden nuances in the landscape, subtle shifts in light, and new melodies in the whispers of the night. Embracing the perpetual journey, I marveled at the road's unfathomable mysteries. The rain continued its gentle lull on the windshield, beckoning me towards mile marker 47, promising revelations yet unseen. On this road without end, where every turn revealed a fresh secret, I drove onward, accompanied by the purr of my engine, the rain's gentle embrace, and the enigmatic whispers of a path leading to infinite beginnings. Story 18. The autumn breeze whispered secrets as I strolled the meandering path leading to my grandmother's ancient Victorian abode. The aged wooden steps groaned softly under my weight, a familiar melody from countless childhood sojourns. The porch lanterns, usually aglow with warmth, stood shrouded in darkness that night, reflecting only the ghostly moonbeams. Inheriting the house after my grandmother's serene departure 3 months prior, I adopted the nightly ritual of kindling the 12 antique lanterns at twilight, a tradition passed down through generations. Lighting them became a solace, a way to tether her spirit to this repository of memories. But on this particular evening, an eerie stillness pervaded the air, laden with the fragrance of rain-soaked earth and ancient timber. Retrieving my keys, my hand brushed against the well-worn brass lighter nestled in my coat pocket, a relic from my grandmother, its surface polished smooth by years of use. The foyer enveloped me in a familiar embrace of lavender and old tomes, scents curated by my grandmother through burning dried blooms and amassing leather-bound volumes. My footsteps whispered across the hardwood as I traversed the dwelling, igniting the vintage wall sconces that bathed the Victorian wallpaper in a soft amber glow. Commencing my nightly ritual, I approached the lantern by the entrance. The brass lighter clicked as I struck it, yet the wick remained untouched by the flame. Perplexed, I tried again to no avail. Each subsequent lantern rebuffed my efforts, the wicks obstinately resisting ignition. A cool breeze stirred the ivy entwining the porch, casting shifting shadows upon the wooden floorboards. The moon ascended, casting its luminous gaze through the foliage, painting intricate patterns that seemed to dance with a life of their own. Progressing around the porch, every lantern defied illumination. All 12 stood in darkness, their glass panes reflecting only my mounting bewilderment. The brass lighter, never faltering before, performed flawlessly when tested on a candle indoors, the flame burning strong and unwavering. The grandfather clock's gentle ticking wafted through an open window, a reminder of the relentless march of time. Yet this night existed beyond the confines of ordinary time, as if the shadows of the lanterns had created a pocket of stillness in the world. Recollections of my grandmother's tales about the lanterns surfaced, shared during tranquil evenings on the porch swing. She spun stories of their ancestral lineage, each lantern crafted by my great-great-grandfather. One tale in particular lingered, whispers of the lanterns refusing light on significant nights. Settling onto the porch swing, its rhythmic creak harmonizing with the nocturnal symphony, I noticed a peculiar sight. Gossamer threads of silver, barely visible in the moon's glow, linked each lantern in a delicate web. These spectral filaments flickered like ethereal spider silk, catching the light with each blink. The grandfather clock told midnight, its resonant chimes weaving through the quietude. With each peal, the silver threads grew more defined, culminating in a complete circle by the 12th toll, interconnecting all 12 lanterns in a shimmering mesh. Within this luminescent circle, the atmosphere bore a weighty yet vibrant quality. The scent of lavender intensified, redolent of my grandmother's perfume. The porch swing swayed gently, though no breeze stirred, as if a presence had settled beside me. Motionless, I observed the silver threads pulsate like a heartbeat, faintly illuminating shadowy figures that flitted between the lanterns. Evanescent and elusive, these forms bore a familiar essence I couldn't articulate. The longer I gazed, the clearer the revelation became. These lanterns were not mere objects, they safeguarded memories, custodians of family lore. Their refusal to ignite wasn't a malfunction, it was an invitation. On nights when the veil between past and present thinned, they embraced darkness to unveil profound truths. Time dissolved as I lingered, enveloped in the nocturnal serenade and the subtle movement of shadows. At dawn's first light, the silver threads faded into oblivion. Rising from the swing, my grandmother's brass lighter exuded warmth. Rekindling the first lantern, the flame ignited effortlessly, radiating a steady brilliance. One by one, I illuminated each lantern, completing the morning ritual that mirrored the evening's routine. In the burgeoning daylight, the lanterns emanated a golden glow imbued with memories, not solely of my grandmother, but of all who tended them before her. Their stories, etched in shadow and light, awaited nights when darkness unveiled deeper truths. I divulged that enigmatic night to none, but I remained attuned to the lantern's refusal to light. Sometimes it coincided with a family member's passing anniversary, other times on evenings of unforeseen significance. The circle of extinguished lanterns became my ancestral secret, a reminder that some lights must dim for subtler illuminations to emerge. And on tranquil nights, perched on the porch swing amid the lantern's golden radiance, I pondered how darkness embodies not absence, but a distinct presence, narrating tales understood solely in the language of shadows and silence. Story 19. The soft patter of rain on the aged wooden shingles serenaded the evening, casting a tranquil spell over the air. Nestled in my grandfather's well-worn rocking chair, I gazed out through rain-kissed windows, where the lighthouse beacon danced through the misty darkness, weaving ephemeral patterns in the low-hanging clouds. The gentle creak of the chair harmonized with the rhythmic crash of waves on distant rocks, melding into a hypnotic symphony that seemed to lull time itself into a peaceful slumber. My grandfather had devoted 40 years to tending this lighthouse before passing its legacy on to me, along with a trove of secrets and tales. The shelves in every room were lined with ancient logbooks, their pages tinged with age, chronicling meticulous accounts of weather shifts, tidal rhythms, and peculiar anomalies that had captured his interest over the years. This night felt different, a subtle tension hanging in the air, akin to the pregnant pause before a storm's fury is unleashed, though the barometer remained unmoved. The lighthouse's beam pierced the darkness with an uncommon intensity, as if reaching out for something veiled by the rain and mist. Ascending the spiraling staircase, each step resonated with the familiar groans of metal and wood that had become as familiar to me as my own heartbeat. The lantern room awaited at the pinnacle, enveloped in weathered brass and ancient glass that had borne witness to countless tempests and starlit skies. The colossal Fresnel lens twirled steadily, driven by mechanisms that had faithfully endured the test of time for over a century. Amidst my routine checks, a subtle shift in the beam's reflection seized my attention. Instead of scattering its light across the water in its usual pattern, tonight it coalesced into a singular spot, casting a peculiar radiance that remained undisturbed by the rotation. Adjusting my spectacles, I leaned in closer to the rain-streaked panes, endeavoring to decipher the enigma before me. The glow persisted, a soft hue of blue-white luminescence, reminiscent of moonbeams on freshly fallen snow. It hovered about half a mile offshore, in a region known for its profound depth. Witnessing the light pulse gently, akin to a heartbeat, each throb rippling across the water's surface despite the veil of rain, stirred memories of my grandfather's cryptic entries in the logbooks. He spoke of answering lights that materialized on nights shrouded in darkness, as if the lighthouse had beckoned and received a response from the abyss below. These anecdotes, interspersed amid decades of pragmatic observations, sparked a sense of intrigue within me. Retrieving his most detailed account from the shelf beside me, the leather-bound tome cool and smooth against my fingertips, I unveiled a meticulously illustrated sketch dated precisely 50 years ago on this very night. The drawing mirrored the pulsating light I now beheld, captured in faded strokes of ink. His typically steady penmanship quivered as he recounted how the light had ascended from the depths, lingering fleetingly before vanishing back beneath the waves. A soft chime from the brass clock beckoned me to check the fuel reserves, grounding me in the realm of tangible tasks as my thoughts wandered through conjectures. The rain persisted in its gentle rhythm atop the glass dome, infusing the air with the familiar fragrance of mineral oil and brass polish. Hours slipped by as I oscillated between observing the mystifying light and delving into my grandfather's logs. The phenomenon remained steadfast, neither advancing nor receding, its pulse maintaining a steady tempo. The night grew heavy with moisture, condensation weaving intricate patterns on the windows, akin to frost blossoms unfurling at dawn's first light. With the gradual emergence of morning's hues softening the eastern horizon, a new transformation unfolded. The pulsing light began to wane, not abruptly, but with the measured certainty of a setting sun. The water's surface, where the light had danced, retained a faint phosphorescence for a fleeting moment before reverting to its natural state, erasing all traces of the night's enigmatic spectacle. Turning towards a fresh logbook, its pages pristine and awaiting my account of the night's unfolding mysteries, I poised my pen over the paper. Contemplating how to encapsulate the ineffable in words, I opted for a simple recital of the observed facts, with a nod to my grandfather's earlier narrative. Some experiences, I mused, dwell in the liminal space between comprehension and wonder. The lighthouse continued its unwavering vigil, shepherding ships through the veils of night as it had for generations. Yet, a newfound realization dawned upon me. Perhaps it guided more than just vessels, ushering entities that lingered in the betwixt of light and shadow, knowledge and intuition. As the rain gradually relinquished its hold, bestowing upon the world a cleansing baptism and a canvas ripe with possibilities, I pledged to maintain my nightly watch. Noting the whims of weather, the ebb and flow of tides, and the silent passage of ships, I remained vigilant, especially on evenings cloaked in gentle rain and swirling mists, when the conditions were ripe for another response from the depths below. The lighthouse stood sentinel, and I stood alongside, acknowledging that certain enigmas are destined to elude our grasp, akin to distant lights glimpsed through the veil of rain. Story 20. The soft patter of rain against the window panes enveloped the ancient mansion in a tranquil melody, a gentle lullaby woven by nature itself. Standing in the grand entrance hall, I observed as raindrops navigated intricate paths down the glass, conjuring shadowy figures that danced in the subdued evening light. The air held a nostalgic sweetness, a blend of weathered wood and a hint of lavender, whispering tales of bygone eras. This stately house, passed down to me by my grandmother, harbored remnants of childhood memories in every nook and cranny. Beneath my feet, the time-worn hardwood floors murmured softly as I traversed the familiar chambers, each step reverberating in the serene hush. The dusk cast elongated shadows across the walls, painting everything in hues of serene blues and gentle grays. The allure of the second-floor corridor always beckoned to me. It unfurled before me now, its dark wooden panels gleaming with a rich patina earned through decades of careful upkeep. Family portraits adorned the walls, their gazes observing with dignified serenity as I passed by. The carpet runner dampened the sound of my footsteps, its deep burgundy design still vibrant despite the passage of time. A subtle shift in the atmosphere stirred within me a sense of intrigue. It might have been the way the shadows cascaded, or the air holding a mysterious breath. As I traversed the corridor, the familiar portraits seemed to subtly change in my peripheral vision. When I turned to face them directly, they remained motionless, frozen in time. Yet, from the corners of my eyes, I detected a faint movement, as if the figures were subtly adjusting their poses to track my progress. The scent of lavender intensified, mingling with hints of vanilla and aged paper, a precise blend reminiscent of my grandmother's study. However, her study resided on the first floor, not within this hallway. The fragrance enveloped me like a gentle caress, evoking half-forgotten memories of languid summer afternoons spent reading in her company. Pausing before a mirror that had graced that spot for as long as memory served, I caught sight of my reflection. Yet, a peculiar distortion gripped the mirror's surface. The corridor behind me appeared elongated, hosting more doors than I had ever known to exist. When I pivoted to scrutinize the hallway directly, it remained unaltered. However, upon returning my focus to the mirror, the cryptic version persisted, extending into an impossible distance. A soft whisper, akin to the rustling of pages by a gentle breeze, caught my attention. It seemed to emanate from all around, and nowhere simultaneously. The whispers carried cryptic words just beyond comprehension, uttered in a voice that could have been my grandmother's, or perhaps my own. The temperature in the corridor shifted, a pleasant coolness reminiscent of early autumn evenings when the fireplace would be kindled downstairs. The wooden panels appeared to breathe, expanding and contracting imperceptibly in harmony with the house's rhythm. Each exhalation released more memories into the air. The melodious notes of piano music wafting from the parlor, echoes of children's laughter resonating through the years, the gentle click of my grandmother's knitting needles. As I proceeded down the corridor, the portraits underwent subtle transformations. In one, my great-aunt's attire shifted from blue to green when unobserved. In another, my grandfather's pocket watch materialized and vanished like a timid apparition. These alterations failed to elicit fear, instead feeling like natural extensions of the memories enshrined within this place. With each step, the corridor seemed to lengthen, not in a disconcerting manner, but as though the house extended an invitation for further exploration, remembrance, and comprehension. The rain's cadence evolved into a melodious tune that synchronized with my footsteps. Each raindrop held a memory, vivid at first, then dissolving like sugar in tea. Extending a hand to caress the wall, the wood beneath my touch exuded warmth, akin to skin. The grain patterns swirled and shifted, crafting fleeting images: a child's toy, a Christmas tree, an antique rocking chair. Each contact released additional memories into the air, manifesting as ethereal golden motes that pirouetted within the evening shadows. Near the corridor's terminus stood a door previously unnoticed, yet seamlessly blending with its surroundings. Its brass handle gleamed invitingly in the dim light. As I drew nearer, the whispers grew more distinct, though their meanings remained elusive. They evoked memories of my grandmother's gentle humming while tending her garden, a melody embodying the wisdom of the ages. The door, though unlocked, refused to yield conventionally. Upon turning the handle, instead of swinging open, it dissolved like morning mist, revealing another corridor beyond, or perhaps the same corridor glimpsed from a different temporal vantage point. In this alternate reality, sunlight streamed through non-existent windows, illuminating dancing dust motes like myriad stars. Standing at the threshold between these two realms, I harbored no trepidation, only a profound tranquility. The whispers persisted, now accompanied by the soft laughter and distant piano strains. The scent of lavender mingled with the aromas of freshly baked bread and morning coffee, all the comforting scents of my childhood within this abode. Glancing back, the corridor I traversed remained tangible and real, yet imbued with an enigmatic allure akin to the uncharted path ahead. The portraits gazed upon me with gentle countenances, simultaneously familiar and novel, as if embodying all the myriad versions of themselves across the ages. I refrained from crossing the threshold, nor did I retreat. Instead, I lingered in that liminal space, allowing memories to cascade over me like gentle waves. On tranquil evenings when rain falls with a soothing rhythm, I find myself drawn back to that corridor. The door looms, ever present, but I have come to understand that its purpose transcends mere passage. It exists to remind us that memory is not linear, but a corridor of boundless possibilities, where past and present intertwine in the soft glow of comprehension. The whispers persist in their ageless dialogue, and the portraits maintain their silent vigil. The corridor persists, neither wholly tangible nor entirely illusory, a domain where fragmented memories can mend and coalesce into something new. In this serene twilight between what was and what could be, I have discovered a distinct tranquility, one stemming from embracing the notion that some mysteries are meant to be experienced rather than unraveled. Thus, the corridor endures as a realm where time flows akin to honey on a sunlit day, where memories fracture and reform like waves upon a distant shore. The rain continues its descent, the wood maintains its gentle creak, and somewhere, in the interlude between heartbeats, my grandmother's lavender perpetually blooms, eternal and ever-changing within the garden of fractured memories. Story 21. In the quiet of my bedroom, the rain taps softly against the window, a soothing melody that has become a nightly ritual. With each autumn evening's descent into darkness, my gaze is drawn to the peculiar glow emanating from the abandoned house across the garden. Unlike any ordinary light, this illumination possesses a mysterious quality, a gentle pulsing radiance that breathes with a life of its own. The rain tonight falls in a mesmerizing rhythm, painting intricate patterns on the glass, filling the air with the earthy scent of wet leaves. Distant thunder whispers secrets in the sky, adding to the tranquil ambience of my cozy room, bathed in the warm glow of my reading lamp and the embrace of familiar quilts. 3 weeks ago, on a rainy night much like this one, I first noticed the light in the abandoned house. The house, long forgotten and empty, suddenly became alive with this inner luminescence that seemed to shift and sway like curtains of light, occasionally hinting at subtle hues of violet and azure. As raindrops fell through its glow, they defied gravity, hanging suspended in midair before continuing their descent. I shared my discovery with Mrs. Sullivan, a wise neighbor who had seen much in her years on the street. She spoke cryptically, hinting that some lights are not meant to be understood, but rather to be witnessed. As time passed, I observed more peculiarities. The roses in the overgrown garden continued to bloom, capturing the light and creating delicate patterns on the ground. Moths gathered in mesmerizing clusters, their wings shimmering like fragments of moonlight. On quiet nights, I sensed a presence in the light, a phantom melody that evoked memories of lullabies and wind chimes. I kept a journal, documenting the light's behavior as it responded to weather, time of night, and even my own emotions. Its golden glow mirrored my peace, shifting to blues and greens in moments of melancholy. The abandoned house itself seemed to transform subtly, shedding its decrepit appearance for one of quiet anticipation, as if waiting for something unseen. One evening, as I sipped chamomile tea by the window, I noticed the light forming patterns in the air, almost as if trying to communicate a message that remained just out of reach. Mrs. Sullivan shared tales of her grandmother's time in the house, speaking of nights filled with singing walls and dreams blending into reality. As winter approached, more residents began to notice the light, drawn to its enigmatic beauty. Children stared in wonder, elders watched with knowing smiles, and even the neighborhood cats found solace in its glow. The light evolved, gaining complexity like a symphony building upon itself, offering restful dreams and a sense of peace. I never ventured into the house, feeling that it was unnecessary. The light was not a puzzle to be solved, but a gift to be appreciated, a reminder of the beauty and mysteries left untouched. As rain continues its gentle song against the window, I ponder Mrs. Sullivan's words. Perhaps some lights are meant to be simply witnessed. In a world obsessed with explanations, there is solace in embracing the unknown, in letting wonder thrive unexamined. Between sleep and wakefulness, I hear the ghostly music once more, mingling with the scent of impossible winter roses blooming in the darkness. And I smile, comforted by the enduring presence of a light that shines on, its secrets forever preserved in the gentle dance of raindrops and the quiet glow across the garden. Story 22. In the hush of night, Raindrops softly tapped against the weathered stones encircling the ancient well nestled in my grandmother's garden. The lantern I held cast a warm glow, yet the well's depths remained veiled in shadow. The scent of wet earth mingled with the sweet perfume of climbing roses, their fragrance heightened by the summer shower. Just a week ago, I inherited this old house after my grandmother peacefully slipped into eternal slumber. The air felt different now, not devoid but imbued with a new essence. The rain descended in a steady cadence, carving delicate rivulets down the well's worn facade. Normally sealed by a sturdy wooden lid, tonight an inexplicable force drew me closer. Perhaps it was the raindrops' peculiar echo as they plunged into the depths, or the ethereal silver light seeping between the slats. As I neared, the fragrance of roses gave way to an ancient aroma, the mineral essence of subterranean water and aged stone. My fingertips brushed the rough wooden surface, tracing the grooves and imperfections etched by time's passage. The cover felt cool and slightly damp beneath my touch. A whisper of wind rustled the thorny vines of the climbing roses, casting intricate shadows in the lantern's glow. With a gentle nudge, I lifted the aged cover. It yielded more readily than expected, as if beckoning my exploration. The well yawned open to the night sky, and I extended my lantern over its rim. The light illuminated countless water droplets clinging to the stone walls, transforming them into shimmering stars pulsating with an inner light. That's when it happened. A barely perceptible sound, almost fleeting. A whispered melody wafting from the darkness, akin to a lullaby sung from a distant realm. The voice bore no gender, no age, but encompassed all at once. It spoke of ancient tales, of enigmas veiled in stone and water, of memories ensconced in the cool abyss below. I found myself seated beside the well, entranced by the melodic whispers. The rain persisted, its gentle rhythm harmonizing with the enigmatic song. Time unfurled differently here, akin to honey trickling from a spoon, unhurried and sweet. My grandmother had regaled me with stories of this well, lore passed down through generations, yet she had never mentioned the singing. With heightened focus, I began to discern words within the melody, though they eluded my grasp, morphing before comprehension could solidify. They evoked memories of my grandmother's lullabies, but with an otherworldly allure that sent a pleasant shiver down my spine. The voice enveloped me like a cozy blanket, despite its strangeness. The rain gradually dwindled, transitioning from a downpour to a tranquil mist. Amidst the deepening quiet, the well's song grew clearer. It sang of verdant life burgeoning in shadows, of subterranean rivers untouched by sunlight, of crystals blooming like subterranean flora. Though in an unfamiliar tongue, I comprehended the essence of the words, akin to understanding music without need for translation. My lantern's flame flickered, casting undulating shadows on the well's interior walls. Within those shadows, indistinct shapes seemed to materialize, figures moving with fluid grace, akin to submerged dancers. They flickered in and out of sight so swiftly that certainty eluded me, yet their motions synchronized with the mysterious melody's cadence. Time might have slipped away, or perhaps mere moments transpired. The notion of time felt irrelevant here, beside this ancient well brimming with enigmas and melodies. The voice persisted with its melodic murmurs, at times seeming to emanate from deep below, and at others resonating from the very stones themselves. A cool breeze stirred the garden, carrying the fragrance of damp leaves and nocturnal blossoms. The climbing roses swayed gently, their motion weaving shifting patterns in the lantern's glow. The well's voice appeared to harmonize with this natural symphony, its melody ebbing and flowing like a stream around stones. Lost in the hypnotic fusion of rain, wind, and song, memories of my grandmother bubbled to the surface. I recalled her nurturing these gardens, her touch tender as she tended to the roses. She often paused from her labors to rest beside this very well, her countenance serene as she gazed into its depths. Had she heard these voices too? Had she lingered here on similar rainy nights, captivated by their ancient melodies? The notion brought a comforting warmth, forging a connection across time between her encounters and mine. Perhaps this explained why she exuded such tranquility in this garden, particularly near the well. She comprehended something that I now began to grasp, that some places shelter mysteries not meant for unraveling, but for experiencing. The voice waned as night deepened, fading with each passing moment. Yet it felt not like an end, but a gentle retreat, akin to a parent silently leaving a child's room after a lullaby. The final notes lingered in the air like fragrance, mingling with the sweet aroma of rain-washed roses. I lingered by the well a while longer, observing as the mist enveloped my lantern's glow in halos. The stones glistened with moisture, and tiny droplets continued to descend from the rose petals, each capturing the light like a fallen star. The well's song had dissipated entirely, yet its echo lingered in my mind, a melody just beyond memory's grasp. As I finally arose to retreat to the house, a sense of tranquility enveloped me, a deeper connection to this place now my abode. I chose not to replace the well's lid. Intuition whispered that it needed to breathe, to exchange its ancient melodies with the nocturnal air. Consequently, I left it exposed to the starlit sky, cognizant that its mysteries awaited me on subsequent rainy evenings. Indoors, the gentle patter of rain persisted, now carrying traces of that otherworldly melody. As I readied for slumber, I realized a revelation my grandmother had always known, that profound mysteries often rest in the unexplained, to be embraced rather than unraveled, akin to music in darkness, whispers from deep wells, or memories surfacing in the quiet of night. That night, my dreams wove tales of subterranean rivers and crystalline gardens, of roses blooming in obscurity, and of melodies sans origin or end. Upon waking, the morning sun bathed my room in golden light, and the well stood silent in the garden. Yet now I bore its secret, that on certain nights, when rain cascades just so and roses perfume the breeze, ancient voices serenade their timeless ballads to those patient enough to listen. Story 23. In the tranquil embrace of twilight, the evening sky transformed into a canvas of soft lavender and deep blue hues, enveloping my grandmother's rustic cabin in a gentle glow. Seeking solace from the cacophony of modern life, I ventured to this secluded sanctuary, unaware that I was about to embark on a journey of mystery that would forever alter my perception of the natural world. Nestled at the foot of an ancient mountain, the cabin stood as a sentinel against time, its silhouette a familiar sight framed by every window. In those initial days of solitude, I found solace in the mountain's unwavering presence, its towering form cradling the cabin in a protective embrace. A dense forest of emerald pines adorned its slopes, whispering ancient secrets with every sway in the wind. Mornings greeted me with the melodious symphony of birds heralding the dawn, their harmonies seeping through the wooden walls like a gentle alarm. Each creak of the aged floorboards beneath my feet echoed the tales of generations past who had tread these same paths. The fragrance of pine needles and dew wafted through the slightly warped window frames, promising another day of tranquility. On the fourth morning, a peculiar stillness descended upon the valley. As I savored my tea on the porch, observing the mist cascade down the mountainside, I noticed an abrupt cessation of the birds' melodies. It was not a gradual hush that signaled danger, but a sudden, universal silence, broken only by the rustling of leaves in the breeze. Intrigued, I scrutinized the mountain's visage more closely that day. Its rugged features appeared altered, subtly different, though I struggled to pinpoint the exact change. Shadows among the trees seemed to possess a purposeful depth, as if arranged in a cryptic pattern just beyond my comprehension. Hours slipped away as I sketched the landscape from my vantage point, attempting to capture elusive details that danced beyond my grasp. That night, my slumber was visited by a vivid dream of eyes peering from the mountainside, countless obsidian windows gazing down into the valley. Awaking to find my sketchbook open on the kitchen table, adorned with intricate designs I had no recollection of creating. Circles and lines cascading across the pages in a mesmerizing dance. Subtle anomalies began to manifest in the following days. Objects within the cabin shifted imperceptibly in my absence. A cup displaced, a book askew, my grandmother's rocking chair subtly reoriented, always facing the mountain. The mountain itself underwent imperceptible alterations, changes that defied definitive proof. Rocks appeared rearranged, trees leaned in unnatural angles, their branches extending towards the cabin like inquisitive tendrils. And always, the sensation of being observed lingered in the air. Patterns emerged in the movement of shadows across the valley, defying the sun's expected trajectory. At times, shadows paused, coalescing like dark pools before meandering against the natural course of light. A palpable anticipation infused the air during these moments, as if the valley held its breath. Dreams grew more vivid, filled with murmured dialogues in ancient tongues I could not decipher yet instinctively recognized. Awakening to find pine needles on my pillow, despite closed windows, and the redolence of earth and stone clinging to my garments, even those untouched in the wardrobe. One serene evening, as the sun painted the sky in ethereal hues of pink and gold, I witnessed a phenomenon on the mountainside defying rational explanation. Segments of the mountain seemed to shift, adjusting akin to a figure settling into a more comfortable position. Rather than instill fear, the sight evoked a profound serenity within me. I found myself drawn to the porch, where I would read aloud passages from my grandmother's aged tomes, the wind shifting to carry my voice up the slope. Moments of companionable silence ensued, as if ancient eyes gazed upon me with an ageless understanding. The locals in the nearby town harbored a taciturn stance regarding the mountain, their unspoken reverence palpable. Casting glances towards its peaks during conversations, their nods seemed to acknowledge an old acquaintance. Children frolicked freely in the valley, but refrained from venturing too near the slopes, not out of fear, but out of deference. With each passing week, I gleaned that the mountain's consciousness neither harbored malice nor benevolence. It simply existed, akin to gravity or time. Its awareness spanned a realm so vast that our fleeting human lives paled in significance. Yet it observed, it watched, and in its enigmatic manner, it knew. Within my grandmother's journals, unearthed from a dusty trunk in the attic, I uncovered evidence that she, too, comprehended the mountain's essence. Her elegant script alluded to the Watcher on High and the Keeper of Valley Secrets, recounting experiences akin to my own, shifted objects, pregnant silences, dreams that transcended mere fantasy. As twilight envelops me in its gentle embrace, the mountain's gaze feels tangible, its scrutiny palpable. Shadows within my chamber coalesce into cryptic configurations that almost form words, while the atmosphere thickens with unspoken communion. The cabin's time-worn walls emit a soft creak, aligning themselves to better face the ancient observer outside. I've come to accept that certain enigmas are not meant for unraveling, but for experiencing and embracing. The mountain that vigilantly oversees this valley safeguards secrets that predate human memory, destined to continue its watch long after our departure. Its presence now offers solace, a reminder of the inexplicable wonders that elude our modern urge for rationalization. The birds' melodies have resumed, their songs imbued with a newfound purpose, as if they carry messages between the valley and its ancient sentinel. As night descends, I pen these words and venture out onto the porch one final time. The mountain's silhouette looms, eternally watchful, softened by the shimmering starlight. Should you find yourself in a tranquil valley beneath the gaze of an ancient peak, heed the quality of the silence. Observe the dance of shadows, the tilt of trees, the air thickening with awareness. For you may unearth, as I have, that some mountains transcend mere existence, They perceive, they reminisce, and in their timeless manner, they comprehend. Story 24. The soft patter of autumn rain against my window filled the room with a gentle lullaby as I sifted through the ancient family papers in my cozy study. The warm glow of my vintage desk lamp created a comforting oasis of light, while the rest of the room remained cocooned in velvety shadows. This house once belonged to my grandmother, and after her peaceful departure, it became my haven, holding within its walls a tapestry of memories spanning generations. Amidst the yellow documents, my fingers stumbled upon a peculiar find, a weathered leather-bound journal, its cover devoid of any markings except for the delicate script inside, penned by my dear grandmother. Her meticulous notes on household maintenance filled the pages until I stumbled upon an entry that gave me pause. Discovered an unexpected door in the root cellar today. It should not exist. The architectural plans indicate a solid wall. As the rain continued its rhythmic melody outside, I leaned back in my chair, pondering her words. Though I had explored the root cellar countless times during my childhood visits, the memory of an extra door eluded me. The leather of my reading chair whispered softly as I shifted, and somewhere in the house, old wooden beams settled with a gentle sigh. My steps were silent on the plush carpet as I made my way to the kitchen. At the end of a short hallway awaited the cellar door, its brass handle gleaming in the ambient light. With a smooth turn of the old key, I descended the wooden stairs, feeling a cool breeze brush against my face. The root cellar greeted me with its familiar scents, earth, stone, and the lingering essence of bygone apples and potatoes. My flashlight danced over rough stone walls and ancient shelves, everything appearing as it should, until a peculiar sight caught my eye in the corner. A section of the wall seemed subtly different, the texture of the stones drawing me closer. As my fingers traced the mortar lines, I detected a slight depression that, when pressed gently, revealed a hidden doorway. Beyond it lay a staircase, crafted from the same stone as the foundation, but showing no signs of age. The air wafting upwards carried a curious warmth and a delicate, sweet fragrance reminiscent of summer gardens. My grandmother's journal had made mention of the mysterious door, but offered no insight into what lay below. The staircase beckoned, its flawless construction both inviting and reassuring. With a deep breath, I began my descent into the unknown. The quality of light shifted as I descended, my flashlight casting a softer, diffused glow as if filtered through a golden haze. The walls adorned with iridescent patterns seemed to hum with a hidden energy, and the staircase curved gently out of sight, luring me further down. Time seemed to stretch and warp in this subterranean realm, each moment expanding like molten honey. The sweet scent mingled with ancient minerals, and faint echoes of distant sounds teased my senses. Music, whispers, rustling leaves. But each time I focused on the sounds, they melted into the background resonance of the space. Eventually, the staircase led to a small landing adorned with enigmatic writings that shifted and danced like ripples in a pond. Another set of stairs descended from the landing, yet an intuitive feeling told me this was as far as I should venture for now. Seated on the landing, I absorbed the warm air and gentle vibrations that enveloped me, neither menacing nor inviting, simply existing. Upon my return to the surface, the cellar remained unchanged, the hidden door closing with a soft click as I re-entered my study. The rain continued its soothing serenade against the windows, and my grandmother's journal lay open on the desk. Beneath the entry about the mysterious door, barely visible in fading ink, were her profound words. Some questions are their own answers. Some doors exist not for passage, but to remind us of the beyond. I never revisited the staircase, but on quiet nights when the house settled with soft creaks and sighs, I swear I catch a whiff of that warm, sweet air rising from below, carrying with it echoes of almost heard whispers. The journal now rests in my desk drawer, a tangible link to the enigmatic staircase. Sometimes, when the rain taps gently against the window panes and the evening light softens, I run my fingers over its weathered cover. The mystery of the staircase endures, not as a puzzle to be solved, but as a testament to the ethereal spaces between knowledge and imagination, between comprehension and the depths of our souls. Perhaps such mysteries are meant to dwell in the twilight realm, where questions need no answers, and the unknown cradles us like a warm embrace on a rainy autumn eve. Story 25. The gentle embrace of twilight draped the sky in soft hues of lavender and amber as I strolled along the meandering path leading to the ancient watchtower. The evening breeze carried the sweet perfume of wild honeysuckle, mingling with the earthy scent of damp soil left by the afternoon rain. With each step I took, the gravel beneath my feet whispered a calming melody, synchronizing with the rhythm of my steady breaths. This unique property had been passed down to me by my enigmatic great-aunt Margaret, a woman of mystery whom I had encountered only once in my childhood. The watchtower loomed like a silent guardian against the darkening sky, its weathered stone walls bearing witness to centuries of untold stories. As I drew closer, I observed how the ivy had claimed much of the structure, weaving a captivating tapestry of deep green that swayed gently in the evening air. The ancient wooden door yielded with a soft, eerie creak as I pushed it open, revealing a circular chamber bathed in the warm glow filtering through tall, narrow windows. Dust motes pirouetted lazily in the golden beams, creating an almost otherworldly ambiance. The room was adorned with an assortment of furniture, a weathered leather armchair, towering bookshelves, and an antique writing desk, harboring myriad secrets within its many drawers. As my fingers traced the smooth surface of the desk, I stumbled upon a peculiar detail. A diminutive brass key nestled in a hidden compartment beneath one of the drawers. Its intricate design boasted delicate swirls and tiny stars etched into the metal. The weight of it in my palm bore a sense of importance, as though it had been patiently awaiting discovery. The tower encompassed 3 levels, interconnected by a spiral staircase that ascended like a graceful serpent. Each step I ascended whispered a gentle wooden lullaby, accompanied by the faint settling sounds of the ancient edifice. The second level revealed a snug bedroom, complete with a canopy bed draped in faded velvet curtains that swayed softly with the evening zephyr. However, it was the third level that truly ignited my imagination. Stepping into the circular chamber atop the tower, I found myself surrounded by windows offering a panoramic vista of the surrounding landscape. Curious objects adorned the room: celestial instruments, aged maps, and most intriguingly, a collection of leather-bound journals scribed in my great-aunt's elegant script. As night unfurled its cloak, I settled into a cozy window seat with one of the journals. The pages exuded a faint aroma of lavender and antiquity, and my great-aunt's words flowed across the parchment like a poetic stream. She chronicled sightings of ethereal lights from the tower windows, enigmatic visitors appearing on moonless nights, and melodies resonating from the very stones of the tower itself. Outside, the gentle patter of rain commenced, crafting a soothing symphony as I delved deeper into the narrative. The journal divulged the existence of a concealed door within the tower, accessible only under specific celestial alignments when the full moon hung directly overhead. The brass key I had unearthed earlier now bore newfound significance as I absorbed these revelations. With each turned page, the rain continued its tranquil serenade against the windows, and the tower seemed to breathe and sigh around me, as if sharing its secrets in whispers. Occasionally, the soft flutter of wings or the rustle of wind through the ivy enveloping the tower would punctuate the stillness. Time unfurled languidly in this sanctum, akin to honey cascading from a spoon, slow, sweet, and golden. The journal unfurled further enigmas with each passage I perused, astronomical patterns in the stars visible from the tower, cryptic symbols embedded in the very architecture, and dreams that blurred the lines between reality and fiction. The brass key remained a comforting weight in my pocket, seemingly attuned to the revelations unfurling before me. As midnight approached, a peculiar phenomenon unfolded. Moonlight streaming through the windows began to etch intricate patterns on the floor, geometric shapes that morphed with each passing moment. An ethereal energy suffused the chamber, akin to the breathless anticipation preceding a summer storm. Tracing these moonlit patterns with my footsteps, I followed their silent guidance across the room, the tower's cadence harmonizing with my own heartbeat, and the rain's melody evolving into a lulling lullaby. Certain floorboards resonated beneath my tread, emitting ethereal musical notes so faint they might have been figments of my imagination. The journal recounted a night akin to this one, when the moon reigned supreme and the air crackled with possibility. My great-aunt had inscribed of a doorway manifesting solely under these specific conditions, not a tangible portal, but a metaphysical threshold. The key, she inscribed, was not designed for any mundane lock, but rather for something extraordinary. As the night deepened, I continued to peruse, occasionally pausing to observe the ever-shifting moonlight patterns on the floor. The tower's gentle creaks and sighs transformed into a dialogue I could almost decipher, as though it sought to impart its secrets in a dialect of its own. The rain's steady cadence against the windows interwove with this nocturnal symphony. Whether what transpired next was reality or reverie, I may never ascertain. The moonlit patterns on the floor began to coalesce into a deliberate trail, leading towards a section of wall I had hitherto overlooked. The brass key in my possession throbbed gently, akin to a miniature heartbeat. As I elevated it, the moonlight caressed its surface, causing the tiny stars etched within to shimmer and dance. Though the wall before me remained solid, it exuded an intangible quality, as if it were but a mere suggestion of a barrier rather than a tangible impediment. What ensued remains an enigma, one that lingers in my contemplation during quiet nights, when the moon waxes full and the tower murmurs its enigmas. The key never found a conventional lock. Instead, an imperceptible metamorphosis occurred that night, subtle yet profound. The tower's enigmas persist largely unresolved, but perhaps that is precisely as it should be. Now on moonlit nights, accompanied by the rain's gentle percussions against the windows, I find solace in the tower's highest chamber, enveloped by my great-aunt's journals. At times, I fancy I discern distant melodies, or glimpse elusive lights from the corner of my eye. The brass key remains a comforting beacon in my pocket, a constant reminder that some enigmas are meant to be felt rather than comprehended. The tower has evolved into my sanctuary, a realm where actuality and dreams intertwine, much like the ivy scaling its ancient ramparts. Every night unveils fresh mysteries, fresh moonlit patterns, fresh whispers in the obscurity. And perchance I've come to realize the true essence of the solitary tower lies not in uncovering solutions, but in learning to embrace the questions themselves. Story 26. The soft patter of rain against my windshield had been my sole companion for hours as I journeyed through the undulating countryside. The road ahead vanished into a dense veil of mist that deepened with each passing mile. Dim beams of light from my headlights cut through the fog, casting a delicate glow as they bounced off myriad suspended water droplets, weaving a dreamlike tunnel of muted radiance. The onset of early evening darkness enveloped me just as my car's engine faltered. The dashboard lights flickered, then extinguished completely. Drifting to a serene halt, rather than succumbing to panic, an unusual tranquility settled within me. The rain's rhythmic cadence on the metal roof above almost resembled a lullaby, soothing and comforting. Through the passenger window, a faint glimmer caught my eye in the distance. Flickering and swaying amidst the mist, The light evoked images of antiquated gas lanterns. Its allure promised refuge and warmth from the encroaching dampness seeping into my bones. Stranded without cell reception and with the nearest town distant, I summoned my courage and ventured into the misty evening. Surprisingly, the air held a gentle warmth for such a fog-laden night, carrying the earthy aroma of wet soil mingled with a hint of something sweeter, perhaps wild honeysuckle. With each step on the grass, my shoes emitted soft squelching sounds, guiding me towards the enigmatic light. As I drew nearer, shapes materialized from the fog. Initially, an aged church steeple silhouette emerged, its weathered cross faint against the pewter sky. Gradually, an entire village materialized before me. The ancient buildings, possibly a century old or more, stood with dark stone walls and gleaming wooden beams, glistening in the misty air. Though the streets lay deserted, warm light spilled from nearly every window, pulsating gently like the breath of a slumbering giant. Each cobblestone street puddle mirrored these lights, creating pools of warmth in the encroaching darkness. Progressing deeper into the village, my footsteps echoed softly on the wet stones. The buildings seemed to lean towards each other, as if sharing whispered secrets across the narrow lanes. Melodious wind chimes tinkled sporadically, though no breeze caressed my skin. Their harmonious notes, interwoven with the steady rainfall, crafted a peculiarly dreamy symphony. A beckoning light led me to what appeared to be an inn. The wooden sign above the door swayed gently, though no discernible wind brushed against my face. Approaching, I caught the peculiar scent of wood smoke, intertwined with hints of baking bread or mulled wine, though the fragrances felt distant, akin to a fleeting memory. The door yielded to my touch, its ancient hinges silent despite their age. Inside, a welcoming warmth enveloped me. A crackling fire nestled in a vast stone hearth. Cozy chairs surrounded small tables, their polished wooden surfaces bearing the soft sheen of years past. Yet, amidst the inviting ambience, no other souls greeted me. On the counter lay a weathered leather-bound guest book, its pages yellowed with time. The final entry, precisely 50 years old to the day, bore elegant yet fading handwriting, as if the ink itself slowly evaporated. Exploring further within the inn, I encountered more peculiarities. A half-full teacup sat on a table, its contents neither warm nor cold. A newspaper lay open to headlines of yesteryears, yet the paper remained pristine, untouched by time's decay. In a corner, a grandfather clock ticked steadily, its unmoving hands a curious anomaly. Sounds from beyond the inn's walls reached my ears, distant conversations, laughter, and music, all muffled as if floating from afar or beneath water. Each time I approached a window to peer outside, the deserted streets remained unchanged. The thickening fog pressed against the windows, swirling as if alive. Amidst its dance, faint movements occasionally caught my eye, shadows that could have been people or mere tricks of the light. Raindrops cascading down the glass seemed to form patterns resembling writing, before melting away into shapeless rivulets. Stepping into what seemed a sitting room, my gaze fell upon an old radio resting on a side table. As I drew near, it crackled to life, emitting not static, but fragments of old conversations, snippets of songs, and sporadic laughter. The voices exuded warmth and amiability, yet bore a hollow quality, like echoes within echoes. Time seemed to elapse, though the ambient light outside remained constant. The fog continued its languid waltz, occasionally parting to unveil fleeting vistas of the world beyond. The rain's gentle cadence provided a hypnotic backdrop to the tranquil spell enveloping me. Nestled in a chair by the crackling fire, I noticed shadows in the room's corners shifting and morphing when glimpsed peripherally. Human-like forms emerged, silent and watchful, vanishing whenever I attempted a direct gaze. The fire's warmth extended towards me, yet never quite made contact with my skin. The crackling flames sounded genuine, yet the logs appeared unburnt. Drifting between wakefulness and slumber, dreams intertwined with reality like watercolors blending in the rain. In those liminal moments, I grasped a fragment of understanding about this place, or perhaps merely dreamt of understanding. The village existed in a realm betwixt seconds, in the hush between one tick and the next. It dwelled in eternal twilight, amid ceaseless soft rain and enigmatic tranquility. When I eventually stirred from the chair, minutes or hours seemed indistinguishable. The thinning fog outside offered fleeting glimpses of the world beyond. Traversing the deserted streets, past the silent edifices with their warm, vigilant windows, I found my car as I had left it, the engine purring smoothly as if never troubled. Watching in the rearview mirror as the village dissolved into mist, akin to a fading dream upon awakening, I pondered that peculiar, serene place. On rainy evenings, when fog descends and light bathes the world in a soft, golden glow, I catch whiffs of that unique blend of wood smoke and honeysuckle. The memory evokes a gentle melancholy, akin to recalling an elusive childhood lullaby. Perhaps, within the space between raindrops, in the pause between heartbeats, the village endures. Its windows aglow with warm light, its empty streets resonating with distant laughter, and its shadows dancing with half-glimpsed figures, all awaiting the next weary traveler to chance upon its tranquil enigmas in that eternal twilight. Story 27. In the quiet embrace of the old house, raindrops tapped against the window panes like a gentle lullaby, their rhythmic melody echoing through the empty halls. Just a fortnight ago, this Victorian mansion had come into my possession, a gift from my grandmother laden with secrets waiting to be unraveled. The aged wooden floorboards whispered tales of bygone eras as I wandered through the corridors, each step a reverent exploration of history. That particular autumn evening, as the wind outside carried a wistful tune, I felt an inexplicable pull towards the narrow staircase leading to the attic. The brass doorknob yielded easily to my touch, as if beckoning me into the realm of forgotten treasures. A scent of antiquity, mingled with the fragrance of old books and faded memories, greeted me as I ascended the creaking steps. My flashlight cast a gentle glow, illuminating swirling dust particles that danced like ethereal fireflies in the dimness. Every footfall brought me closer to the mysteries my grandmother had safeguarded over the years, each item in the attic a chapter waiting to be unveiled. The attic sprawled before me, shrouded in white sheets that draped over furniture and boxes, creating ghostly silhouettes in the half-light. My movements were hushed by the thick layer of dust that blanketed the floor, muffling any sound save for the persistent patter of rain on the slanted roof. Amidst the silent sentinels of furniture, my gaze was drawn to a Victorian rocking chair tucked away in a corner, oddly pristine amidst the neglect surrounding it. The chair's velvet upholstery retained a rich hue of burgundy, and perched upon it was a porcelain doll of exquisite craftsmanship, unlike any I had seen before. Clad in a gown of faded blue silk adorned with yellowed lace, the doll's delicate features exuded a serene beauty frozen in time. Yet it was the eyes, crafted from painted glass, that held a mesmerizing depth, seemingly alive in the play of light from my flashlight. As I approached, the floorboards beneath me protested softly, their ancient groans breaking the attic stillness. The doll sat unmoving, hands folded in a gesture of patient anticipation, as if awaiting a long-lost companion. A small key protruded from its back, hinting at a hidden music box within, though I hesitated to disturb the tranquility of the attic with its dormant melody. The air around the rocking chair felt peculiar, a subtle chill that belied the warmth of the rest of the attic. My breath materialized in wisps, creating ephemeral clouds in the flashlight's beam. Tentatively, I reached out to touch the doll's porcelain cheek, expecting cool smoothness but encountering a faint warmth that pulsed beneath my fingertips, almost imperceptibly. In that moment, a distant melody, soft and ethereal, brushed against my ears like a whisper from a long-forgotten dream. The haunting notes, reminiscent of a childhood lullaby my grandmother used to sing, seemed to emanate from the doll itself, a spectral echo of bygone days. Lost in the reverie, I witnessed a subtle movement. The rocking chair swayed imperceptibly, a ghostly shift that stirred the air around it. The chair settled back into stillness, yet a charged atmosphere lingered, pregnant with unseen energies. Intrigued and captivated, I found myself drawn back to the attic time and again, drawn by the enigmatic presence of the porcelain doll. On quiet nights, when the darkness enveloped the house in a cloak of shadows, I could almost discern the faint strains of that spectral lullaby, a haunting reminder of the doll's silent vigil. One evening, bathed in the amber glow of twilight, my exploration led me to a hidden diary nestled behind the rocking chair. Its pages, inscribed with my grandmother's elegant script, narrated tales of the musical doll she had cherished since childhood. A photograph serving as a bookmark depicted my grandmother as a young girl seated in the same rocking chair, holding the very doll that now sat before me. However, the doll's pose in the photograph differed subtly from its current position, a discrepancy that whispered of untold secrets veiled in the mists of time. In her entries, my grandmother recounted the doll's comforting presence during storms and lonely nights, its ethereal melodies transcending the mundane into the realm of magic. The final words, penned shortly before her passing, spoke of the doll's ethereal companionship in her last days, a spectral comfort that defied explanation. As twilight descended upon the house, I often found myself drawn to the attic, where the porcelain doll maintained its silent watch, a sentinel of memories veiled in silk and porcelain. Each encounter revealed a new facet of its enigmatic nature, a riddle without a definitive solution. In the hush of night, when the rain whispered against the windows and the wind murmured through the halls, the doll's presence offered solace, a bridge between the tangible and the intangible. On tranquil nights, I discerned the subtle shift in the air that heralded the spectral melody, a prelude to the doll's unseen performance. In those suspended moments between wakefulness and slumber, I comprehended the wisdom of my grandmother's silence regarding the doll's mysteries. Some enigmas transcended logic, existing beyond the boundaries of comprehension, their essence woven into the very fabric of existence. Thus the doll remained ensconced in its corner of the attic, a custodian of memories and untold stories, a guardian of family lore veiled in porcelain and lace. Its presence, once an enigma, had evolved into a comforting familiarity, a spectral sentinel that imbued the old house with a sense of wonder and tranquility. As sleep beckoned each night, I could almost feel the doll's benevolent gaze encompassing the house, an eternal lullaby weaving dreams and memories into a tapestry of whispered secrets. Story 28. In the fading light of autumn, the ancient monastery stood silent and mysterious, its crumbling stone archways whispering secrets of centuries past. Drawn to abandoned places, I found myself captivated by the allure of this forgotten sanctuary. The weathered stones, warmed by the touch of time, welcomed me as I traced their smooth surfaces under the cool evening sky. As the sun painted the horizon in soft purples and deep oranges, casting long shadows that danced across the overgrown courtyard, nature's reclaiming touch was evident. Wild roses and ivy embraced the walls, weaving a tapestry of life amidst the decay. The air was filled with the sweet scent of late-blooming flowers, mingling with the earthy aroma of aged stone and damp moss. Wandering through the ruins with my camera in hand, I witnessed the ordinary scenes transform into ethereal visions as the light shifted. A broken column stood like a silent sentinel, while a collapsed wall framed the twilight sky like a masterpiece. The soft crunch of fallen leaves beneath my feet provided a soothing rhythm to the eerie melody carried by the gentle autumn breeze. Amidst the whispers of the wind, a melodic humming caught my attention, blending with the natural symphony of the surroundings. Intrigued, I followed the elusive sound deeper into the monastery, drawn to a narrow doorway leading to what once was the chapel. The stone floor, adorned with patches of soft moss, and the partially collapsed ceiling allowed dusky light to illuminate the dancing motes of dust in the air. The humming grew more distinct, yet remained enigmatic, seeming to emanate from all directions at once. Each corner of the chapel held a unique temperature, shifting subtly as if guided by unseen forces. Setting up my camera near ancient choir stalls, I noticed a subtle shift in the shadows, accompanied by a complex humming that felt like a lullaby in an unknown tongue. Captivated by the mysterious music, I swayed to its rhythm, capturing the play of light and shadow through my camera lens. Faint shapes moved within the shadows, ethereal and elusive, like whispers of a forgotten time. Long exposure photographs revealed figures in motion and trails of light dancing like musical notes. As the night deepened, a thin mist rose from the ground, enveloping the ancient stones in a ghostly embrace. The humming, now accompanied by distant chimes, created a mesmerizing symphony that seemed to resonate with the very essence of the monastery. Lost in the interplay of mist, moonlight, and shadow, I felt time slip away as the strange shapes in my photographs remained tantalizingly ambiguous. Seated in an old choir stall, I surrendered to the enchantment of the night, feeling the wood cradle me as if shaped by centuries of whispers. The humming surrounded me, the mist forming intricate patterns on the chapel floor, flowing like a gentle stream. Lost in a half-dream, I watched the moonlight filter through the broken ceiling, illuminating the ancient stones with silver pools of light. The humming, now carrying elusive words, seemed to convey a message just beyond my grasp, like a conversation in a forgotten language. The shadows continued their ethereal dance, and I realized that some experiences were meant to be felt, not captured. The monastery had shared its secrets with me in whispers and shadows, transcending the boundaries of images and words. As dawn approached, the humming faded into the natural sounds of the awakening day, and the mist dispersed like a dream. Reviewing my photographs in the daylight, most revealed a typical night at the monastery. Yet in a few, traces of inexplicable light and purposeful shadows hinted at something more profound, a glimpse into the mysteries that lingered within the ancient walls. Returning to the monastery in different seasons, I sought the echoes of that enchanting night. Sometimes, the humming would return, faint and fleeting, accompanied by glimpses of flowing shadows in the corner of my eye. But mostly, I sat in the choir stalls, listening to the wind carry echoes of ancient songs, waiting for the moment when past and present would converge once more. The monastery held its secrets close, revealing fragments of its mystery in whispers and shadows, in the dance of light across weathered stone. Some enigmas were meant to remain elusive, like the final notes of a half-forgotten melody carried away by the wind, leaving behind only echoes of a timeless tale. Story 29. The ancient house took on a peculiar air as darkness settled in. Nestled in my grandfather's worn leather armchair, I witnessed the fading amber glow yield to the encroaching shadows that swayed and stretched across the creaking wooden floors. Rain tapped softly on the window panes, creating a melodic backdrop to the crackling fire in the hearth. Inheriting this house 3 months prior had brought a sense of solace in its aged charm during the day, yet by night, an enigmatic essence enveloped the rooms, thickening the very air with unseen weight. The fragrance of aged books and cedar intertwined with the earthy scent of rain-soaked soil seeping through the weathered window frames. My gaze drifted to the corner where the grandfather clock stood, its rhythmic ticking a constant companion in the dimly lit room. The brass pendulum swung hypnotically, casting shimmering reflections on the dark wallpaper. As wariness crept over me, a peculiar anomaly caught my attention at the window across the room, unnoticed in prior nights. The raindrops cascading down the glass formed an unusual pattern, seeming to flow sideways rather than down. I blinked languidly, questioning the tricks my fatigued mind might be playing. The warm firelight lent a liquid quality to the window, its glass appearing to ripple subtly, a motion glass shouldn't possess. Rising from the chair, I approached the window with deliberate steps, the silent padding of my sock-clad feet on the aged floorboards. With each step closer, I discerned more unsettling details. The frame, once assumed to be of dark wood like the others, now shimmered with an iridescent sheen reminiscent of moonlit mother-of-pearl. The glass felt peculiar beneath my touch, neither warm nor cold, but an amalgamation of both sensations. Peering beyond the glass, the familiar view of the garden with its tangled rose bushes and stone path had transformed into a pulsating fog emitting an ethereal glow. Within the mist, fluid shapes moved in a mesmerizing dance, neither entirely solid nor mere shadows, evoking a sense of half-forgotten dreams. The chime of the grandfather clock at 9 resonated through the room, its deep toll momentarily halting the spectral movements in the fog outside the window. The rain's patter now carried whispers, not alarming but soothing murmurs, akin to leaves rustling in a summer breeze. Surrendering to the intrigue, I settled onto the window seat, my reflection growing faint as my focus shifted to the mysteries unfolding beyond the glass. The fog began to thin in patches, revealing tantalizing glimpses of what seemed to be another room, inconceivable outside this second-story window. Elegantly furnished fragments, levitating books, and a mirrored window facing back at me materialized amidst the whispers that grew clearer, though still indecipherable. The whispers bore the warmth of familiar voices, akin to old friends conversing just beyond reach. The rain's scent metamorphosed into a complex blend of vanilla, aged parchment, and an elusive floral essence. An ambient energy enveloped the window, akin to the reverberation of a struck bell. Time seemed to waver as I sat there, the clocks ticking, elongating like honey trickling from a spoon. The shifting shapes in the fog began weaving narratives of nights past, of other observers, and of alternate windows. Faint images of individuals who might have occupied my spot surfaced, their countenances serene and inquisitive, their hands outstretched towards the glass as mine were. The dwindling fire cast new shadows that danced upon the window, revealing ephemeral writings in an unknown script that spoke of doorways between realities. Despite heavy eyelids, I resisted succumbing to sleep, fearing to miss the enigmatic revelations unfolding beyond the mysterious view. The fog's undulating dance occasionally parted to unveil more glimpses of the impossible room, hinting at movement within, billowing curtains, shifting shadows, and perhaps even the silhouette of a figure seated in a chair akin to my grandfather's. The whispers transformed into a soothing lullaby, harmonizing with the rain's gentle cadence as they divulged secrets of hidden realms just beyond the glass barrier. Drifting on the cusp of consciousness, betwixt sleep and wakefulness, this room and an ethereal space, I finally succumbed to slumber, unsure if the soft click and faint creak I perceived were real or a dream. Awakening the next morning in my grandfather's chair, draped in a mysterious blanket, I found the window restored to its ordinary view of the rain-soaked garden. Yet, upon the window seat lay a curled piece of paper, adorned with ever-shifting elegant script that remained indecipherable. Nights thereafter, I remained seated by the window, vigilantly awaiting the fog's return and the whisper's embrace, pondering the mysteries that lay beyond. With each nightfall, the fog's appearance varied, offering intermittent glimpses of the elusive room or mere shadows. Always, the whispers persisted, the rain fell gently, and the allure of undiscovered secrets lingered. Occasionally, as the clock chimed 9 and the fire waned, I pondered whether someone in that otherworldly space was watching, pen in hand, chronicling tales of a window bridging two realms. Story 30. The hushed glow of twilight, draped over the ancient stone walls like a cloak of amethyst velvet. Standing at the threshold of the forsaken monastery, I observed as the evening mist waltzed through the decaying arches, carrying the delicate fragrance of wild roses that clung to the weathered stones. A peculiar tranquility lingered in the air, a prelude to the nightfall, when even the birds paused their songs in anticipation of dusk's embrace. Intrigued by tales of its spectral allure, I ventured to capture the ruins through the lens of my camera, finding solace in the weight of familiarity hanging from my neck. Sunbeams filtered through shattered windows, casting elongated shadows that danced upon the weathered floors. Each footfall reverberated softly through the deserted corridors, accompanied by the gentle rustle of leaves trailing in the evening breeze. The monastery stood as a testament to time, its ancient walls bearing witness to untold prayers and whispered confessions. Now nature had reclaimed its domain, with ivy enfolding the stone in a loving embrace, and moss carpeting the ground in a lush green tapestry. Delving deeper into the labyrinthine complex, I noticed a gradual drop in temperature, despite the summer evening's warmth. The air held a subtle dampness, causing the stone walls to glisten under the flicker of my camera's flash. The quality of light intrigued me, lingering in certain corners beyond the limits of reason, bending around pillars in defiance of natural laws. A particular corridor beckoned me, where remnants of ancient frescoes clung to the walls like fading memories. The figures in the paintings seemed to shift in my peripheral vision, yet remained still and weathered when I turned to face them directly. With the fading light, I discerned an enigmatic quality in the wind that whispered through the ruins. It moved with purpose, akin to invisible tendrils caressing the walls, at times resembling murmured words in a tongue just beyond comprehension. Setting up my tripod in what appeared to be the main chapel, I readied my camera for long exposure shots in the dwindling light. Despite the decay, the space retained an aura of reverence. Fragments of stained glass cast kaleidoscopic patterns on the floor when illuminated by my flash. Adjusting my camera settings, I discerned a subtle harmony in the ambient sounds surrounding me. The wind's whispers grew more distinct, creating a rhythmic cadence that bordered on melodic. The perfume of roses intensified with each gust, mingling with the earthy aroma of aged stone and moss. Entranced by the symphony of sound and scent, I swayed gently in response. Peering through my camera's viewfinder, I observed shadows pooling in unusual configurations, responding to the wind's rhythm like a slumbering creature's breath. Night descended further upon the monastery, accompanied by a chilling drop in temperature. Wisps of breath emerged in the air, though not cold enough for frost. The wind's whispers adopted an urgent tone, and amidst its currents I fancied hearing my name intertwined with the rustling air through the stone passages. Not spoken aloud, but formed from the interplay of rushing winds and the gentle clinking of loose tiles. Compelled to venture deeper into the complex, an unnamed force guiding my steps, I continued to capture images with my camera, scarcely glancing at the results. Moonlight filtered through the fractured roof, casting shifting patterns that almost took shape, ethereal visages glimpsed through rippling water. In what appeared to be the monastery's library, vacant shelves lined the walls, their aged wood exuding a sense of antiquity. Here, the wind's voice resonated most clearly, akin to pages turning in an unseen tome, carrying whispers on the brink of comprehension. Shadows in the corners deepened, pulsing gently with each breath of wind. Framing a final shot, I captured the moonlight cascading across the empty shelves. During the long exposure, I closed my eyes, attuning my senses to the symphony of the wind. Its voice had transformed into a haunting melody, interweaving the echoes of stone and wood, leaf and water. It sang of bygone eras, of silent prayers and veiled secrets, of lives intertwined with the wall's silent vigil. Upon opening my eyes, a subtle shift had occurred in the darkness enveloping me. Shadows held a depth, akin to portals into another realm. The wind's song crescendoed, a palpable resonance that reverberated within my bones, though the air itself remained eerily still. Peripheral glimpses revealed fleeting movements, as though cloaked figures drifted between the shelves, vanishing upon closer inspection. Reluctant to depart despite the lateness of the hour, I gathered my equipment slowly, the wind's whispers now carrying a tone of parting. The fragrance of roses grew more potent, nearly overwhelming in its sweetness. Pausing at the monastery's entrance for a final glance, I beheld the ruins shimmering in the moonlight, suspended between worlds, between moments. Upon reviewing the photographs later, only decrepit stone and shadow greeted my gaze. Yet on nights when the wind whispers just so outside my window, echoes of that otherworldly melody reach my ears. In dreams, I'm transported back to those moonlit ruins, where the wind divulges ancient secrets to those patient enough to listen. In quiet reflections, I ponder the animated shadows, the murmurs that almost coalesce into words. The enigma of that night remains unexplained, perhaps purposefully so. Certain mysteries are destined to linger in the liminal space between reality and fantasy, between known truths and sensed enigmas. The monastery endures, I am certain, its stones murmuring their silent tales to the wind. Sometimes the notion of returning crosses my mind, of awaiting in the ancient library until shadows deepen and whispers stir once more. Yet an intangible intuition hints that it would never be the same. Some thresholds, once traversed, fade into the recesses of memory, in dreams, and in the narratives we weave on dark nights when the wind speaks in voices almost familiar. Story 31. The hushed cadence of waves caressing ancient stone enveloped my senses as I traversed the serpentine path leading to the lighthouse. The twilight air bore the tang of salt and seaweed, intertwined with the earthy fragrance of damp soil left by the earlier rain. Each of my footfalls landed softly on the moist earth, harmonizing with the gentle rustle of tall grass swaying in the coastal zephyr. Before me loomed the lighthouse, its weathered walls cloaked in a mystical aura under the waning light. Delicate patterns of peeling paint unveiled layers of bygone tales. As the lighthouse keeper's aide, this edifice had been a steadfast presence in my life. Yet on this night, an unfamiliar aura lingered in the air. The customary warm golden beam that should have danced across the waters was conspicuously absent, though the glow of the lantern room at the tower's summit was evident. Unlocking the heavy wooden door with an iron key, a chill seeped into my palm. The door groaned open, its low resonant creak echoing through the circular chamber. Entwined with the familiar scent of brass and mineral oil was an elusive fragrance, redolent of aged books and withered blooms. My steps reverberated softly on the stone floor as I embarked on the spiral staircase's ascent. 142 steps. Though I had climbed them countless times, each step now murmured beneath my tread. The customary sounds of the lighthouse, the gentle tick of the clockwork, the soft hum of wind through the ventilation, appeared muffled, as if veiled by a dense fog. The brass handrail, unusually warm, offered a stark contrast to the cool night air. Ascending, I discerned peculiar details that seemed out of place. Faint markings etched the walls, reminiscent of script, yet upon closer inspection, they dissolved into natural stone patterns. Upon reaching the watchroom beneath the lantern room, the logbook lay open on the desk, despite my recollection of closing it. The pages fluttered, untouched by any breeze. The latest entry, inscribed in what appeared to be my handwriting, detailed an enigmatic occurrence. Light shines forth but illuminates nothing. The beam passes through the fog as if it doesn't exist. The temperature plummeted as I ascended the final steps to the lantern room. The Fresnel lens gleamed resplendently, its crystal prisms capturing and refracting the lamplight. The mechanism rotated steadily, yet the darkness outside remained unbroken by the expected beam. It was as though the light dissipated mere feet from its source. Pressing my hand against the cool glass panes, I beheld an eerily tranquil sea below, its surface akin to black satin. No starlight danced upon the water, although the sky above was clear. The horizon vanished, melding sea and sky in an unending darkness, pulsating with an unseen vitality. The cryptic logbook entry tugged at my thoughts. Years of tending to this lighthouse had acquainted me with its every nuance. The concept of light vanishing into the void challenged my understanding of the natural order. Yet, here I stood, witnessing the inexplicable unfold before me. A soft scrape drew my gaze to a corner of the room where the maintenance toolbox lay open, its tools arranged in an unfamiliar configuration, resembling symbols. With a blink, they reverted to normal, yet disquiet lingered. The lamp's flame flickered, casting dancing shadows on the brass fixtures. In that moment, my reflection in the glass revealed a subtle delay in its movements, out of sync with my own gestures. A gentle hum emanated from the lens, an organic, melodic resonance unlike the mechanical whir of the rotation. It evoked the image of a wet finger tracing a crystal glass rim, resonant and deep. The vibration seemed to traverse through the floor and into my being. Returning to the logbook, I noticed fresh words materializing on the page as if penned by an unseen hand. The darkness doesn't swallow the light. It metamorphoses it into an imperceptible essence. Some truths are meant to dwell beyond sight. Gazing outward once more, the dark patches in lieu of the illuminated water undulated, forming intricate, cryptic patterns akin to a language inscribed in the absence of light. Mesmerized, I observed as the lens's hum intensified, syncing with a pulsating rhythm within the warm lamplight. The room's brass fixtures defied physics, reflecting light in improbable angles, casting shadows that defied logic. Time ebbed strangely in the lantern room. The moon traversed the sky swiftly, yet the wall clock indicated only minutes had elapsed. The lens's rotation bent the darkness outside, fashioning shapes that defied comprehension. The warmth of the brass rail waned, replaced by a peculiar sensation akin to touching a substance between states, neither solid, liquid, nor gas. The air itself teemed with latent energy, akin to the prelude to a lightning strike, yet gentler, more inviting. Descending the stairs, each step felt like traversing through misaligned realities. The lighthouse, once more than mere architecture, now seemed to reside in the interstices of existence, its purpose transcending mere navigation of ships through the night. At daybreak, the logbook bore no trace of the anomalous events. The tools lay in their usual order, and the lens cast its beam across the waters. Yet on tranquil nights, a faint fading of light and a subtle hum resurfaced. In those moments, I ponder if the lighthouse doesn't merely dispel darkness, but converses with it, articulating in a language of light and shadow beyond human ken. The enigma of that night lingers, shrouded in mutable uncertainty. The lighthouse maintains its vigil, and I mine, recognizing that some enigmas are best left as gentle mysteries, their solutions veiled in the realm between luminance and obscurity, the known and the unknown, the seen and the unseen. Story 32. The rain danced on the window panes of my grandmother's ancient house, its gentle patter creating a serene melody that whispered of forgotten tales. Nestled in her old leather armchair, the air carried the familiar fragrance of aged wood and dried herbs, a comforting embrace that wrapped around me like a well-worn shawl. The golden light from the antique lamp cast soft shadows on the room's burgundy wallpaper, causing the patterns to sway and shift in a mesmerizing dance. My grandmother had departed this world 3 months ago, leaving me the keys to this centuries-old sanctuary hidden deep within the woods. Childhood memories of joyous visits now mingled with the solitude of being the sole dweller, guiding me to explore hidden facets of the estate. Among them, a mysterious path of black stones emerged at the garden's edge, leading into the enigmatic mist-shrouded forest beyond. These stones, absent from my youthful recollections, appeared during the twilight of my grandmother's life, a secret she had kept from me during our weekly conversations. Each stone, perfectly round and polished to obsidian perfection, reflected the rain's touch like dark mirrors capturing the essence of a starless night sky. Wind chimes whispered their crystalline tunes through the walls, blending harmoniously with the rain's gentle cadence. Dozens of these chimes adorned the house, each resonating with a unique voice. Tonight, their melody wove an unfamiliar song, evoking images of moonlight filtering through autumn leaves. Entranced, I found myself drawn to the window, where the evening hues painted the landscape in muted greens and silvers, the garden below a tapestry of nature's serenity. And there, amidst the veiling mist, the black stones beckoned, their obsidian forms a winding trail to the unknown. As I gazed upon them, tiny glimmers of light hovered above each stone, like celestial fireflies frozen in time. Rational thoughts posited them as mere raindrops capturing the fading light, yet their steady glow hinted at a deeper, intentional presence. Hesitant to explore the path since my arrival, tonight, under the spell of the rain's embrace and the mysterious lights, a sense of tranquil curiosity overcame any lingering trepidation. Draping myself in my grandmother's wool shawl, infused with the lingering scent of lavender, I descended the stairs, the familiar creak of wood beneath my steps, a soothing lullaby. The grandfather clock in the foyer marked time with its steady tick, the brass pendulum catching the warm light from the crystal chandelier above. Stepping onto the covered porch, the cool, damp air enveloped me in a gentle embrace, the rain now a fine mist glistening like suspended diamonds. Fragrant herbs from the garden, rosemary, thyme, and sage, formed a fragrant boundary between the known safety of the house and the mysteries awaiting on the path. The first black stone awaited just beyond the herb garden, its hovering light a silent invitation. As I approached, the luminescence pulsed softly, guiding me towards the next stone. Each step resonated with the distant song of wind chimes, though the air itself lay still. The path meandered through the forest, trees bending in a natural arch above me, the mist swirling in graceful patterns carrying the familiar scent of lavender, my grandmother's presence palpable in the air. The world around me shifted, a dreamscape of peaceful wonder enveloping my senses in a gentle embrace. Time lost meaning as I traversed the path, the journey feeling both fleeting and eternal. Finally, I arrived at a circular clearing, the black stones forming a spiral leading to a larger centerpiece. Above this stone, the lights had gathered, casting a soft radiance over the space. At its heart lay a weathered book, its leather cover bearing my grandmother's elegant script, for when you're ready to understand. Filled with drawings and notes detailing the stone's essence and purpose, the book unveiled my grandmother's practice of gentle magic, a subtle art of bringing peace and healing to the world around her. The stones, gateways to a hidden magic in the spaces between moments, anchored the boundary between worlds, while offering a glimpse into a realm of quiet enchantment. Immersed in her revelations, the lights above danced in harmony, weaving shapes that mirrored the diagrams in the book. The wind chime's melody grew clearer, echoing the tune my grandmother hummed in her garden. In the mist's embrace, I absorbed her wisdom, discovering the harmony between seen and unseen, the magic in observing life's quiet moments. The stones, both anchors and gateways, revealed a world of beauty beyond ordinary perception, a realm of gentle wonders waiting to be explored. As I read, the lights swirled around me, an ethereal ballet of shimmering particles expressing emotions too profound for words. Rising from my reverie, I felt attuned to the delicate magic my grandmother had unveiled, the air humming with a tranquil energy. The trees around the clearing glowed with the same gentle lights, creating a cathedral of living luminescence amidst the darkness. The journey back to the house felt shorter, yet no less enchanting. Each step, accompanied by a soft pulse of light, and the whisper of chimes sharing their secrets. Pausing in the garden, I looked back at the path of black stones, now revealed as conscious beings, guardians of a realm beyond ordinary sight. Nestled once more in my grandmother's chair, her book cradled in my lap, I listened to the rain's melodic symphony against the windows, the wind chimes' eternal song, a comforting chorus. In their harmonies, I sensed my grandmother's spirit, guiding me to embrace the quiet magic that dwells beyond the veil of the mundane. As sleep beckoned, I realized this was but the prologue to understanding the legacy she had bestowed. The path of black stones was not just a trail through the woods, but a gateway to the gentle enchantment between heartbeats, raindrops, and thoughts. Before drifting into slumber, I witnessed the wallpaper pattern sway in perfect alignment with the wind chime's distant melody, the rain's soft lullaby serenading me into a realm where dreams and reality merged in tranquil harmony. Story 33. In the heart of the autumn woods, where the wind weaves secrets through the trees, I wandered on my evening stroll. The fallen leaves whispered tales of time passing, and the earthy scent of transition hung in the air. This forest, a realm of ancient sentinels guarding untold stories, welcomed me with open arms. Each step I took, the leaves underfoot sang a melody of nature's own making, lulling me into a tranquil state. As daylight waned, shadows danced among the branches, and my gaze fell upon a curious sight nestled by the roots of a grand oak tree. Half buried in a cozy embrace of moss and fallen leaves, a weathered leather-bound journal lay waiting, a silent witness to the passage of time. The touch of its cover was warm, a stark contrast to the cool evening air, as if it held remnants of the day's sunlight within its worn pages. No name adorned its surface, only faint traces of intricate designs etched into the leather, barely visible in the dimming light. With reverence, I lifted the journal, feeling its weight in my hands, a treasure unearthed from the forest's embrace. The pages, thick and aged like fine wine, beckoned me to unravel their mysteries. The inked words flowed like rivers of shadow, elegant yet imbued with a sense of urgency. The first entry, dated a year past, spoke of whispers carried by the wind, voices that mimicked the rustle of leaves and the creak of branches. The writer grappled with these ethereal murmurs, capturing fleeting phrases that slipped from memory like elusive dreams. Page by page, the journal painted a portrait of the extraordinary. Midnight lights flickering between trees, shadows dancing in defiance of the breeze, and melodies unseen but felt in the soul. The author chronicled a journey of communion with the forest, where boundaries blurred and the heartbeat of nature intertwined with their own. Amidst the ink-stained tapestry, dreams intertwined with reality, time folded upon itself, and the forest whispered ancient truths in a language of its own. The writer's words morphed into living tendrils on the pages, a symbiosis of ink and spirit, weaving a tale of becoming one with the woodlands. In the final entry, a shimmering script declared a revelation, a merging of self and forest, a homecoming to nature's embrace. The journal, a bridge between worlds, held a promise of transformation, of shedding illusions and embracing the interconnectedness of all life. As I stood, cradling the journal, the wind rose in a gentle crescendo, leaves twirling in a dance of remembrance. A sweet fragrance enveloped me, and distant echoes of music or murmurs drifted on the twilight breeze. The forest whispered its secrets, a symphony of unseen wonders. Returning the journal to its resting place among the roots, I felt a sense of completion, a passing of the torch to the next seeker of truths. The forest, now alive with hidden harmonies, watched over me as I departed, leaving behind a part of myself in those ancient woods. Night after night, the journal's warmth lingered in my thoughts, a beacon guiding me through the mysteries of the forest. Each walk unveiled new wonders. Trees leaning in conspiratorial whispers, light forming cryptic messages among the leaves, and the air thickening with anticipation around ancient relics. Though the journal remained elusive, its essence lingered in the shadows, a specter of wisdom guiding my steps. Sometimes in the quiet of twilight, a figure would materialize among the trees, a phantom of familiarity drifting on the edge of memory. And in the wind's gentle caress, echoes of voices carried tales of enigmas waiting to be unraveled. The forest, once a backdrop to my wanderings, became a tapestry of revelations, a sanctuary of interconnectedness. With newfound clarity, I walked the paths with reverence, breathing in the forest's timeless pulse, merging my essence with its ancient soul. In the golden hues of twilight, I glimpsed the truth hidden in the journal's words. Boundaries are but illusions, and nature's song is the melody of our shared existence. As I journeyed deeper into the woods, I embraced the whispers of the wind, the rustle of leaves, and the mysteries that whispered of truths beyond comprehension. With each step, I became a part of the forest's endless story, a chapter in a tale written not in ink but in the whispers of the wind and the rustling of leaves. And as I walked, guided by the unseen hand of the journal's author, I knew that I, too, had found my home in the heart of the ancient woods. Story 34. Whispering Secrets of the Forgotten Trail. The autumn breeze murmured through the trees, carrying a blend of decaying leaves and distant wood smoke. Standing at the threshold of an ancient hiking trail, my boots whispered softly across the carpet of fallen leaves. The morning fog draped low, enfolding the tree trunks like tender fingers, casting an otherworldly ambiance that transformed the familiar woods into an enigmatic realm. This trail, once bustling with life, now bore the marks of nature reclaiming its territory. Tall grass swayed between weathered wooden markers, and young saplings stretched optimistically towards the scant sunlight filtering through the canopy above. The allure of its wild abandonment drew me forward, as the cool, damp air settled against my skin. As I ambled, the modern world's clamor dissolved, replaced by the forest's gentle symphony. Chickadees exchanged soft calls, their voices muffled by the fog. The aged branches above creaked and groaned, whispering in a language forgotten by time. Each step unveiled new sensations, the yielding earth beneath my feet, a spider's web brushing my cheek, the earthy scent of mushrooms flourishing in the shadows. The trail meandered through the trees, and a peculiar sight caught my eye. Amidst the autumnal hues of golden leaves and bare branches, a segment ahead remained lushly green, as if caught in eternal summer. The subtle contrast, easily overlooked, captivated my attention, impossible to dismiss once noticed. Pausing to sip from my water bottle, a faint melody drifted to my ears, so delicate it could have been a figment of my imagination. It rode the breeze like distant wind chimes, though no dwelling stood for miles around. The notes danced at the fringes of recognition, familiar yet elusive. Delving deeper, the trail gradually unveiled its mysteries, like a book flipping its pages of its own accord. Curious items lay half buried in the leaves. A tarnished silver button, a child's marble gleaming unusually in the filtered sunlight, a faded ribbon whose hue shifted with every angle. Each discovery carried a weight of significance, though the reason eluded me. The fog thickened as I ventured forth, but instead of stifling sounds, it enhanced them. I discerned what could have been footsteps mirroring my own, always a few paces behind or ahead, though I walked alone on the trail. When I paused, the phantom steps persisted briefly before fading, as if their maker had just realized my cessation. A clearing emerged ahead, with an ancient stone well at its heart, its walls cloaked in a tapestry of moss and ivy. The stones seemed to absorb light rather than reflect it, casting a peculiar darkness around the well's rim. Approaching, the air warmed noticeably, carrying the sweet perfume of unseen summer blooms. Drawn inexorably, I advanced towards the well, my steps guided as if by an unseen force. Closer now, intricate carvings emerged from the weathered surface, partially concealed beneath vegetation. Spirals and symbols that seemed to shift when directly gazed upon, akin to recalling a dream upon waking. The sound of water resonated from the depths, yet peering in, I discerned no reflection of myself in the obsidian darkness below. Instead, a soft light emanated, pulsing gently like a distant heartbeat. The earlier melody swelled within the well, rising like steam from a hidden spring. Time itself twisted in that clearing. Tree shadows remained unmoving, though hours must have passed as I lingered. The temperature persisted, unaffected by the autumn chill pervading the forest. Even the breeze seemed ensnared, circling the clearing ceaselessly, trapped in a dance around the well. Seated on a fallen log nearby, I noticed small objects arranged in intricate patterns around the well's base. Stones of uncommon hues, twisted twigs, leaves revealing their silver undersides. They formed nearly coherent shapes, akin to deciphering words in an unknown tongue. The day stretched on, yet the light held constant. I found myself humming along with the well's melody, though the tune remained just beyond my grasp. My water bottle remained replenished, and the sandwich in my pack regenerated with each bite. Upon deciding to depart, the return trail appeared altered. Trees had shifted position imperceptibly, the once straight path now curved. The fog parted before me and closed in my wake, obliterating my footprints as if they never existed. Dusk approached as I reached the trailhead, though my watch insisted a mere hour had transpired since I embarked. The modern world flooded back, distant traffic hums, power lines buzz, aircraft lights flickering above the trees. Yet a transformation had transpired within me. That night, nestled in bed, the well's melody lingered through my open window, despite residing miles from the forest. Dreams burgeoned with shifting symbols and phantom footsteps echo. At dawn, leaves unknown to me adorned my pillow, and my water bottle, stationed on the nightstand, remained endlessly full. Some assert the trail manifests uniquely to each wanderer, if they find it at all. Others posit its existence only under specific circumstances and days. I merely know that on quiet, fog-laden mornings I feel its call. The untrodden path beckons, promising fresh enigmas, new revelations, unseen leaf patterns. Yet I have not returned, not yet. Certain paths once ventured can never be retraced. And sometimes the greatest mystery lies not in what we discover, but in what discovers us unexpectedly. In rational moments I deem it a dream, the well, the melody, the ethereal light in the dark. Yet catching a familiar scent on the breeze, or a distant tune akin to the remembered one, I ponder. The leaves on my pillow rest in a box on my shelf, untouched by seasons, and my water bottle defies depletion. Perhaps some enigmas are destined to remain unsolved, some paths meant to be overgrown. Yet on misty mornings when the world feels surreal, I am drawn to the woods, seeking markers I might recognize. And occasionally, just occasionally, I detect footsteps aligning with mine, tracing a path forsaken by all. Story 35. The soft patter of rain against my bedroom window stirred me from a deep slumber, its gentle rhythm a lullaby in the hush of early morning. Familiar as it was tonight, the rain carried a mysterious undercurrent, a whisper that beckoned me to listen intently. Those delicate droplets seemed to hold secrets, forming cryptic messages just beyond my comprehension, like murmurs drifting through ancient stone walls. Intrigued, I rose from my bed, drawn by an inexplicable urge to peer outside. The world beyond was veiled in a shroud of dense fog, its ethereal glow casting a spell over the familiar shapes of trees and houses, turning them into enigmatic silhouettes. Amidst this mystical mist, a faint blue light pulsed in the distance, barely visible, yet undeniably captivating. It called out to me with silent insistence, compelling me to seek its source. Draping myself in a cozy woolen sweater, I ventured out into the crisp, damp air. The fog embraced me like a gentle tide, while the scent of brine filled my senses, an oddity in a land far removed from the sea. Nevertheless, the salty tang lingered on the breeze, defying logic. Following the beckoning light, the ground beneath my feet underwent a subtle transformation. Solid earth gradually gave way to soft sand, cool and damp between my toes, though I couldn't recall shedding my shoes. The transition unfolded so subtly that I scarcely noticed the disappearance of suburban streets, replaced instead by endless dunes that vanished into the mist-shrouded night. The pulsing blue light intensified as I advanced, harmonizing with the phantom sound of waves that now replaced the falling rain. Each rhythmic throb illuminated the fog from within, crafting patterns reminiscent of flowing water. In those fleeting moments of clarity, I glimpsed a colossal form taking shape in the distance, the outline of an ancient sailing vessel, its skeletal masts reaching skyward into the darkness. Here, time flowed like molasses, each step both instantaneous and infinite. The ship loomed larger in my sight, yet remained frustratingly distant, as if etched into the very fabric of the fog itself. Its weathered sails fluttered in an unfelt breeze, the wooden hull groaning beneath the weight of forgotten years. The sound of footsteps in wet sand caught my attention. Not my own, but phantom others, drawing near from behind. When I turned to observe, only swirling wisps in the mist met my gaze, human forms that dissolved upon scrutiny. Their murmurs, however, lingered in the air, tales of a ship that traversed realms, materializing solely on nights when the boundary between reality and dreams grew thin. Entranced by the phantom vessel, I noticed details that shifted when unobserved. The figurehead morphed from mermaid to sea serpent to weeping woman and back again. The mast count fluctuated with each blue pulse of light. The ship's scale wavered, shrinking to that of a mere fishing boat before swelling to rival the grandest seafaring vessels ever crafted. Water crept around my feet, though no waves reached the shore. It rose deliberately, enveloping me in stillness, until I stood ankle-deep in a mirror-like pool that reflected the fog above. In that liquid-looking glass, I beheld the ship in its prime, billowing sails under a non-existent sun, gleaming brass fixtures, and shadowy figures moving purposefully across its decks. With a final intense pulse of blue light, I glimpsed them. Passengers and crew, frozen in time yet serene, their eyes alight with the same azure glow that had guided me. They were not trapped or adrift, they had chosen this place. As the water ebbed from my feet, the vision blurred, the ship's form fading into the fog until boundaries blurred. Whispers dissolved into the distance murmur of waves. Turning to depart, I found the path altered. The beach stretched endlessly in both directions, the dunes unfamiliar shapes in the dark. Yet my feet led me unerringly through the shifting landscape. The salt air gave way to the clean scent of rain once more. Returning to my room, I stood by the window, watching the fog dissolve with the rising dawn. The blue light had vanished, leaving no trace save the lingering sea salt on my sweater. In my pocket, a smooth sea glass rested, its hue matching the guiding light of the night. Even now, on rainy nights, that ethereal glow flickers in the distance. The ship never materializes the same way twice, and I never draw near as I did that first night. Yet the sea glass adorns my windowsill, and in the thick fog I hear faint whispers, tales of a ship adrift between reality and possibility, forever lost in the waves of might have been. Story 36. The rain whispered its secrets from centuries past as it danced against the ancient stone walls of the manor house, creating a soothing melody that enveloped the night. In the soft glow of vintage brass lamps and the comforting aroma of old leather-bound books, I found myself in my study, surrounded by a sense of timelessness. The wooden floorboards beneath me hummed a quiet tune, creaking softly with each step I took among the shelves of knowledge and history. One serene evening, a peculiar sight caught my eye. The stone wall behind my grandfather's antique writing desk revealed subtle variations under the flickering lamplight shadows. The weathered stones seemed to hold a hidden pattern, a mystery that beckoned me closer. As my fingers explored the cool, rough surface, I sensed a warmth emanating from certain stones, a sensation that stirred a deeper awareness within me. A fleeting movement in the window's reflection caught my attention, though the room remained still. The rain's rhythm shifted, resonating within the walls, and the brass lamps flickered in a hypnotic pulse. In those moments of altered light, the outline of an archway emerged from the stones, only to fade when I gazed directly at it, leaving a lingering sense of the unseen. The night deepened, filling the room with the earthy scent of petrichor mingled with the musty sweetness of old books, creating an atmosphere both familiar and otherworldly. The grandfather clock marked time with a steady heartbeat, drawing me further into the enigmatic aura of the wall. Hours turned into days as I delved into my grandfather's journals, uncovering family legends of hidden spaces and elusive doorways that materialized under specific conditions. As I immersed myself in the house's history, subtle anomalies in the room began to reveal themselves, shadows that defied logic and echoes that lingered longer than they should. One quiet evening, as raindrops orchestrated a harmonious symphony on the stones, the air thickened and the room seemed to hold its breath. The pattern in the stones shifted, evolving from mere suggestions to a defined structure, breathing with a rhythm that mirrored my own. The outline of an archway materialized, a slender gap emitting a soft, silvery light that hinted at a world beyond. The passage remained in a perpetual state of becoming, a threshold between reality and possibility, drawing me into a realm of contemplation and curiosity. At times, whispers of distant conversations and melodic tunes drifted through the gap, evoking memories of summers past and forgotten joys. Through my grandfather's writings, I learned to perceive the passage not as a supernatural anomaly, but as a gateway to tranquility and wonder. It existed in the liminal space between what we see and what lies beyond our perception, offering a glimpse into the mysteries that dwell in the ordinary. Placing my hand against the stones, I felt a gentle vibration, a lullaby hummed by the wall that resonated through my being, connecting me to something ancient and profound. The passage, a reminder of the boundless possibilities just beyond our grasp, taught me to find solace in the unknown, to embrace the mysteries that enrich our lives. As the rain continued its gentle serenade against the ancient stones, the passage shimmered in the lamplight, a doorway to infinite contemplation. Its true gift lay not in the promise of what lay beyond, but in the peace found in accepting life's gentle mysteries, like melodies carried on an evening breeze, floating just out of reach. Story 37. The evening rain cascaded in a gentle, unwavering rhythm against the cobblestones of the ancient garden path, weaving a tranquil melody that whispered of long-held mysteries. Before me stood the weathered iron gates of the villa, barely shielding me from the fine mist swirling in the autumn air. The grand structure, a relic of architectural splendor now gracefully succumbing to time's embrace, loomed beyond the rusty bars, its dark, vacant windows resembling hollow eyes peering into eternity. This villa had come into my possession through the legacy of my great-aunt Margaret, a woman whose elusive presence I had encountered only twice in my lifetime. Her demeanor during those brief meetings had been distant, her mind seemingly occupied by elusive thoughts, her delicate fingers tracing invisible patterns in the air. The lawyer tasked with settling her estate had appeared almost relieved to transfer the keys to me, his hands trembling as he slid them across his polished desk. With a deep, resonant click, the lock yielded to my touch, echoing through the misty garden. As I ventured up the path, the gravel softly crunching beneath my feet, I noticed how the ivy had claimed parts of the villa's facade, creating living curtains swaying gently in the evening breeze. The windows, all 23 visible from my vantage point, stubbornly remained shrouded in darkness, yet each exuded a unique aura of emptiness that captivated my gaze. The heavy wooden door swung open with an eerie ease, as if anticipating my arrival. The foyer enveloped me in the scent of aged wood, mingled with a faint, sweet fragrance that eluded identification. It reminded me of my great aunt's perfume, but with undertones of autumn leaves and distant rain. My footsteps reverberated on the parquet flooring, the sound dissipating into the shadows lurking in the corners. The first floor housed the conventional rooms one would expect in such a grand villa. A regal sitting room draped in white sheets, a dining hall awaiting guests who would never come, and a meticulously arranged library of leather-bound tomes. Yet it was the windows that held me transfixed. Each frame seemed to offer a distinct perspective of the twilight outside. The sitting room windows bathed the world in amber hues, while the library's tall panes captured moments rather than mere light. A subtle shift in atmosphere began to manifest as I wandered through the rooms. Spaces would fluctuate in temperature, each exuding its unique breath, as if possessing its microclimate. The windows seemed to respond to these changes, at times adorned with intricate condensation patterns, while at others remaining crystal clear despite the external humidity. In the library, I stumbled upon my great-aunt's journal, filled with her graceful, spidery script. Many entries delved into the windows, portraying them not as mere openings, but as gateways of sorts. The third window in the east wing reflects summer evenings from my youth, one entry revealed. The tall window in the music room enfolds all the forgotten melodies. Initially, I dismissed these musings as the fanciful ramblings of a solitary soul, yet with each word absorbed, a subtle shift in the surrounding silence enveloped me. The second floor unveiled more windows, each presenting a peculiar emptiness. In a bedroom, one window seemed to peer into a garden frozen in a bygone era, the plant arrangements belonging to a century past, the light filtering through reminiscent of old photographs. Another window showcased the same garden, but from an impossible angle, as though viewed from great height, despite its normal placement. Night descended, and the rain persisted in its gentle percussion on the roof and windows. While I had anticipated a foreboding ambience, the darkness instead settled over the villa, like a contented cat nestling in for the night. The windows began emitting a faint luminescence, insufficient to illuminate, yet adequate to outline their forms in the darkness. Each glowed with a subtle hue, crafting a constellation of soft light within the house. In the master bedroom, Margaret's journals revealed her revelation that the windows were not mere observers of varied vistas, but collectors of memories, fleeting moments, and lost time. The house, she inscribed, holds not only space within its walls, but fragments of all lives that have tread within. The windows serve as its eyes, viewing these amassed moments. That first night, I chose a small bedroom on the second floor, drawn to its window displaying the mundane sight of rain descending in the darkness. However, as I lay watching the water etch patterns on the glass, I noticed droplets defying gravity, ascending instead of falling, while others hung suspended, capturing a sourceless light. Morning unveiled a peculiar light that seemed to seep through the windows rather than illuminate from outside. As I traversed the corridors once more, I observed changes in the views. A window that had displayed the rear garden now portrayed the same landscape in a different season, though the actual garden outside remained ensconced in autumn. In the ensuing weeks, I unraveled the villa's secret that my great-aunt had unearthed. The windows were not mere voids, they yearned to be filled. Each pane harbored distinct moments, some brimming with joy, others echoing conversations from eras past, and still others capturing light from days yet to come. Hours slipped away as I sat beside various windows, witnessing them unveil their contents in subtle ways. Sometimes it was a subtle alteration in the way light cascaded across the room, or a fleeting reflection defying logical origin. On other occasions, whispers carried on the breeze, soft murmurs, distant laughter, echoes of footsteps from long-gone days. The villa's windows became my almanac, my timepiece, and my repository of memories. The tall window in the music room occasionally hummed with echoes of concerts long concluded. The modest window in the breakfast nook seemed to ensnare morning light from all seasons simultaneously, painting impossible rainbows on the weathered tablecloth. I comprehended why my great-aunt had become ensnared by this place. The villa wasn't haunted conventionally. It functioned as a living archive, with each window serving as a lens into disparate strata of time. The perceived emptiness within them was not void, but a plenitude so profound it appeared vacant to the casual observer. As autumn melded into winter, I commenced my journal, documenting the windows and their transformations. Some days, all 23 windows showcased identical views from slightly divergent moments, creating a staccato effect in the room's illumination. On others, each window embodied its unique weather, its exclusive interplay of light and shadow. The enigma of whether the windows possessed genuine magic or if the villa simply distorted perception until the ordinary became extraordinary eluded resolution. Perhaps the truth lingered in the nebulous realm where reality and fancy melded like rain on ancient glass. Yet I knew that the emptiness in those windows was the most replete void I had ever encountered. Now, as I inscribed these words in the library, observing the winter light filter through windows that may reveal tomorrow's snow or a spring from eons past, I comprehend why my great-aunt chose to spend her twilight years here. The villa of vacant windows is not empty. It beckons those who comprehend how to gaze properly, those who fathom that meaning often resides in the interstices of moments, in the silent pauses between heartbeats, in the apparent vacancy of 23 windows that are never truly unoccupied. Story 38. The gentle patter of autumn rain against the weathered stones enveloped the evening in a soothing cadence, a natural melody that whispered through the ancient walls of my grandmother's Victorian home. Inheriting the property just a fortnight ago, I found myself irresistibly drawn to its tranquil nooks and concealed corners, unearthing new enigmas within its time-worn structure. Tonight, amidst the library's ambience, bathed in the soft glow of a vintage brass lamp illuminating leather-bound tomes, my focus wandered to a peculiar sound emanating from beneath the floorboards. It wasn't the typical creaking of aged wood or the rustle of wind slipping through crevices. This sound possessed a unique quality, akin to water flowing through ancient conduits, yet with a melodic undertone. The household secrets, my grandmother's words echoed in my mind, but none as captivating as the ancient cistern rumored to lie beneath the foundation. Constructed in an era when rainwater was a household's lifeline, the subterranean chamber had long been sealed off, or so I was led to believe. Yet, as I listened to the gentle symphony rising from below, a sense of intrigue tugged at my curiosity, hinting that perhaps a part of this forgotten reservoir remained alive, concealed in the shadows below. With each passing moment, the enigmatic sound grew clearer, not louder, but crisper, reminiscent of wind chimes resonating underwater, a paradoxical fusion of muffled yet pure tones. Outside, the rain intensified, and in response, the mysterious resonance seemed to ebb and flow, harmonizing with the rhythm of the weather. I found myself traversing the ground floor's corridors, tracing the elusive sound like a silken thread through a labyrinth. My bare feet made no sound on the ancient hardwood, and the customary creaks of the house fell silent, as if the very structure was attuned to my exploration. The flickering shadows cast by the brass lamp danced on the walls, imbuing the floral wallpaper with an illusion of life and breath. In the kitchen, concealed beneath a worn rug once belonging to my great-grandmother, I stumbled upon a trapdoor hitherto unnoticed. The aged wood felt smooth to the touch, a brass ring handle flush against its surface. The sound resonated more vividly here, a murmured dialogue beneath the threshold of comprehension. With trembling hands not of fear but anticipation, I raised the ring, unveiling stone steps that descended into darkness. The air wafting from below was cool, redolent of mineral-rich water and ancient stone, evoking memories of forgotten wells and subterranean caverns. Descending cautiously, each step deliberate, my lamp's amber glow seemed to be absorbed by the very atmosphere. The chamber's walls, meticulously crafted from fitted stone, bore witness to a craftsmanship long vanished. Water trickled in the shadows, orchestrating a symphony that felt almost intentional. At the chamber's nadir, a circular expanse unfolded before me. The cistern, shrouded in darkness beyond the lamp's reach, revealed a mirror-smooth surface reflecting light in a mesmerizing dance that obscured its depth. Small ripples materialized and vanished without discernible cause, shimmering like molten gold in the lamplight. Yet, it was the sound that held me spellbound. Within this sanctum, I comprehended the essence of the ethereal melody. The chamber's flawless acoustics transformed each water droplet into a musical note. The rain above, permeating layers of earth and stone, birthed a symphony of minuscule impacts. The water itself resonated with the chamber, harmonizing in ways defying fluid dynamics. Standing amidst this aqueous sonata, I discerned a subtle presence. Amidst the water's music, whispers intermingled, echoes of voices, remnants of memories, or figments of the mind's quest for patterns within chaos. They spoke in tongues almost familiar, imparting tales of significance just beyond reach. Time lost its meaning in that subterranean realm, measured not by hours but by droplets and ripples. The lamp's glow waned, yet the darkness assumed an animate quality, teeming with shifting forms and delicate motions. Ascending the stone steps at last, the night had deepened considerably. The rain had ceased, and with it, the enigmatic melody had dwindled to a faint murmur. Concealing the trapdoor beneath the rug, I knew I would return. The cistern's song had woven itself into the house's essence, an esoteric symphony perennially resonating beneath our feet. Each night, as I lay in bed, I strained to capture that ethereal music. Sometimes clear as crystal, other times a mere whisper, prompting doubt if it exists solely in my imagination. I've come to realize that some enigmas are not meant to be unraveled. They are meant to be experienced, to be felt in the tranquil interludes between thoughts and the pauses between raindrops. The cistern persists in its eternal performance, playing for an audience of stone and shadow. And occasionally in dreams more vivid than reality, I discern messages within the aqueous melody, whispers from bygone eras conveyed on ripples of sound. Yet the wisdom they impart, the tales they recount, elude my grasp, akin to capturing the essence of rain. Story 39. The ancient church bell tower stood tall and silent under the autumn sky, its aged bronze bell unmoving in the calm evening air. This historic building, a familiar sight on my daily walks, now held a mysterious aura that captured my attention. The atmosphere was thick with a peculiar stillness, carrying the earthy scent of rain and old wood. As the guardian of this centuries-old structure, I had become attuned to its shifting moods and whispers. The bell, once a faithful timekeeper with its resonant toll echoing through the valley, now remained eerily quiet. It had been a month since the bell's voice had vanished, leaving only the mechanical motions of the hammer swinging in silence. I recall the moment when I first noticed the absence of sound. It was on a warm September evening, much like tonight, as the sun painted the sky in rich hues of purple and orange. Climbing the familiar wooden steps for my routine check, each creak and whisper of the banister accompanied me. When the clock struck 6, I awaited the bell's toll, but it never came. Despite the mechanism appearing to function flawlessly, the bell remained mute. Initially, I suspected a simple issue that could be remedied with maintenance. Yet upon closer inspection, everything seemed in perfect order. In the following weeks, I found myself drawn to the bell tower, especially during the quiet dusk hours. The room within had transformed into a sanctuary, with ancient beams and dancing dust particles creating an ethereal ambiance. The walls seemed to hold echoes of prayers and memories, almost audible in their silent whispers. One evening, seated by the window, I noticed a peculiar phenomenon. The fading sunlight revealed intricate shifting patterns on the bell's surface, like cryptic writing in an unknown language. These fluid designs seemed to move with a life of their own, captivating my gaze with their enigmatic beauty. Local tales spoke of the bell's uniqueness, crafted by a mysterious artisan who had vanished after its completion, blending rare elements into the bronze. With autumn's arrival, further peculiarities manifested within the tower. The air grew dense with anticipation, dust motes danced in peculiar formations, and the aged beams seemed to converse in their settling creaks. Most intriguing were the vivid dreams that began to visit me, resonating with the bell's melodic voice in harmonious unity. Each night, the dreams unveiled the bell's cryptic patterns, hinting at a message of profound significance. Recording my observations in a journal, I documented every anomaly: sudden temperature drops, unexplained shadows, and an unsettling sensation of being observed within the tower. By candlelight, as electric bulbs flickered ominously, a pattern emerged amidst the escalating strangeness, hinting at a crescendo of events leading towards an unknown culmination. The local community, too, acknowledged the bell's silence, speculating on its ominous meaning or rationalizing it as natural decay. Yet I sensed a deeper truth. The bell was not broken, but waiting. Tonight, the air hangs heavy after the rain, reminiscent of that initial evening of silence. Sitting in my customary spot, observing the fading light, a sense of anticipation fills the tower. The clock's gears begin their familiar dance, the hammer poised to strike the hour. But this time a transformation unfolds. The bell's surface emanates a subtle glow, casting ethereal shadows on the wooden beams. The air thickens with untold possibilities as the hammer descends. In that moment, a profound realization washes over me. The bell's voice has not ceased, but evolved into a frequency beyond ordinary perception. Its message resonates in a language meant for different ears, vibrating through my being with a deep, echoing hum. With each toll, the patterns on the bell pulse with gentle light, illuminating the chamber in a mystical aura. I comprehend that certain enigmas are not meant to be unraveled, but experienced in the silent hours between dusk and dreams. The bell, though silent to most, speaks to those who listen intently, weaving a tapestry of shadow and whisper that transcends ordinary understanding. As I prepare to depart for the night, I glance once more at the bell, knowing its mysteries lie dormant, waiting to reveal themselves anew. Tomorrow, at sunset, I will return, eager to uncover more of the bell's enigmatic message. For now, I am content to embrace the mystery, recognizing that some stories are best conveyed in the language of silence, where the heart can truly listen and understand the echoes of the unseen world. Story 40. The soft patter of autumn rain against worn wooden planks filled the night with a gentle cadence. Before me stood the ancient mill, its towering water wheel now motionless, draped in vines and flowers that whispered tales of forgotten years. Dusk's hazy glow painted the sky in muted hues of purple and gray, while the air carried the earthy scent of damp soil and aged wood. My grandfather's stories of this place lingered in my mind, his voice distant as he spoke of the mill where he toiled in his youth. His words had drawn me here, driven by a curiosity sparked by the mysteries that seemed to haunt his memories. The mill, standing tall with its weathered timber frame, seemed to watch with half-closed eyes through broken, grimy windows. The slightly ajar door, swollen with moisture, beckoned with a breath-like whisper as I approached, my boots sinking into the rain-soaked ground. Each gust of wind elicited a low, mournful hum from deep within the structure. The old mill pond mirrored the darkening sky, its surface rippling with raindrops, concealing secrets held within its murky depths for generations. Cattails swayed by the shore, their hypnotic dance captivating in the dimming light. As I neared the door, the scent of wet wood mingled with something ancient and mineral, akin to stones grinding against each other. My grandfather had spoken of this aroma, calling it the breath of the mill, and now, standing there, I understood its elusive essence. Inside, the air was heavy with moisture and memories. My flashlight's beam caught dust particles suspended in the air, moving lazily as if time itself had slowed within these walls. The aged floorboards creaked beneath my feet, harmonizing with the rain's melody and distant thunder. The ground floor housed massive grinding stones, their surfaces etched with swirling patterns like frozen whirlpools, one bearing a mysterious mark resembling a handprint. Deeper within the mill, the rain's song transformed into a melodic symphony as it traversed the building's levels. Each raindrop seemed to carry a musical note, creating a harmony just beyond recognition. The wooden stairs to the second floor bore the imprints of countless feet, though the mill had stood silent for decades. Ascending, I felt the banister grow warm under my touch, an inexplicable warmth pulsing through the mill like a heartbeat. The second floor opened into a vast space divided by ancient pillars that echoed the rain's evolving melody. Amidst the sounds of water on wood, I discerned whispers, faint conversations that evaded comprehension, yet resonated with human cadence. By a window, a weathered leather-bound book lay, its pages warped but intact, revealing cryptic notes and observations about the mill's enigmatic phenomena. The third floor beckoned with a magnetic pull, shrouded in deeper shadows cast by the sloping ceiling. The rain's distant echo permeated the air, charged with anticipation akin to a gathering storm. An old desk in the corner held yellowed papers, seemingly undisturbed amidst the dust, except for letters scribed by my grandfather detailing enigmatic occurrences within the mill's walls. As I delved into his accounts, a new sound emerged, the rhythmic turning of the dormant water wheel outside, though its paddles remained motionless in the darkness. Hours passed as I immersed myself in the mill's enigma, the rain's gentle rhythm persisting, machinery echoing phantom movements in the silent night. I realized then why my grandfather had left these mysteries unspoken. Some truths elude verbal capture, residing in the spaces between understanding and reality. The mill harbored such truths in its very essence, in the whispers of its timbers and stones, in the air that breathed through its vacant halls. When I departed, the rain had softened to a mist, the mill standing silent, guarding its secrets for those who sought them. My grandfather's stories now felt like whispers guiding the way through uncharted territory. The water wheel, though still, seemed to tremble imperceptibly as I cast a final glance back, the mill's silhouette settling like a patient sentinel awaiting seekers of its hidden truths. On subsequent visits, amidst falling rain and twilight's descent, the mill's mystery deepened, its song growing richer with each layer unveiled. And in moments of perfect alignment, I grasped my grandfather's cryptic notion. The mill was not abandoned, but rather transformed, grinding memories and time beneath its ancient stones, a guardian of forgotten whispers in the night. Story 41. In the quiet of the night, raindrops tap softly on the window pane, a gentle lullaby that has become my cherished companion throughout the hours. It blends harmoniously with the distant murmur that led me to this secluded cabin, the mystical singing waterfall. Nestled in my cozy armchair, cocooned in a warm woolen blanket, I tune in to the enchanting melody that drifts through the misty night air outside. Locals had spoken of the waterfall's captivating song, their tales tinged with awe rather than fear. They whispered of how its tune shifted with the moon's phases, how it seemed to divulge ancient secrets to those who listened intently. Initially, I had dismissed their stories as mere folklore, a ploy to attract inquisitive travelers like myself. Yet, after 3 nights of solitude in the cabin, I find myself beginning to fathom the reverence in their words. The rain maintains its gentle rhythm against the cabin's wooden walls, a soothing serenade to accompany my evening musings. A crackling fire casts flickering shadows that waltz across the rustic floors, while the fragrance of pine and damp earth wafts in through the slightly ajar window, carrying the crisp essence of the surrounding forest. Tonight, a subtle shift occurs in the waterfall's melody. Its usual gentle notes take on a semblance of words, as if attempting to convey a specific message. Leaning forward in my chair, I strain to decipher the watery whispers that meander through the evening breeze. The nearly full moon peeks through rain-laden clouds, painting silver streaks of light that dance within the room. In those fleeting moments of illumination, I observe the shadows shifting and undulating in a manner not quite synchronized with the fire's dance. They pulse in time with the waterfall's song, forming intricate patterns that elude my grasp. Beside me, my weathered leather journal lies open on a small table, its pages filled with attempts to transcribe the waterfall's elusive melody. Each night, the musical notations shift subtly, as though the song itself is evolving or revealing different facets of its essence. Tonight's page remains blank, as I am captivated by the current variation, unable to translate it into written form. Gradually, the room's temperature begins to dip, a gentle chill permeating the air despite the crackling flames. This cold is not hostile or discomforting. Rather, it carries the invigorating freshness of a spring morning, cleansing and revitalizing. The mist outside thickens, pressing against the glass like inquisitive tendrils seeking entrance. Amidst its swirling embrace, vague shapes emerge, perhaps faces or remnants of ancient symbols. As midnight approaches, heralded by the soft chime of my grandfather's pocket watch, the waterfall's melody reaches a newfound clarity. The tune weaves itself into quasi-words just beyond my comprehension, akin to a language remembered from dreams but forgotten upon waking. The mist outside takes on a subtle luminosity, casting a gentle pearlescent glow through the windows. Almost involuntarily, I rise from my chair, the blanket slipping noiselessly to the floor, drawn by an irresistible urge to better heed the waterfall's call. The wooden floor hums beneath my feet, matching the falling water's rhythm. Peering through the misted glass, I discern the path leading to the waterfall, typically shrouded in darkness at this late hour. Now it gleams with a faint, ethereal light, akin to phosphorescence. Small, silvery lights, reminiscent of fireflies but more otherworldly, twinkle along its length, synchronized with the melody's cadence. The rain has softened to a gentle drizzle, each drop catching and refracting the enigmatic light like miniature prisms. The very air seems to sing now, the waterfall's melody resonating through every suspended droplet. The effect is mesmerizing, yet not menacing. It bestows upon me a profound sense of tranquility and connection to something ancient and wise. Without conscious thought, I retrieve my coat and boots, the wooden floor continuing its gentle thrum as I gather provisions for a midnight excursion. Though my rational mind cautions against wandering to a waterfall in the dead of night, there is no sense of peril or compulsion in this beckoning. It feels more akin to responding to a polite invitation than succumbing to an irresistible force. Stepping onto the small porch, the song envelops me entirely. The mist caresses my skin like silk as it swirls around my feet. The luminescent path unfurls before me, guiding me into the forest like a ribbon of starlight. Each footfall feels instinctual, as if retracing a path known all my life, yet somehow forgotten until this moment. The nocturnal forest, typically cloaked in darkness and mystery, now resembles an enchanted garden. Trees lean slightly away from the path, their boughs swaying in perfect accord with the waterfall's melody. Droplets of water descend from their leaves like musical notes, adding their gentle percussion to the symphony enveloping me. Drawing closer to the waterfall, the song deepens, resonating within my very being, though the sensation is soothing rather than disquieting. The mist thickens, revealing within its swirling embrace scenes unfolding, fragments of memories foreign to me, glimpses of locales I have never visited, Gradually, the waterfall materializes through the glowing mist, unveiled piece by piece. Its cascading waters seem to descend in languid motion, each droplet capturing and holding the mysterious light like suspended jewels. The pool at its base reflects not the night sky, but a celestial expanse filled with unfamiliar stars, arranged in unfathomable constellations. Standing at the pool's edge, I watch the water's eternal, mesmerizing descent. The melody has attained its clearest resonance, and though the words remain beyond my grasp, their essence resonates deeply within my core. A gentle zephyr stirs the mist around me, and for an ephemeral instant, figures akin to dancers seem to cavort within the falling water, not phantoms or spirits, but something more primal, akin to physical manifestations of music itself. Time loses all significance as I witness the interplay of water and light. Unnoticed, the moon completes its nocturnal journey, while the rain ceases entirely, leaving the air thick with enigma and mist. As the first light of dawn tinges the eastern horizon, the waterfall's melody gradually softens, akin to a lullaby drawing to its conclusion. The luminescent mist begins to dissipate, and the mysterious lights along the path dim one by one. Guided by the dwindling lights and the lingering echoes of the waterfall's song, I retrace my steps to the cabin. Each footfall feels weightless, as if traversing a dream, yet I am keenly aware that everything I have encountered is real, or as real as anything can be in this enigmatic realm. Returning to the cabin, I find my journal still open to the blank page. Seizing my pen, I set about writing, not the musical notations I had intended earlier, but a chronicle of all I have witnessed, every sensation, every emotion, every elusive glimpse and half-understood murmur. As I pen the final words, the sun's first rays filter through the window. The fire has dwindled to embers, and the room has reverted to its normal state. Everything appears as it was prior to my midnight sojourn. Yet an ineffable transformation has occurred. Each night I still hear the waterfall's song, though it never attains the crystalline clarity of that singular evening. Occasionally, beneath a full moon and the gentle rain, I catch glimpses of that mystic luminescence, hints of those ethereal figures dancing within the falling water. The mist sometimes coalesces into patterns that almost cohere, and the path intermittently seems to glow faintly in the darkness. The true nature of that fateful night's revelations remains as elusive as the essence of the waterfall's song itself. Perhaps certain mysteries are not meant to be wholly deciphered, but rather savored and cherished for their very inscrutability. And so, I abide here, listening to the water's melody each night, chronicling within my journal, pondering the concealed secrets concealed within the cascade song and the play of light through the mist. Story 42. The soft melody of raindrops tapping against stone echoed through the ancient cave I stood within, my lantern casting a warm, flickering light on the aged rock walls. The air carried a scent of damp moss and pure water, untouched by human hands for eons. As a geologist, I had roamed many caves, but this one felt special, as if the very stone whispered secrets to me. Each step I took reverberated softly, mingling with the gentle splashing of puddles underfoot from stalactites above. The limestone formations gleamed in my lantern's glow, casting dancing shadows that seemed to move with a life of their own. I traced my fingers along the cool, damp wall, feeling the story of millions of years etched in its textures. The tunnel widened into a vast chamber, where the ceiling disappeared into darkness beyond my light's reach. The chamber was alive with the melodic drip of water into pools, creating a symphony that filled the space. My boots left imprints in the fine silt covering the ground, but something caught my eye. Delicate footprints, fresh and mysterious, not belonging to me. They danced across the chamber, appearing and vanishing, leading me further into the depths. The rain's distant whisper faded, replaced by the soft sound of water and something else, elusive and intriguing. I paused to listen, catching the faint echo of footsteps, always just ahead. Intrigued, I followed, the passages twisting and turning, adorned with sparkling mineral formations. The footsteps led unerringly, never faltering at intersections, guiding me deeper into the cave's embrace. Time seemed to bend as I walked, the air sweet with the scent of minerals, shadows flickering at the edge of my vision. The footsteps drew nearer, their rhythm syncing with my heartbeat, yet their source remained a mystery. Raising my lantern higher, I revealed natural shelves climbing the cave wall, where the footprints defied gravity, ascending upwards. As I pondered this impossibility, a wordless melody filled the chamber, emanating from the very rock itself. The footsteps ceased, replaced by the ethereal music that enveloped me in a sense of wonder. Shadows danced to the tune, and my lantern's flame flickered in response. Sitting on a boulder, I let the melody wash over me, the cave's atmosphere shifting into a dreamlike state. Water droplets fell in harmony with the music, creating golden ripples in the pools. I swayed to the melody, feeling at peace in this ancient sanctuary. Time lost meaning as I sat there, becoming one with the cave's song. The footsteps returned sporadically, swirling around me, but I no longer felt compelled to chase them. Instead, I existed in the moment, a part of the cave's ancient rhythm. When I finally departed, the footprints had vanished, leaving no trace in the silt. The humming faded as I retraced my steps, the melody lingering in my mind. The cave felt different on my way back, more intimate, as if we shared a secret bond. At the entrance, I glanced back, and a single set of footprints materialized beside me, disappearing into the sunlight outside. The cave whispered a final echo, a soft laughter that trailed off into the distance like a pleasant dream. Sometimes, in other caves, I catch myself humming that unearthly tune, and on rare occasions in the quiet depths I hear faint footsteps echoing my melody, dancing just out of sight, almost there. Story 43. The gentle patter of raindrops against the window panes set a soothing tempo that synchronized with my breaths as I settled into my grandfather's worn leather armchair. The old Victorian house always held a unique aura at night, but this evening there was an enigmatic quality in the air, causing the familiar shadows to glide with an elegant grace over the faded wallpaper. Inheriting this house from my grandfather 3 months ago had unveiled subtle mysteries that lingered within its walls. The house seemed to possess a personality of its own, a rhythm of breathing that whispered through the corridors. Yet, one particular detail had started to occupy my thoughts with increasing intensity each night. The library door refused to stay shut. Initially attributing it to aging hinges or weathered wood from years gone by, I attempted various remedies, adjusting the hinges, wedging a doorstop, even fitting a new latch. Despite my efforts, every morning greeted me with the sight of the door ajar, as though beckoning me into the room brimming with centuries of accumulated knowledge. My grandfather's library stood as a testament to his reverence for the written word. Floor-to-ceiling shelves adorned every wall, their dark wood gleaming from years of diligent polishing. The scent of aged paper and leather bindings wafted through the air like a delicate perfume, mingling with the soft fragrance of beeswax candles that flickered in the evenings. As the rain continued its gentle serenade outside, I made a decision to spend the night in the library. I draped a cozy blanket over my shoulders, brewed a cup of chamomile tea, and settled into the window seat overlooking the garden. The moon played a game of hide-and-seek behind heavy clouds, casting ephemeral patterns through the beveled glass windows onto the oriental rug below. When the grandfather clock in the hallway chimed midnight, its deep resonance resonating through the house, I carefully closed the library door, the latch clicking securely into place. Determined to unravel the mystery that had plagued me for months, I returned to my seat, intent on witnessing the force that had been opening the door. The hours drifted by languidly, marked only by the steady ticking of the clock and the persistent rainfall outside. My eyelids grew heavy as I kept my gaze fixed on the door, its intricate carvings seeming to sway in the flickering candlelight. Just as drowsiness threatened to overtake me, a subtle shift in the room's atmosphere stirred my senses. The air thickened, almost palpable, like honey trickling slowly from a jar. The candle flames stilled, no longer dancing but standing motionless, as if time itself had paused. Gradually, the temperature began to drop, my breath forming delicate clouds in the chilled air. Yet instead of fear, a profound sense of anticipation enveloped me. The sound of pages rustling drew my gaze to the far corner of the room, where my grandfather's antique desk stood. An ancient tome lay open upon it, its pages fluttering as if caressed by an unseen breeze, though the room remained eerily still. Mesmerized, I watched as the movement spread to the surrounding books, creating a hushed symphony of whispering paper. Amidst the gentle chaos of fluttering pages, I discerned a pattern in their movements, almost akin to a conversation unfolding in a cryptic language beyond my comprehension. The intricately carved door appeared to listen, its patterns growing more pronounced in the ethereal light. Slowly, almost imperceptibly, the door began to creak open, not with a sudden jolt, but with a deliberate grace, akin to a leaf unfurling in the spring breeze. It swung noiselessly, revealing the darkness of the hallway beyond. As it reached its full extent, the books settled back into place, and the room's temperature gradually returned to normal. In that fleeting moment, a profound realization washed over me. My grandfather's library was not merely a collection of books. It was a living repository of memories, thoughts, and dreams. The door opened each night not due to faulty hinges or warped wood, but because knowledge yearned to flow, to connect with those willing to heed its whispered truths. From that night onward, I ceased attempting to keep the library door closed. Instead, I embraced its nocturnal ritual, acknowledging that certain portals are destined to remain ajar, bridging the world we know with the myriad mysteries that lie just beyond our grasp. Now in the late hours of the night, when rain cascades gently and the moon casts its silvery glow through the windows, I sit in the library and listen. The books continue their silent dialogues, imparting ancient wisdom in their rustling voices, while the door stands sentinel, a gateway between realms. Though the enigma of the perpetually open door eludes my full comprehension, I have come to cherish the beauty of unanswered questions. Writing by the flickering candlelight, I sense the gentle heartbeat of the house, the enduring pulse of centuries of stories awaiting discovery. The rain maintains its tranquil rhythm, and somewhere in the shadows, another page turns, another tale unfurls, and the door remains ajar, beckoning the curious to explore the mysteries that lie beyond the threshold of the ordinary. Story 44. The autumn breeze whispered softly through the pine trees, carrying the earthy fragrance of fallen leaves and distant wood smoke. Each step I took along the winding path echoed with the gentle crunch of pine needles underfoot, guiding me higher up the mist-covered slope. The old house beckoned to me from the moment it emerged from the swirling fog, a shadowy figure against the pewter sky. As I ascended, the air enveloped me like a silk scarf, growing cooler with each breath. The branches above swayed in a soothing rhythm, their needles creating a whisper that seemed to murmur in elusive tones. Nature had reclaimed the path beneath my feet, leaving only faint traces among the wild herbs and mountain blooms. Closer now, the house slowly unveiled itself through the mist. Its Victorian charm spoke of a forgotten era, with elegant gables and a porch that embraced the slope with grace. The weathered wood, a deep, rich brown, bore the marks of endless seasons, yet held on to its noble bearing. Wind chimes adorned the porch, their delicate melody blending with the mountain's symphony. The tall windows caught my eye first, their wavy glass reflecting light in mesmerizing patterns. Through the glass, vague shapes of furniture hinted at familiarity, like memories from a dream. One window, high in the east gable, cast a soft amber glow, its origins uncertain in the shifting light. The porch steps creaked beneath me, each board singing a welcome tune. The sound was not eerie but inviting, like an old friend's forgotten melody. The solid oak door with its patinated brass handle bore intricate carvings that seemed to dance with every angle. To my surprise, the door swung open at my touch, revealing an interior filled with the scent of old books, beeswax, and something deeper, sweeter, perhaps dried lavender or aged cedar. The grand foyer welcomed me, a magnificent staircase curving upward like a flowing river of wood. Dust motes danced in the filtered light, creating ethereal patterns that seemed to move in harmony. The polished hardwood floors shimmered like still water, reflecting the dim light with a serene glow. The rooms flowed into one another organically, as if the house itself had grown from the earth. In the parlor, an old phonograph stood, its brass horn curving like a morning glory. Without my touch, the turntable spun, releasing a faint music, a waltz so soft it felt like a tune from another time. The melody lingered in the air, a whisper of silk threads impossible to ignore. The kitchen held its own enchantments. Copper pots gleamed in the warm light, hanging from iron racks despite the overcast day outside. A tea kettle sat on the wood-burning stove, and though cold, I sensed the phantom stirrings of boiling water, accompanied by the ghostly aroma of Earl Grey. Climbing the stairs, each step sighed softly, as if the house itself exhaled. The upper hallway stretched before me, doors slightly ajar, offering glimpses of rooms beyond. Lace curtains stirred in an unseen breeze, and a clock chimed an hour that did not match my watch. The room with the amber glowing window drew me in. Inside, a study frozen in time awaited. An old desk faced the window, papers bearing elegant script that hinted at decades past. The leather chair retained the impression of its last sitter. As evening descended, the light shifted, turning the mist into liquid gold. The house settled around me, its aged timbers creaking as if finding comfort. Water whispered through old pipes deep within the walls, though the faucets remained still. In the growing darkness, new facets of the house emerged. Shadows embraced the spaces between objects, cradling them like velvet. Light took on a liquid quality, pooling and flowing through the corridors. In a conservatory, age-clouded glass filtered the fading daylight. Victorian plants thrived in their pots, glossy and vibrant despite the passage of time. A rocking chair by the window swayed slightly, as if just vacated, and the air held the warmth of a departed presence. As night fell, the house glowed from within, a soft light emanating from the very walls. Not electric, nor firelit, but something primal, as if the house absorbed sunlight over the years, now releasing it into the darkness. I wandered through the rooms that night, each holding mysteries that eluded resolution. Mirrors reflected glimpses of movement, only to reveal emptiness upon turning. Laughter and whispers teased my ears, fading before I could grasp their meaning. At dawn, I found myself back on the porch, watching mist rise from the slope below. The house stood silent behind me, its essence both solid and ethereal in the early light. Descending the path, each step carried me further away, yet the house's enigmatic allure lingered. Even now, years later, I dream of that house on the dark slope. In twilight reveries, the windows glow with amber light, perpetually dusk. I wonder if it still waits, nestled in mist, for the next wanderer to uncover its quiet riddles. Perhaps, existing in the realm between reality and dreams, it reveals itself only to those destined to find it, offering each visitor a unique symphony of subtle wonders and silent revelations. Story 45. The soft rhythm of raindrops against weathered window panes serenaded the stillness of the night as I navigated the twisting forest road. My headlights carved a slender path through the veil of darkness, revealing droplets that shimmered like celestial fragments cascading against the ebony expanse of the night sky. The fuel gauge needle flirted dangerously close to empty, a subtle admonition that had been whispering in my thoughts for the past few miles. Through the cascading rain, a radiant golden glow beckoned from around the bend ahead. Drawing nearer, the aged sign of a historic inn materialized from the obscurity, its engraved letters faintly discernible in the glow of my headlights. The Midnight Inn. The structure itself loomed 3 stories high, its Victorian design a silhouette against the storm-laden heavens. Windows aglow with an inviting warmth seemed to offer solace from the intensifying downpour. The gravel driveway murmured softly under my tires as I came to a halt. The engine's hum melted into silence, leaving only the tranquil symphony of raindrops on the car roof. A sheltered wooden porch enfolded the front of the building, its planks emitting gentle creaks that harmonized with the melody of wind chimes swaying in the breeze. The atmosphere that embraced me upon stepping out carried the earthy fragrance of damp soil and aged timber, intermingled with a sweeter essence, perhaps honeysuckle or jasmine from the unkempt garden that bordered the premises. The porch steps murmured tenderly beneath my weight as I approached the sturdy oak door, its brass knocker polished by countless hands preceding mine. Within, the foyer glowed with the antiquated radiance of vintage wall sconces. The wallpaper, though faded, bore an intricate motif of vines and blooms that seemed to sway and twirl in the flickering light. A grandfather clock stood sentinel in the corner, its pendulum swinging in a mesmerizing cadence, yet I observed with mild intrigue that its hands remained fixed at midnight, irrespective of the actual hour. The innkeeper materialized so silently that I could not pinpoint the instant of her arrival. An elderly woman with silver hair, elegantly coiffed, clad in a high-necked dress reminiscent of a bygone era. Her smile was tender, her movements graceful as she opened the leather-bound guest registry. "Welcome to the Midnight Inn," she intoned, her voice carrying the dulcet, melodic timbre of wind rustling through autumn foliage. "We've been expecting you." I had not made a reservation, could not have, having chanced upon this establishment by happenstance, but wariness prompted me to disregard the enigmatic remark. The pen she proffered felt weighty in my grasp, its nib leaving indigo marks that seemed to shimmer faintly before vanishing into the dense parchment. As I inscribed my name, I discerned that the previous entry was dated precisely 1 year ago, on the very same date. She led me up a spiral staircase, each step cushioned by a plush burgundy carpet that muffled our footfalls. The air grew notably cooler as we ascended, carrying the faint aroma of lavender and musty volumes. Oil paintings adorned the walls, landscapes and portraits, whose subjects appeared to track our progress with benevolent, knowing gazes. My chamber awaited at the terminus of the 3rd-floor corridor, where moonbeams cascaded through a sizable window despite the tempestuous clouds I had glimpsed earlier. The room itself exuded spaciousness, dominated by a 4-poster bed cloaked in deep blue drapes that swayed without any apparent breeze. A silver tea set stood poised on a diminutive table by the window, steam spiraling from the spout, though I had not heard anyone preceding us. "Rest well," murmured the innkeeper, bestowing upon me a diminutive brass key that exuded an oddly comforting warmth. Time flows uniquely here at midnight. Settling into the unexpectedly snug armchair by the window, I observed several peculiar details that my fatigued mind had initially overlooked. The mantel clock, akin to its counterpart downstairs, stood motionless at midnight. The mirror above it reflected the chamber flawlessly, save for the armchair in which I sat. And though the rain continued to patter against the windows, the glass portrayed only a clear night sky, stars twinkling in unfathomable configurations. The tea, upon my first sip, tasted of chamomile and something else, something ancient and saccharine that induced a drowsy haze. The room's shadows deepened and softened, devoid of menace. Instead, they enveloped me like a snug blanket, accompanied by a distant melody that might have been soft singing or perhaps merely the wind whispering through the eaves. I found myself drifting betwixt wakefulness and reverie, witnessing as the moonlight etched silver tapestries on the walls that wove narratives I nearly comprehended. Occasionally, I glimpsed other guests in the corridor through the crevice beneath my door, their silhouettes gliding past clad in attire from disparate epochs, their muted conversations in tongues unfamiliar to my ears. The night elongated in its peculiar manner, each moment stretching like honey cascading from a spoon. I could not discern if hours had elapsed or mere minutes. The grandfather clock below chimed midnight incessantly, each toll accompanied by a slightly altered melody that seemed to convey messages just beyond my grasp. When dawn eventually arrived, if indeed it was dawn, the inn appeared curiously vacant. My signature was absent from the guest registry, and my teacup had left no trace on the table's gleaming surface. As I departed, the fuel gauge displayed full, though I distinctly recalled its near depletion the prior night. In my rearview mirror, the midnight inn gradually dissolved into the morning mist. Yet on rainy nights when I traverse unfamiliar roads, I occasionally find myself searching for that radiant golden glow amidst the foliage. Part of me yearns to rediscover it, while another segment ponders if I genuinely desire to do so. For, as the innkeeper intimated, time flows uniquely at midnight, and I am still uncertain of the duration I truly spent in that realm where the clocks remain fixed at 12, or if I ever truly departed at all.